Here's your
Hey.
update here.
Got it.
Good morning. Welcome to the Plains Regional Regatta here on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita. And this is the fourth year for the regatta. I'm Dave Wilson. With me is Lisa Burns, former Shocker rower. Lisa, here we are again on a nice April morning.
It's going to be an awesome day. I'm really looking forward to how the morning is shaping up already. So the sun is coming out. So I think our rowers are definitely going to be ready and excited to go.
Yes, we are. So we've had one race already this morning. That was the women's single. And we're getting ready, I believe, here for the men's double.
Men's double actually just now briefly wrapped up.
Oh.
So we just got all caught up, and we are going to be seeing some of the women's novice 8 boats coming down the river shortly. Some of them are still warming up, and some of them are already headed down the race course. So we shall see them soon enough.
All right, let's talk about which schools are here today competing in the Plains Regional Regatta. We've got Oklahoma State, St. Louis University, the University of Kansas, Colorado State University, Washington University, St. Louis. Of course, Wichita State hosting the event today. Also here, the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, Kansas State University, Colorado University, and the University of St. Thomas. Boy, Lisa, this event is growing and growing each year, isn't it?
It's awesome, and if you do get a chance to make it out to the course today, you will see the different teams strategically placed out on the lawns, trying to find place. It's an equipment-based sport, so there's a lot of different racing shells out here, and oars and team tents and things like that. So it's always just fun to kind of walk around and see what kind of setups everybody's got going on. But there is room, and plenty of teams here today. It's really good for the regatta.
And really the weather conditions here today are pretty good. It's been windy over the last week really here in Wichita, but today the wind's fairly calm. A little bit chilly early this morning, but it's starting to warm up, and I think we're going to get in the upper 50s.
Yes.
So that's almost ideal weather for rowing, isn't it?
I would agree. So they are definitely working up a sweat, but this little bit of chill in the air is going to help them out. If you see the rowers warming up, they've still got their layers on, but definitely by the time they are done through this race course, they will have those layers off, and the sun is making an appearance, so it's warming everything up. The water is pretty calm, which is just really awesome. That's what you could want for a race. It's not a detriment today, so it could be some really good even racing from all the teams. They're not all fighting weather issues. They can just race their best race. So yeah.
So we're getting set here for the women's novice 8. Tell us about this race, what to look for, what teams are we see them getting lined up there ready for the race. What are they thinking right now?
So there are going to be 2 heats of the novice 8. In the first heat, we're going to have Colorado and Oklahoma State and Colorado State. And then the second heat, we'll have Wichita State and University of Nebraska at Lincoln. So when you're a novice, this is going to refer to anyone who is a first-year rower.
Okay.
Occasionally, maybe you redshirted your first year, so maybe technically you're a second year. But generally, it's your first year, so it kind of just puts all those students in the same boat, unintended, but also
nice.
Just experience level-wise to help level the playing field a bit for them. And so, this will be just the women getting to race. Now, by now, they've raced all in the fall and into spring, so I'm not saying this is their first race ever, but it is their first season and year of rowing.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
And it looks like they're still getting lined up right there at the starting line. The race course today, by the way, the starting line is just north of the Lincoln Street Bridge. Finish line just south of the First Street Bridge here on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita.
And this race course is going to be just under 2,000 meters, which is standard for a spring race like this. So river is wide enough and makes it much more accommodating for these spring races to all race down together.
Nice to have a big, wide race course like this, isn't it?
It's awesome, and the fact that we get to host it is really special. Like, I mean, if you've been to Oklahoma City, they've got a good setup there, quite built up. But I'm pretty proud of what we have here. And it's just, I mean, even as a spectator, where you can be sitting and watching, and um, for the rowers to have this good white river built up and get through these bridges, so it's just a really good course.
And if you'd like to come and watch, this is going to be going on all throughout the afternoon here today down on the Arkansas River here. You can come down, and it's free to attend. Plenty of room, like Lisa said, to spread out and enjoy the racing here today in Wichita. We're lucky to have an event like this, which, like we said earlier, has really grown. The first Plains Regional was held back in 2019. 8 teams were here from 5 different states. Due to the flooding, the race was moved to the Shocker Rowing Home Course on the Big Arkansas River to the Little Arkansas River, home of the Wichita Rowing Association. And then in 2020, the Plains Regional Regatta was canceled because of COVID, Lisa. And it sounds like the race is underway. Looks like it.
And then Oklahoma right in the field. From our angle, and this much left in the water, it doesn't look like there's enough room to make up for it, but there's always, a chance.
Right.
It depends on what kind of power and push you can get out at the very end during the sprint portion of the race, right to the finish. They are working hard. You can listen for
there's the horn.
First horn, and I think we have the second shortly.
So Colorado takes the first women's novice 8.
Oklahoma State second for that heat.
And with those races with the novice 8s or the 8s, I mean, it's amazing to me how fast the race goes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sure if you're in the boat, but as a spectator.
It's fun, and what's awesome about this course that we mentioned, starts just below the Lincoln Street Bridge, but we go through, the rowers are going under 3 different bridges on this course, so spectators can be on the bridge looking down. You could follow them along on your bike, along the sidewalks and everything, so it can look pretty fast, I suppose. And we've got the last boat coming through.
I believe that's Colorado State. And they're just about to hit the finish line here. We'll hear the horn shortly. There it is.
Even as early as our races started out today, lots of people coming out, bringing their chairs, some leashed pets. I've seen quite a few of them. There are some seating here. If you don't bring a chair or anything, there's plenty of places to spot a seat and hang out, bring some snacks, bring drinks, get cozy.
Yeah. Again, beautiful day to come out and watch some rowing here in Wichita. Yes. So we'll get back to the history of this regional here, Lisa. In 2021, the regatta was held as a dual event against IUPUI. Teams are still, of course, recovering from COVID and adjusting to the restrictions. This was the first year that we live streamed the regatta. Our debut back in 2021. And then last year was back to 8 teams, once again from 5 different states. We had over 50 support staff / volunteers running the regatta. And really, that's what makes this whole event happen, right?
So many hands on deck. It's always so nice to see it come to fruition every year, because it does take so many people donating their time and volunteering, for the day. I see a lot of alumni from my time on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Some are parents, some are just Wichita State Rec Center, workers that just helped out the team for so many years, and they come to help and support. It is a feel-good moment, but there's so many people.
All right, so we're getting ready here for the women's novice 8, the second heat here of that race. We just saw the first heat. And we'll get back to this year's regatta. It's got 10 teams, really grown. over 5 states represented. We're excited for a great day here of racing, like we said, enjoying the great weather here on the Arkansas River. And we're getting lined up ready for the second heat here in the women's Novice 8 event here in downtown Wichita. And this will feature Wichita State and the University of Nebraska and Lincoln. So the Shockers and the Cornhuskers getting ready to face off here.
I'm a little excited for this one, especially because the plan, if everything comes to fruition, is that our coxswain for the Wichita State Novice boat, she will be mic'd.
Oh.
With any luck, we'll get to jump in and hear from her throughout the course of the race.
That's always fun when we can hear the rowers talking. We hear the coxswain especially because, the coxswain, as you know, because you were one, Lisa, about
Yes.
you can hear them telling the rowers what to do, giving the instructions, kind of the quarterback of the boat, so to speak.
Hey, yeah,
a little football
works.
jargon there.
Yes, the coxswain is so important, very crucial. Sometimes people get maybe confused or overlook the coxswain because the rowers are the physical muscle of the boat. They are the ones propelling it forward, but the coxswain holds a key role. Sometimes we call us the brain of the boat, and we are the person responsible for steering. You want to make sure you're steering in a straight line. You don't want your rowers to row anymore and exert any more energy than they should. So they're useful for steering, and that can be to your competitive advantage. They're also responsible for making you stay true to what the race plan is for the boat, what you've agreed on,
right,
and making sure you have a good start, a good finish, all the different components. And here we have the Wichita State Novice Women's 8 coming down the course.
There they are. They're moving.
Love hearing all the cheers.
Yes.
They've got a good thunderous finish. You can hear it from here.
It
sounds so
really
powerful.
They're
a little intimidating. I love it.
They're going to hit that finish line here pretty quickly, and there comes Nebraska, it looks like.
Yeah. Also making a good finish. You can see some of them still have their layers on. It was chilly this morning.
Right, it was. And there comes Nebraska. They're coming down the home stretch here to hit the finish line as well. But unofficially, it looks like Wichita State will win this heat of the women's Novice 8.
And just a little more on the coxswain role, really key during race day, but also just daily in practice. So a lot of times the coach can't be everywhere at once. There's a lot of different boats practicing in the dark early in the morning, and you may not have enough coaches in launches to kind of keep up the whole way through. So we also can be called sometimes the coach in a boat because you can help run the practice and be transitioning to the different parts of the workout or different technical aspects and watching out for that, and really helping keep people on par with shaping up or just tweaking any little things they can. So
all right, very important role, obviously.
Yeah, of course it is. It's just the best.
Because you did it. All right, looks like we're getting ready for the next race. Getting ready to start that one, Lisa.
Yeah, the men's Novice 8. We've just got 4 teams in this race. We've got Colorado, Wichita State, Oklahoma State, and St. Thomas. And this is Colorado University, if I'm not mistaken.
The Buffaloes.
The Buffaloes.
Getting lined up here. We should hear the starting horn anytime right now. What was your favorite race to be in, Lisa?
My favorite, you mean favorite boat or just
favorite boat
race ever? Okay. I spent most of my time in a women's varsity 8, so I did really, really like that. There's a lot of different, I don't know, when you get in the women's field, like there's just a different air to the competitiveness going on there because you're generally not as fast as the men's 8, but there are some fierce women. And so I just love to see that edge of what that competition they're bringing. And they really, really push themselves. And, yeah, it's a whole different field. Like, it doesn't even matter that there's men racing that day because the women are just so competitive and wanting to win. So I like that. But earlier in my shocker career, I did Cox for some novice, men's for varsity, men's for, um, and it's a different speed or a different like body movement for the
Right.
coxswain to get used to. But um, yeah, it's just different, and men and women are different in the psyche, and just how you cox them is different. So, but I think my favorite would be the women's team because there's that camaraderie there and team building, and we had a lot of good memories throughout the years. So.
What kind of differences are we talking about when you're a coxswain for the men versus the women?
Like, for example, this isn't, across the board, but maybe a men's boat is more okay with more aggressive yelling. You don't, maybe that really works for them, but maybe the women are like, well, we prefer maybe a different level of voice, or maybe more quiet periods. And even beyond that, some rowers maybe like to hear more of the data throughout. You've got your Cox box there telling you your rate and your speed, so they might need like more often check-ins, more frequent, and just to know like, well, what's our rate now, what's this, versus some rowers like, you talked, there was a lot of numbers in there but not enough motivation. So you do have to find the happy medium between that and calling in different strategic moves throughout the race,
Right.
getting a gauge for if they're too tired or not, and where they're at. So there's a little bit of differences there and different things that might motivate each boat differently.
Yeah, and that's what you got to figure out.
Yeah, and not just gender wise, but just any of it. So it is a team building thing. Coxswain is not a separate entity. Like, it is one boat, and so takes all of the bodies to get it moving as fast as possible down the course.
Definitely, and they're continuing to get lined up here. What are you thinking right now if you're sitting in that boat? You're anxious to get started, I bet.
Yeah. They are aligning the boats right now, and so there's going to be just the calm before the storm, and people, some boats may need to tap it forward, some may need to back. I mentioned, there's not much wind today, but it still could be blowing some boats maybe sideways instead of down the course. So you really have to watch your point, what we call it. The coxswain is watching their point and trying to make sure they have the most optimal outlook before the race starts. So you're not on the rudder at all for these beginning crucial start strokes. It's a certain pattern of strokes they'll take in the beginning to get the boat up to speed from a stopping point. So that official, there's going to be someone on shore who's actually, calling that alignment. And then you can see that boat who will be making the official call to start the race.
Okay.
That's who a coxswain may need to be in communication with during this time, is that boat on the water. But someone on shore has got a flag and helping to call alignment as soon as they are ready. And the rowers are sitting ready. Like you said, there's a little bit of anxiety. There's some deep exhales happening.
Right.
Once they get in position,
they're ready to go.
A lot of focus. Yeah. Focusing on the back of the head in front of you.
Yep. Yeah, because you got to be in sync from the start.
Yes.
See what your teammates are doing. And
absolutely. You will sometimes see those unfortunate, start strokes be a little off, and what will happen is a rower might, the term is to catch a crab. So you may get a little sideways yourself as a person, but also the boat will lose its point completely. Sometimes it stops you. It can be really bad. So very, very crucial, these first few strokes.
And we've seen that happen a couple times at the regatta in the past, where it'll get off to one of the boats will get off to maybe a little start, and they're drifting one way or the other, and they've got to figure that out pretty quick.
Exactly. So you've seen that, like you said, some are recoverable, some are just showstoppers, and you got to make sure equipment's okay, the rowers are okay. Do we stop the whole race? But with fingers crossed, you can recoup, get the oar back in its right place, get the rower, just dust it off, shake it out, and jump back in on the next stroke. Again, coxswains just gauging and kind of judging through that whole situation, what may need to take place, and they're in charge of safety ultimately for the coxswain. Rule number one: safety, safety, safety. So they are the captain of their boat, and so if something detrimental did happen, they need to take care of that first, and racing will come second at that point.
We just had a shot of the Nebraska women's novice 8 getting back to the shore, getting out of their boat. Wichita State winning that heat. That was the race that just finished a little bit ago. Getting ready for the men's novice 8 right now. Getting lined up for that one. This is, like we said, Colorado, Wichita State, Oklahoma State, and St. Thomas competing here in this race.
And if anyone is looking to keep track of the outcomes of the races today and any of the times, that's going to be on crewtimer.com. Crewtimer.com is just a very, very popular place for all races going on throughout the country all the time. So make sure to check in on crewtimer.com and see any of the real-time race finishes today and the times of them.
And we are underway here in the men's novice 8. Looks like everybody's off to a clean start there. Took a little bit to get everybody lined up, but they're off and running.
Definitely. You can see it looks like some water's being gained already, just even early on. Different, like I said, even if they're all novice, you just got different powers going on in the boat, different dynamics. So it's always interesting to see how it plays out for each particular race.
Beautiful race conditions today downtown Wichita here on the Arkansas River.
And this will be the only heat for the men's novice 8 today. Right now, they'll just be racing for lanes. And this afternoon, when we have finals, that will determine their lineup for the finals for the men's novice 8. It's nice to have a full, like all 4 lanes filled for this.
Yes.
I think it just adds to the excitement.
Definitely.
Not to say that 2 boats in a race aren't bad, but you can really see your competitors. You can hear the other coxswains. You can sometimes get splashed by the other boat. Like it just makes it more heated and excited.
Right. We should be seeing them here anytime. And again, the speeds of the 8 races, I just think are just fun to watch as spectators, Lisa.
Very true. Definitely the fastest of any of the crews that we'll see today is always the 8s. We don't have any boats with more than 8 rowers, and that's 8, and then you have the coxswain. So there are technically 9 people in the 8s. And so, yeah, makes it more thrilling and exciting. So even when we get later in the day, we'll have some varsity 8s. And like I said, this afternoon will be the finals. So it will be the ultimate race of the day is the varsity 8s.
Always fun.
Yes.
There's a wider shot of the race course today here on the Arkansas River.
You can see how beautiful it is.
Yes, beautiful and calm, and just a great day to be out here watching rowing at the Plains Regional Regatta.
Smell of sunscreen in the air. Spring is here.
Yes.
Hopefully we're done with the freezing temps, and it's just
let's hope
time to get outside.
Right. Enjoy the weather. It's like a fairly close race so far. You can hear the fans getting excited down here at our end as the boats approach.
Like I said, even just from here, we can see spectators on both sides of the river. Some are on the bridges. That's what I like about rowing is you can pull up wherever you feel comfortable. There's benches in different places, lots of greenery just to enjoy downtown Wichita.
A lot of four-legged furry friends here observing as well.
They're all being so good.
They are.
Everyone I've seen, they're happy to be here for rowing too.
Yes. All right. Again, we are here watching the men's novice 8.
We have all different types of boats today. So we've mentioned the 8s. First thing this morning, we had women's single. We're going to have some double races today and also some pair rowing. And also just, some novice crews, varsity crews, men and women rowing is going on all throughout this morning. We'll finish with the preliminary races, wrapping up right around lunchtime and then coming back in the afternoon for all the finals. Excitement is brewing. I can see people
are standing up now,
looking down the river, seeing their crews coming down. You can hear it.
We've got some Wichita State rowers right there cheering on their teammates from the shore. Here they come.
Try to listen for the blade work throughout the cheering if you can.
Wichita State in the lead, it looks like.
They're moving pretty nicely together here. It looks great. Coxon is very engaged, trying to squeeze out that extra energy to the end. But like we said, we've got all the other crews coming in through here. Looks like Colorado and then Oklahoma State.
Yes.
Right behind Wichita State.
You can see right there on your screen the Shocker rowing team getting close to the finish line, working hard.
And it may not seem like much, but by the time that Oklahoma State is rowing, it looks like they may have gotten a bit of the wash from maybe the boats in front of them. Not always the biggest deal, but it's something I was just kind of watching for. Even though the river's pretty calm today, you never know what kind of just waves are coming through from the boat in front of you. That is why the lanes are important, and you hope to stay in your lane. But right. Just how the river flows and things, it might impact the others as they're coming down. Right here we have St. Thomas wrapping out the 4 boats in this heat.
All right, St. Thomas getting close to the finish line there, wrapping up the men's novice 8. And they're just about at the finish line there, Lisa. So again, finishing unofficially there, it's Wichita State, Colorado, Oklahoma State, and St. Thomas. Again, that's in the men's novice 8 here at the Plains Regional Regatta. And we are joined now by a special guest, Mr. John Lee, the Director of Campus Recreation at Wichita State. Hello, John. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us about this year's regatta. How excited you are to have this continue to be a great tradition.
What's year 3 now? We started with COVID and had a couple teams the first year, and now we're up to 10 and over 200 athletes. And what an amazing day. And when you see people along the river, and the city's goal has always been to activate this river.
Yeah.
I think today we've done that at least for today. But 10 schools from all around the region is just wonderful, and they're having a great time. And so
get closer to the mic there you go.
So we're super excited, and Calvin and Rachel, the rowing coaches at Wichita State, have done an amazing job. It takes a lot of effort for weeks to make today.
Absolutely. Yeah, and like you said, it's grown so much since the first one, and you talked about activating the river, and really having the Shocker rowing down here on the river has really done that.
Yeah, it has, and then it makes more people want to come down to the river on their own when there isn't rowing. But we also have a boats and bikes program from about Memorial Day to Monday through every day of the week, and then after Labor Day on weekends you can rent paddle boats and canoes and stand-up paddle boards and even a racing shelf and get down here and enjoy this river that the whole community should enjoy. So
yeah,
it's a lovely area that we're lucky to be a part of.
absolutely. Lisa, have you come down here and rented a shell to relive some of your former glory?
Not yet.
Not
no.
yet? Okay, well, there you go. There's your chance to do that this summer.
I know that many rowers, though, once they become a rower, they maybe not competing wise, but they always have that in their blood for the rest of their lives. So it's a place you could do it. You could also if you have your own equipment, just come down here. There's a beautiful dock that is a public dock, and you just come to the River Vista apartment complexes and come enjoy the water.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of great activities to enjoy this summer.
Yeah.
I know. I've been wanting to try the stand-up paddleboarding. So
Yeah, I don't think I balance well yet, so I need something a little.
If you keep practicing.
Yeah, so practice makes perfect. But no, especially on a day like today, with rivers, the if you get a lot of rain, it could be really fast. So a day like today, when the waters are calm, it's for a novice like me, it's
Right,
it's doable. It's doable.
Yeah, I think I would try it on a day like today.
Yeah.
All right, Lisa, what do we have going on here? We've got the which race is this? This is the.
This would be the single.
The single
races.
Yes.
We actually have two different competitors.
John, thanks so much.
In this race. So yeah, with this race, we just saw finish. In the Wichita State single was Wichita State student in a recreational single. They are a current athlete. Filling out a lane in this race. And then you may have seen the other boat for KU. It was a rowing shell, but you may have noticed some little extra contraptions maybe on this side that were yellow. That is our para rower. And what's different about that shell is there are different floaters attached. Those floats are designed on that boat specifically so that it won't tip over.
Okay.
It's far more stable than a rowing single. That's a joke in itself of just watching someone for the first time get out and practice in a single. It's very susceptible to flipping.
Yeah.
Lots of wet rowers when they're just still getting used to it. So that boat is designed for being stable, staying upright, which is really important for a long race like this. And what's also unique for that rower, it's a para race. So what they were doing is they were not using their legs in this race versus these other rowers. They're really powering with their legs. This rower was really just using upper body and arms. So they were really honing in on the blade work, making sure it's accurate and up to par, and then getting that full stroke, but only with their body movement. So with their waist and upwards and getting a good layback. They were not powering with their legs in that race. So just a different aspect that you won't see any other time today. Like I said, everyone else they strap their feet into special shoes that are in the shell. They take their shoes off, leave their socks on, and strap in. And they're pressing in with their legs. So it's a leg sport more than an arm sport. So that was what was unique about the race that just finished. And I think we'll see them this afternoon as well. So if you didn't get a good close look at that, you may have a chance this afternoon still.
All right. Again, that was the para single there. We're getting ready for the women's varsity 4. That's the next race coming up here in just a little bit at the Plains Regional Regatta. Again, still plenty of time to come down and join us here and watch some racing on the river. Beautiful weather today. You can see the Shocker Rowing Boathouse, and if you want to ask about some of those activities that you can do during the summer, they'd be glad to help you with that as well.
Yeah, that is part of Boats and Bikes. It is out of the same boathouse that Wichita State University Rowing uses, but it's for the community. It's for anyone that does want to spend some time out, whether you're renting a bike and using this big stretch of sidewalks they've got built all down the river, but just different boating and water activities that they do have available. You just want to rent it. You want to try it out. You want to get ready, and Riverfest is coming up. Just a good chance to get on our river and enjoy it in the city.
Absolutely. Looks like right now we've got the women's varsity 4 underway, Lisa.
Yes, and this is actually a good field. We've got 7 crews total, so there are 2 heats for this race. Our first heat will just have 3 lanes, and then everyone else will be in the second heat with 4 lanes. So this should be, I'm excited about this. Again, it's the women's, so it's always good that we've got enough in this field to fill out this many varsity 4s.
It looks like in this heat, we've got Colorado, Oklahoma State, and St. Thomas competing.
And University of Colorado also actually brought 4 women's varsity 4 boats. They brought 2, if I'm saying that correctly. So okay. One of their varsity women's 4s will be in this heat, and then the second one will be in the heat directly following.
All right. And they are, you can see them right there coming down the river. You know, we talked about the boathouse. It was a joint venture between the city of Wichita, River Vista Developers here, and Wichita State University. They've got the boathouse. They've got, like you said, boats and bikes. The River Vista Lounge. Delano Park is down here as well. Just a great area, and really, I think the boathouse here kind of kickstarted all this activity.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to maybe learning more about that later today.
Yes, absolutely. So there's a shot of the river right there.
You may notice that Wichita State is not in this particular race, but we do have our women's varsity 8 later today. So sometimes that's just strategy, sometimes it's numbers. But either way, we will see our women's varsity for Wichita State rowing later today.
Looking forward to that.
Yes.
Let's see, as we watch them row here, Lisa, I might quiz you on a couple of rowing terms.
Okay. Let's see how I do.
Put your knowledge to the test.
Okay.
Let's talk about stroke rate. What is stroke rate?
To put it in words, it's your rate per minute of how many strokes the boat is putting in.
Okay.
So this can vary per crew, obviously. And then in a race versus a practice, it's going to change. And then also if you're in the sprint part of your race or not, it can change. I'll follow up on that in a minute. I want to make sure we are watching these 4s come down because they are pretty close to each other right now.
Looks like Colorado is going to cross the finish line first. And it's like St. Thomas in the middle of there, and Oklahoma State quite a finish right there. They're fairly close.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that there is some headway being made right now.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that for the heat, but it's awesome to see them picking up speed at the end to make for an exciting finals later.
There's a good shot right there. Oklahoma State is gaining as they get close to the finish line. But it does look like St. Thomas did take second place in the women's varsity 4, the first heat. Like you said, we've got another heat coming up next.
So as we were seeing those boats come to that finish, that stroke rate might have been pretty high. Again, during the sprint, maybe about the last 250 or so meters, those last 20 to 30 strokes of the race, that coxswain is gauging with the finish line and doing their best to count down exactly to the end. And so that rate is going to pick up, like you mentioned, that stroke rate. And men and women, it's going to vary, but you can see into the 40s, maybe low 40s. Hopefully, jumping up 34 or higher in a boat, regardless of gender, and then can go 42. I've seen it go much higher. Maybe you're getting up to a 48 strokes per minute to really move. You're moving through your strokes so much swifter and faster and just rapid firing your strokes in unison. So that coxswain is instrumental in making sure the boat is doing it together. You don't need, one person getting up the rate and the others are trying to follow. And you just need a lot of synchronicity with the boat movement. That's what the dynamics, the engineering part of the sport, making sure it is flowing and moving together. So all of that plays a part.
And the person that sits closest to the stern typically sets the stroke rate. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be a way of saying it. So they are the one that all the other rowers are following. And so that stroke seat is usually looking the coxswain right in the face. So for sure in an 8 and most 4s. So they are having that face-to-face communication, but the coxswain is on a microphone as well. So they're just hoping to, whether it's calling the rate down or calling it up, that stroke seat does play an instrumental part in the physically bringing it there, and everyone is following behind that, because otherwise a rower might feel rushed from behind if someone's not really catching up to the game plan or not able to find the flow. So
all right, looks like we are now into the second heat of the women's varsity 4. It's just underway. You can see them on your screen right there. In this one, we've got Washington, St. Louis, Nebraska, Lincoln, Colorado State, and Colorado all in this heat. So as you pointed out a little bit ago there, Lisa, all 4 lanes of the race course being used again for this one.
Yeah, and it's a varsity level, so we'll see what kind of excitement awaits us here near the finish line. We have a nice view where we are. We can see Century 2 and the Drury Plaza Hotel. That one, it gets called different names. What do we call it? It
does.
Epic Center, or right now we're looking at the Bonavia property sign.
It's the old Holiday Inn. How about that?
The old Holiday Inn. But just also all the infrastructure built up on that side of the river with seating and
yes, plenty of spaces to spread out and enjoy the rowing today. Bring your lawn chairs.
It's all part of the River Vista apartments and boathouse. So there is parking across the street. If anyone's going down to the Advanced Learning Library today, they can park there. There's parking at Mocha's. And then you can just walk across the street down to the river. So what we can watch for with these 4 boats coming down, and they are 4s. Some 4s have a coxswain who's kind of laying down in the bow side of the boat. It's common in racing that you will pick your racing shell that has a bow loader 4. But if you're practicing, or maybe your program doesn't have that type of boat, the other place for the coxswain to sit is in the stern, just like they would for an 8. They're kind of sitting straight up, and they're looking their stroke seat in the face. In the bow loader, the coxswain is not looking at anyone except the deck of the boat and the bow ball and the race in front of them, the water. And they're laying down, basically. It's a semi-ab workout, but also semi-relaxing lay down. I wouldn't call it relaxing, though, because there's just a lot of energy and tension going on to when it's race time. For those 2,000 meters, it's on.
Yeah.
It's go time. So we're at the launch and loading dock. So we are getting to see a couple different 4s come down. So Dave, when this boat is ready to dock, that will be a stern loaded 4 that you can see.
Now, when you were a coxswain, did you prefer one over the other?
That's a good question. I don't. It's a good question, because some race courses you do get more familiar with, so it doesn't, by that point, it doesn't matter. Right. So I think, though, when you're younger as a novice, or you're not sure on the race course, maybe the stern loader is good. Maybe you're an 8 or a 4 with a stern loaded, so you can feel like you see it better. But something about laying down, even though it wouldn't matter, like, like when you're driving, you're like, I can't find this address, so you turn down the radio type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like that, where like, when I'm laying down, but you're not really inhibited at all. But so maybe it's just a comfortability thing, because once you do know your race course, the bow loader is amazing. It's just you in that steering straight. It kind of helps hone you in on your race course. And it can be a little more wet in the bow loader if your bow seat is a little more splashy with their blade work. I always wore my slickers, like just you had to be prepared for getting wet. And depending on the size of your, like the coxswain in the seat, they're generally smaller people because they're not adding, physical strength. So you don't want to add too much weight in a coxswain, strategically speaking. And so we would often have to stuff the bow of the boat with something so that the coxswain doesn't slide down. All of that is kind of a factor of what a coxswain might prefer. If they want to be sitting straight up or laying down, you want to be comfortable so that you're not thinking about all the things that could go wrong to you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to deliver your game plan and be able to steer. So,
pros and cons of both.
Yeah. But for sure, if you're racing a 4, you will want to be in a bow loader, just strategically speaking. But if it's not available, obviously, not the worst. And yeah, the other part about being in a stern loader is you're going to be closer to the rudder. The rudder is usually right underneath you in the water. The reason that has come in handy for me, we've rowed on all sorts of rivers, and we used to have spring break training in Natchitoches, Louisiana. So there's sometimes different stuff in the water, and maybe it's moss, maybe it's a branch.
Yeah,
you don't know, but at some point in practice or racing, you realize like my rudders aren't responding, my steering, I can't get a point for the life of me. Something's going on. So if you are in a stern loader, you can get your lean on, reach under the boat with your little coxswain arms and pull out if something has caught and is literally stopping some work on the rudder. So have absolutely done that, needed to do that. But if you're in the bow, like, you may not have that opportunity. It just depends.
Interesting.
Yeah. Equipment-based sport. You got to do.
Definitely.
Takes all kinds.
All right, here they come in front of us, getting closer to the finish line here in the second heat of the women's varsity 4. Looks like Colorado's in the lead.
That would be my guess as well. Sometimes it is hard to see from here, but yeah. With the finals this afternoon, it would probably be the 2 Colorado 4s together, and that will add some excitement for us.
Yeah. Looks like Nebraska's in the second place position.
Now, that might actually be St. Louis, and they are hustling. University of Washington at St. Louis.
Okay.
Putting a move on.
There we go. So then we got Nebraska and Colorado State. Very close. You can really hear the Colorado State coxswain barking out orders, huh?
Yes. And they can be, the coxswain does not have to be the same gender as the rowers.
Yeah.
It depends on, how each team is built, what kind of availability you have. And they have finished the race course. These girls are putting in a lot of work, a lot of energy out there.
Looks like unofficially there, we had Colorado finishing first, Washington St. Louis second, Nebraska third, and Colorado State fourth there in the second heat of the women's varsity 4. Up next, the men's varsity 4.
There's actually 3 heats.
Regional Regatta.
3 heats for the men's varsity 4. So this should be really good too. Fighting for a good lane in the finals.
Right.
This would be good. Again, University of Colorado is going to have 2 different boats throughout these heats, just like they did for the women. And most everyone else just has 1 crew that will be in the next race. Got a little calm before those races start.
Again, we are in downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River here at the River Vista apartment complex for today's Plains Regional Regatta. The 4th one going on, the 3rd one that we've been able to live stream. So we enjoy being able to share this with you.
And if anyone,
hosted, of course, by Wichita State.
Yes, if anyone is looking for race times, more of the program, that can be found at crewtimer.com. And this is also where the live stream will be found. If you're wanting to share that with anyone or watch it yourself, it's at crewtimer.com.
All right, Shocker Rowing started in 1974, and with the formation of the Wichita Rowing Association, and Wichita State in 1975 with the establishing of Shocker Rowing. So it's been here many, many years. Lisa, of course, part of that tradition, rowing at Wichita State. What are some of your favorite things about rowing here?
We are a little bit of an underdog sport, and we're not part of the NCAA programs at Wichita State, so we can be a little forgotten. But that just makes it like that much more intimate and stronger of a squad, like full on family your whole time rowing and being on the team. It's irreplaceable. One of the best things that I did as a student here was join. It's a walk-on sport, so that's what's so awesome. A lot of people come with no experience. Some people do row in high school with the Wichita Rowing Association. That's a program we have, but not many people know about it. Or, sometimes we've had rowers come from other states that were really experienced. We had someone from Australia who was a rower.
Yeah.
So it's just different fun parts of our history that it does take all kinds, but you can be, with no experience like me. You can do the rowing part. You can be the coxswain. And the other nice part is, as a student, a lot of our meets were away. So there's a lot of travel involved that you may not have gotten to see or do at the college level, but we had, regattas on the weekends. So we had to get there, and we raced all over Oklahoma and Georgia and Louisiana. I can't even recall all the places. Iowa. We were just together as a team, bussing to the regattas, hanging out all day, just being in community and enjoying the same sport. That's why we were mentioning all the volunteers here today. A lot of alumni. I'm seeing people from my time on the team, like, just to see how many have come back it's just really nice. It's heartwarming, and I know Coach feels the same way. Like, always stopping by for a hug before I come in to the tent, and to see what the program has gotten to build up to be, and the beautiful boathouse, and just to see that growth of future generations that can really, really enjoy this. It's a fun sport. It's a unique sport. It's a very photogenic sport. I loved also I would photograph just the team, and then it's just beautiful, the angles and the parts that make up what they're doing out there, and the sunrise, because we would always row in the morning. It's the one time you can get all college kids with different schedules together at one time.
Right. Looks like here on the men's varsity for the second heat. They're getting fairly close to the finish line here, Lisa. Looks like Colorado is in first right now, in the lead.
Trying
like Oklahoma State.
There we go.
In second.
Looking for two more. There's another one.
That's Washington, St. Louis, I believe.
I think you are right.
They're really moving. You can hear the coxswain there for St. Louis. Telling the rowers.
And coxswains do have a microphone, but yes, you can hear them outside the boat too. So the boat will have different speakers throughout.
Okay.
So that it's placed under the seats area, so the rowers can hear.
Nice.
But sometimes it gets very aggressive and competitive, and so exciting that us coxswains get a little loud.
All right, so we have Colorado winning that heat of the men's varsity 4, with Oklahoma State unofficially second and St. Louis third there. We'll have one more heat of this race, or two more heats of this race. One more, sorry. Two more heats? I was right the first time. And that'll be starting here shortly. Thanks for joining us here at the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. Beautiful day for watching rowing.
Yeah, and then we're watching some of the boats dock after their race and seeing the coxswains with all their contraptions. So they're the ones with more of the technological equipment versus the rowers are going to have their oar with them. But the coxswain's got a headset and the Cox box that powers that. They've got their speed coach, which is going to give them different things like the rates and the speeds of the boat, just so that we have live feedback to be giving to the rowers about their performance. So we mentioned the start sequence. It's going to start out really strong and hot when you're coming out, so that rate's going to be high. But you do want to be settling down for a more consistent, livable pace for the bulk of the race course. Within that, there's going to be bursts of maybe some higher rates, like intentionally so, maybe that's part of the plan, where you want to have maybe some power 10s, power 20s. But it's really useful for that coxswain to be watching that stroke rate overall, because you don't want some winded rowers. You do want to have the stamina to make it across, and that goes into that stroke rate. And so that they do have the energy for that sprint at the end to also take it up for those last 20 to 30 strokes, giving it all they got at that higher rate, really pushing it out.
Yeah, got to finish strong.
Absolutely.
You can see shots there of teams coming up and bringing their boats to dock. There's a team right there. You can see how nice and calm the water is today.
I was just about to say that. Like, it's just wonderful.
Yes.
It's what you need in a rowing day. Not all regattas are the same. The weather can be what it is.
Yep.
Some are windier than others. And I remember rowing on a whitecap day. It was horrendous and windy and cold. Very, very whitecap. I think they almost called it, but we rowed a little bit before they called it. And as the coxswain, safety is forefront. So we were always having to be mindful. Those were more stressful days. Is keeping track of your crew in the boat from going the way you don't want it to go when you're trying to go straight or trying to dock, and can be a lot of things to keep track of and going on those days. And then there's always bridges when you at least then there's a bridge.
Unfortunately, today they don't have to worry about the whitecaps.
Right.
So
that's what I'm saying. It's just pretty darn nice for them.
Yes.
I love it.
All right, looks like we have the next heat in the men's varsity 4 underway. You can see them right there on your screen. 3 teams fairly close right now. This will be St. Louis, Kansas, and Washington St. Louis in this heat. And then in the next heat, we will have 3 teams as well.
It's pretty impressive. Like John was saying, there's over 200 athletes here today. And it's just wonderful that the sport of rowing is bringing the numbers here, and this many students across 10 schools that are involved to help make it a big and bustling regatta.
Yeah, they had the first regatta in 2019, good amount of teams, and COVID hit. Came back with just 2 teams, and now it's back up to 10. Pretty amazing.
It's really good. It's really good to see that the post-COVID increase. I know it changed things for a lot of programs, and I can imagine, any athletic sport, you're right by your teammate breathing and things. Yep. So I'm sure there were some alterations there. So good to see everybody back. You can hear the birds.
There's a good shot of how in sync the teams are right there. Really working through it.
Yeah, I think it's just a good shot to see some of the blade work going on.
Yeah.
You can see that at the time when the blades are going into the water, they're fully squared up. So you can see all of the blade facing the coxswain and facing us, the viewer. So it's squared up. And when all the rowers are dipping their blades in the water at the same time, that part would be called the catch. So we always want to listen for catches to be really, really in sync. Once the blades are in the water, then they are driving with their legs, and the rowing shaft in their hands is just kind of following suit, just kind of using it as a lever, making sure it's covered all the way in the water, and powering through to go forward. And then as the blades come up out of the water, at the end of that stroke, that's called the release. So you also want to be in unison and bringing the blades up out of the water together for that release. And then they will feather the blade They will turn the blade flat, so it's no longer squared. It'll be flat and horizontal for that return back up to the catch position. So that's so that you're not catching so much wind. Again, just being aerodynamic and working the engineering of the whole process of rowing the boat to its optimal level, making sure you're feathering together, squaring the blade, catching, stroking, and then release at the end together. One team. Coxswain is good for calling those things out, but the rowers are able to have a lot of sensibility about it, whether it's just auditory and hearing it, again, following the person in front of you and knowing what their body movements are when they're moving forward on their seat. Their seat is on wheels, so they are rolling forward, and you kind of just get a gauge for that and keep following them.
Lots to think about.
Lots to think about. That's why that practice, daily, it's helps build that muscle memory. But you want to be, working that with your crew and being consistent, and then, building that strength at practices as well. That's where the ergometer, which people see at the gyms, and rowers get a silent chuckle watching other strangers do it wrong, but the ergometer is done a certain way as well. And they've got some on site here. I can hear them whirring next to us. So some of the students are able to warm up using the erg machines over there before their races and keep their bodies and muscles warmed up.
Let's talk maybe, you've talked about the strokes. How about the layback?
Yeah.
What's that term about?
The layback would be the part of the stroke when the rowers are at the very last bit of the stroke and ready to release the oar from the water to pop their blade back out of the water. The layback it's just that ab workout part of the stroke that lets you get a little more reach, a little more flow of that blade to push the boat forward that last few little seconds of the stroke. So the layback is really good. And if you see someone, Dave, as they're rowing by, you might have seen some, people are tired by this part of the race, and some people may be missing their layback. Maybe all 4 of them or all 8 of them, who knows, by this point. So the coxswain is helping to call that to mind sometimes and bring that to focus. In the second heat, we've got our first boat coming through right now to finish up. This boat has a bow loader 4. I would always challenge my bow seat to lay back to where they could hit my head a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Just an added challenge. I would, and maybe not the whole race, because again, it takes a toll on the abs, but to really remind them how important that part is, to not shorten up their stroke, really eke out all that you can from that stroke and the water that you're getting. Every little bit's important. You see them pushing with their legs and their thigh muscles, and then getting that little layback so that the blade can come all the way back into their chest before bringing it out of the water.
Looks like Washington St. Louis is going to take this heat. And we saw St. Louis in second and KU in third, it looks like, as KU is getting ready to cross the finish line. And that will end this heat of the men's varsity 4. Got one more to come. This again will be 3 teams competing in this heat with Colorado, St. Thomas, and Colorado State. All getting ready to race again in the men's varsity 4 here at the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita. Beautiful day on the Arkansas River. Plenty of time. The event's going to be going on throughout the afternoon. Plenty of time to come down and hang out and watch some rowing, enjoy the river.
Yeah, bring some snacks, bring a lunch, bring chairs if you want, or a blanket. There's rowing still through about the noon hour. We just watched the varsity men's 4 race. Some of those men may be in the men's varsity 8 later today as well, so they've got a bit of a break if they are included in that top men's 8 boat. And all the heats are going this morning with the finals this afternoon.
Of course, it takes a lot of people to make this event come to life, we want to thank one of our sponsors, BG Products, the recognized global leader in transportation maintenance services and related industries. BG Products, a proud supporter of Wichita State University and the Shocker rowing team. And of course, we appreciate their support.
They're a big supporter. Back when I was on the team, very grateful to them. We used one of their facilities before this boathouse was built.
Oh,
we got to use a little further down the river from where we are. You know, it was good to have a house for our boats. It's equipment based. Some of the times when we didn't have a boathouse, we would be transporting the boats on trailers every day. There's just a lot of logistics to figure out and hassle. So it was always really nice when we had that boathouse that BG would let us use on their facility.
Yeah, maybe talk a little bit about that, about how, I mean, you guys, before you even got on the water, put in a lot of hard work back in those days. Just getting the equipment here, right?
Just to get started. So it's early, it's dark. Don't forget that. Like, you know, even by the time we're practicing and going through bridges, arches, I mean, they're not lit. So you have to know different things in that regard. But yeah, just getting to the water and trailering in. And at one point, sometimes throughout the course of a season, our practices are on the Little River, which you might know more of like by the tennis center across from the keeper over there. So sometimes we might need to have a shipping container on site to keep some smaller things, but really just trailering in the needed shells for those weeks of practicing, and sometimes putting the riggers on again just to be practicing instead of being able to leave them on. It's such a nice thing right now that the boathouse is built and it's more spacious and definitely permanent, so they can keep the shells there and not have to worry about setting them up again, taking them off the trailers and putting the riggers on and finding things in the dark. So it's a bit of a luxury, and so we're proud and happy to have it here, and then that it can be a home for this regatta today and support future rowers as it comes through the program. It's going to be a really lasting, amazing thing that they have here.
And of course, it puts a lot of activity on the river, which is always a great thing to do.
I agree. They have just built up this area so nice. Mm-hmm. And again, I mentioned Riverfest, like it's coming up. Like there are things to do in town around the river and just bring in community, and you know, not all of it costs money, and so you can just enjoy it and be outside and.
Mm-hmm. But there's never anything to do in Wichita, as people say, right?
It's really wrong.
It is.
It's not accurate.
No.
There's so much to do, and I'm really proud of our city. It's growing all the time.
It is. You see there on your screen, the final heat in the men's varsity 4 is underway. We've got Colorado, St. Thomas, and Colorado State competing here in this heat.
What you'll see with some of the crews coming down, maybe their shells or their oars, maybe they look unidentifiable, or maybe you think, oh, that looks like a Wichita State boat, but it's Colorado racing. That's not entirely uncommon. As an equipment-based sport, that doesn't mean that all crews can always caravan all their equipment or any of their equipment, but they still want to participate and be getting in good water time at races. And so what they can do is rent from maybe the hosting school, or if you're in a city with multiple schools, you can rent from maybe another one. It makes it a lot more feasible to just bring your rowers to town and be able to rent the equipment while you're here. So if anybody watching at crewtimer.com, if you're seeing different things look a little inconsistent, do not adjust your screens. It is intentional. It just helps to get more students out there rowing with just eliminating that need for equipment. Even, you know, the Cox box, like all the different pieces can be rented or borrowed to help make sure, like we said, there's 10 teams here today, just getting everybody to make it more competitive. Because they are gearing up. The end of their season's coming to an end. We're already in April, so in May they'll be going to nationals. So you really, really want to be capitalizing on any regattas that you can because to practice on an erg is one thing, and then to practice with your own team is another thing. But to really have race time really helps you set the stage and prepare for the upcoming nationals.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got another shot there of the rowers headed towards the camera on a nice calm day here on the Arkansas River. Again, competing here in the men's varsity 4, it is Colorado, St. Thomas, and Colorado State here in this heat, the final heat of the men's varsity 4 here. So with just the 3 teams in a 4-lane race, a little more give and take on the lanes, right, Lisa? A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, just a little more space should you need it. Your coxswain, I mean, there is room for 4, no doubt. Coxswain can steer you straight, and safely so. There's even a lane for warm up, so boats that are coming down to begin their own race. So there is room, but it does just maybe a little extra of an exhale. Like, okay, there's a little more room here, but they can spread out through the whole width of the river. They'll need to be mindful of the bridge arches. It's always, you don't want to go willy-nilly and pick your own arch now that maybe if there's only two boats racing or anything like that. You still want to stick to your course because you want to have the straightest path possible. So, you may be shortening it up a little, but watching your arches on your way down.
Obviously, that will affect your time.
It will. It will affect your time, and that's why the coxswain plays such a key role. And different boats maybe steer different. We used to have wooden boats. We still have some, but boats were made of wood, and then all the way up to this composite material that they have going on now to make them lighter.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine lifting a wood 8
No.
out of water after you just raised, and you've got to lift up this heavy wooden shell? So we have some 4s that are made of wood still. They're just very, very heavy and taxing. And then they're slippery when they come out of the water. So it's just all the things. So the boats have come a long way. The oars also made of the composite material so that they're not as bulky or as heavy. We don't call them paddles. They're oars.
Okay. You can see the team on there on your screen on the far left, how they have a little splash on their oars.
Yeah, so they're making some good puddles. Something you can look for is the size of them, the unison of the puddles, and if the boat is clearing their own puddles before the next stroke, just to kind of gauge from our point of view as viewers how fast they might be going, if they're able to get good clearance. And it's a good challenge for the rowers from their point of view too, to really see how far they can keep powering it before the next stroke.
There we are. We can see the team leading, and just got in our vision there, Lisa.
Yeah, it looks like Colorado. Yes. Some of these singles are passing us, Dave, to dock or to launch. You can see just how tiny little that boat is. That's a racing single. They're built for speed,
right,
with not a lot of extra going on.
Yeah, they are tiny compared to what we've seen even right now in the 4. I believe that's St. Thomas leading there. As they approach the finish line.
Hear their teams on the shore cheering them on.
There's Colorado
we could use a few more cheers though, so make sure you try to stop by today while the weather is good and warming up. Leashed pets are allowed, and the Shockers could use some cheers today. Or if you are a KU fan, Oklahoma State, Colorado fan, all are welcome. Usually there's some cowbells going on.
Looks like in this race it is going to be unofficially St. Thomas taking first, followed by Colorado. And there you can see Colorado State get close to the finish line. And again, this is the final heat of the men's varsity 4. We've had 3 heats in this race today.
It does look like the women's double has started.
Yeah, there it is.
2 heats of that. So we've got one of those underway right now. 3 boats in that first heat, 3 boats in the second heat.
Yeah, they are. They're keeping the races going, Lisa.
Yes, they are.
They're moving right along. You can see the women's race right there on your screen. And in this one, we've got Washington, St. Louis, Kansas State, and St. Thomas. Their mascot, by the way, Lisa, the Tommy the Tomcat, or they're also called the Tommies.
I did not know that.
How about that?
Fun fact of the day.
Fun fact right there. University of St. Thomas.
Yeah, do the thing you do. After he won, this gentleman here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Hey,
All right.
Lisa.
Dave. He's gonna hang out. I guess we got a few minutes. So it's just whatever.
All right, Lisa, there we got 2 of the teams right on our screen here. What's unusual or what's unique about the women's double here, Lisa?
You'll notice in the double that each rower still has 2 oars in their hand. Just like we've been seeing all morning, we had the 8s and the 4s. Each rower is still maneuvering. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say each. It's in contrast to the ones this morning.
Yeah.
Let me wake up a little more. In contrast, so they've each got the 2 in their hands. So this would be called sculling when you have the 2 blades. So this is what they'll use in the singles as well. And it's just, I wouldn't say one is either harder or easier, because if you're in a boat with 2 people and you each have 1 oar, or whether you each have 2, there's a lot of concentration going on, because you're down a coxswain, you're down other rowers, and you really have to make sure you're focusing on the point overall, because it's your pressure and your strokes that are going to determine your point and getting down that race course sooner. So they are putting in a lot of focus here by using the sculling oars.
Interesting term of the day for me, sculling.
Sculling.
Learned that this year. I always learn something new every year.
They've got to be feathering, working the hands to be in sync that way, and also making sure they're not putting one hand higher than the other to be in a tipping situation. It's just as, the singles are liable to tip, the doubles and the pairs with 2 people liable to flip. So the teamwork is amplified.
Yeah, exactly.
And the joke is, if you're thinking of getting married, just take someone out in a pair or double, see how that goes, and then you'll know how the teamwork went.
To the test. Kind of like doing a home improvement project.
Probably, yeah.
If you don't tip, successful, right?
The rowing gods have spoken, and then you know.
And again, in this race, it's Colorado, St. Thomas, and Colorado State. The Rams, we haven't mentioned their mascot today. They're just passing a bridge there at the 4:53 mark. Get a nice calm race day to have the regatta.
Yeah, you can see in contrast from the rowers earlier in the morning, we're finishing their race with still some of their layers on. So we're seeing the unis now, like we're seeing the team uniforms come out, and the sun is not deterred. There's not a cloudy day, just warming everything up. The coxswains are still in layers, as I'm not surprised.
Why is that?
It can be cold, and they're not getting worked up with all the energy as the rowers. And we talked about the bow loaders. They could be getting splashed. You don't want to have a wet day.
No, I could see that.
No fun.
Looks like a pretty close race here for the first 2 teams. And again, this is the women's double, the first heat. We'll have another heat after this one. And that too will consist of 3 teams. And then we'll have the finals later on this afternoon after the lunch break.
As you can imagine, these smaller boats, their race times are going to be a lot slower than what we've seen for the 8s or the 4s. So a lot more time commitment by them, and to have that much power for that long of their race to really stay with it. So it's more of a challenge. So any of the rowers who've been doing it for a while, you know, they might start getting that itch for a smaller boat. Like, okay, what kind of things can I hone in on and tweak and try to be more challenged about with my stroke? And you do want to find a good partner. Just watching for their points of unison, whether it's the body lean forward, lean back, arms reaching out, the blade work, the puddles, the shafts of the blade. All those aspects come into play, and it's happening every stroke on repeat. That's why the muscle memory is good, but building that time on the water with your teammates to build that synchronization up more and more.
Shot there, it looks like, of the Washington St. Louis team. There's a pretty good lead now. They've really pulled away.
I'll say, I think, here. Yeah, I would say they're making really good time up here. This boat is named the Bill Van Sickle. He usually makes an appearance at this regatta. So Bill, if you're here today, come swing by and say hi. He's part of Wichita Rowing Association. He is a supporter of Shocker Rowing, and he has a shell named after him. So
quite a few people do.
It's its own family. It's its own community. So it's always cool when you see them in person here. You're kind of in it for life once you start.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good family, like you said. And it looks like coming up here in front of us now, that looks like K-State, as they get ready to finish the first heat of the women's double. Again, these are to buy positions for the final, right, Lisa?
Absolutely. So it may be that, during the heat, maybe some of the crews are saving their energy. They could be in other races today too. Just because you're in a pair doesn't mean that you're not in a 4 today, you're not in an 8, etc. So, and like this morning is full of heats. So if the lanes are feeling pretty assigned already, maybe some crews are taking it just a little easier up, but they're still using that water time for practicing the strokes and things like that. I'm not saying that's the case for everybody, but it's definitely a strategy some people could be using once you kind of see how that heat is going and if they feel comfortable about their time.
All right, before we get to the second heat here for the women's double, we have a very special guest. We are joined by Wichita Mayor Brandon Whipple. Mr. Mayor, thanks for being with us.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Maybe let's talk about this boathouse coming together with the city and River Vista and what it's meant for the community.
So really, the details behind it happened before I became mayor, so I can't talk too much about that. But I can tell you, as a former Wichita State rower, walking in with Coach Cup, we were chatting about, remember how it used to be, where we used to just have like this bank. It was all grass, and it's pretty steep, and we had it was decent accommodations, but it was someone else's like workshop basically down the river. So, coming just the result of having this type of professional boathouse, this type of just really incredible setup, it speaks volumes to the growth of this program. And frankly, it makes our city look better as well. It shows just how committed we are to these type of activities.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it puts a lot of great activity on the water, which we love.
And as mayor, I'm big fan of anytime we get people in the region and come to Wichita. They get to not only enjoy our city, but they go back talking about our city. And a lot of folks, I think, might not know about Wichita until they hear about it, or might assume that we aren't, a top 50 city, or know just really how beautiful our city is. And what better way than exploring the city, going up and down the river here. So, I mean, I know that's not what they're doing, because they're going through power tens and so on, and trying to edge out the boat next to them, but they'll also get to take in really just this incredible day and our river as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us maybe a couple of favorite things about being a rower at Wichita State.
So my favorite thing about being a rower at Wichita State was because then I moved here about 20 years ago. I was fairly new. It was a way to meet people, a way to travel at the region and see more of the Midwest. But my favorite stories are really kind of the bad stories where, where I catch a crab over in Oklahoma, get tossed out of the boat. We can't, and just what that was like swimming and watching everyone just take off like over me. Like I don't think they noticed. So usually my favorite experiences are the ones where I recall when I'm driving with my family, like, oh, I actually got thrown into that river over there by catching a crab. Also, what's funny is this bridge over here, a buddy of mine, one practice morning, it was my fault. I was bow and it was bow loader, and I should have been paying attention. Slammed the shell right into the side of the bridge there. And coach comes over. We're trying to pull the shell out, but it was filled with water. Yeah. And he tells us, that's like an 800-pound shell. Now, it's me and my buddy were like 150 pounds. But yeah, we really thought we could just lift. We had to get back in it and row it back in the water. It was miserable, but it also is kind of funny that we like men in their 20s, like, oh, we can lift this, no problem. And yeah, there was no way we were going to lift that. And luckily we didn't sink the shell, so I think it could have been worse. Hopefully coach has forgot about that. He hasn't brought up any of our discussions. I don't think I owe him anything, so that's a good thing.
Those stories I don't think they specifically lived on from when I was on the team. But,
yes.
Some stories do live on, but he never told on you. So
no, that's good. Yeah. But we just really enjoyed being on crew. Crew really changed, I think, the trajectory of my experience at Wichita State, and then ultimately as a Wichitan in general. Crew was my way of getting to know folks on campus, and then it actually was why I got on student government, which is how I got started down a path of public service through elected office. So big impact on me personally, and I just love to see this program grow and create more opportunities for more people.
That's awesome.
And were you able to be a four-year rower? Like, what was your experience like throughout when you were a student? So
I transferred in to Wichita State my third year of college. So I came here after my second year of college from New Hampshire. So my experience, I was here for a little over a year on the crew team. I did my senior years when I was on crew, and then I did a little bit when I was studying for my master's degree. After that first semester, grad school is different, tougher. I had to quit the crew team after that. But I think I technically made varsity status, which was I never got my letter, but I'm not salty about it. But I wound up competing for over a year, and I think that's the threshold. But it was a really good experience. I wasn't a great rower. Like if you see me, I'm not as tall as the best rowers, so I'm usually too small to be a good rower, but too big to be a good coxsman. So I kind of drifted between the two. I bow. I was a bow rower or a coxsman when they needed it.
Oh, that's pretty nice though.
Yeah,
you got to rotate, because sometimes there is a need for a coxsman because there's so few of them. Sometimes you don't always have a coxsman on call. So we would employ rowers too some days if you needed one.
It was that's stressful though. Like
see,
because when you're pulling, you're just focused on like, all right, I don't want to basically catch a crab or pass out. But when you're steering, it was a tough transition because if you steer an eight person shell into another shell, it's really your fault. Like there's no, I wonder how this happened, right? Like there's none of that. It's like, no, I was staring at the birds over there and dripped into the wrong lane. So yeah, pressure, but really good experience. Again, the interesting thing with crew is they use it as a metaphor for teamwork. Like we all see those posters. But it's kind of true. Like if you are off pace, if you are not working in sync with folks who you might even disagree with or personally not, I guess, have them on your Christmas card list, let's say that nicely, you still work together. And I thought it was a pretty good metaphor for what I do now in elected office. You got to work together even with folks who frankly might not want to work with you. And if you're doing doing it right, you're making a boat go faster. Coach used to tell us there's no such thing as pace. You're either making us go slower or you're making us go faster. There's no in between. So what is it? Are you helping us or are you hurting us? And Coach's words of wisdom still
all the time.
still remain in the back of my mind. I'm still kind of terrified he's going to make me do laps if I don't take his call or make sure he's on the email list whenever we're messing around the river.
Right.
Yeah, I don't need to get in trouble.
Come on. Yep.
Well, I think you do too, Lisa. That's a shame you never received the letter at Wichita State. So I think, Lisa, you've got something you want to.
We located
to Mr. Mayor today.
We located your letter. We want to present you with your varsity.
Did I complain about this already?
Rowing letter from Wichita State.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right. I guess I can't say that.
That's right.
I guess I have no complaints.
We're full circle here. We put a bow on it.
Coach Cup and the whole team made it happen. So there you go. There's
that's
your
awesome.
letter.
We just got to be the lucky
That's
presenters.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. That's amazing. And I'll make sure I put it in my office, and I have pictures from my time rowing. I might print one out and put it in a box with it.
Very nice.
Be perfect.
Well, thanks for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate
this is a great
that.
event. Great event for the city.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. And go Wichita State.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go Sharks.
Wichita Mayor Brandon Whipple with us here today at the Plains Regional Regatta. And we are in the second heat here of the men's double. And it looks like we have Nebraska Lincoln in the lead of this one here, Lisa, getting ready to finish this race.
Yeah, like you said, we're moving right through our races today, making short work of everything. So
yes.
Oh,
looks like there was our finish horn. We should be seeing. All right. And the last couple teams finishing up here in the final heat of the women's double. Getting ready next for the men's single race.
Yeah, I think that one could be interesting. Just because the smaller the boats, the more strategic and necessary to get your points at the start. So we've got all 4 lanes going to be filled up for the men's single, vying for that space to get all set up.
Looks like the final team is getting pretty close to the finish line here. As
Look
you said, we're running through them. Oh, there we go. See, there's another furry friend having fun here at the regatta, going after the Frisbee. Yeah, they're going to be pretty tired. Look at that tail.
What a photogenic dog. Ready for their spotlight at the regatta.
Yeah, she's having a blast.
I love it.
We've got several furry friends here today with the spectators having fun on the Arkansas River. And again, this is going on throughout the afternoon. We'll take a break here in a little while and then have the finals all afternoon here at the Plains Regional Regatta. Right now, we want to show you a video that highlights the facility here at Shocker Rowing. And again, just a beautiful facility for the athletes to enjoy. And we're going to let you take a look at it right now.
Facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility, we have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm. And we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shaka Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shaka Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus, our athletes can come here. They can do study hours here. They can have their lunch here if they need to. They can shower. And this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here. They can eat here. They can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, a different entity like us through the university. Gotta get those blades off.
All right, great video there about the Shocker Boathouse, a joint venture again between the city and River Vista Developments and Wichita State. Lucky to have it. Right now, we've got the men's single underway, Lisa.
Yeah, we got 4 lanes filling out this race. We have K-State, Wichita State, Colorado State, and University of Nebraska at Lincoln.
And while we have a second, we'd like to thank Amplify. Shaka Rowing partners with this locally owned business for the strength and conditioning training of their athletes. So thank you again to Amplify for their support with Shaka Rowing.
Definitely takes a lot of support. And I mentioned we're not an NCAA sport with Wichita State, kind of like, the bowling team. The rowing team just has a little more, kind of a walk-on sport, and different community and volunteers help make it stay running and going. And
a lot of hard work.
It is like there's just never enough gratitude to go around, because it really does help these student athletes be able to continue to do their sport. I was a full-time student and I worked part-time, and then rowing made up the other part-time. So it was a very busy time. And, having other people help support, we didn't have the fancy lounge or anything that the other sports get, or maybe, in the same class of scholarships, we have to have kind of our own. And so all the help is it's just never overlooked, because it's really big. So even as a student, if you're just lost in it because you're in the day-to-day grind, but I can say as an adult too, it's just very, very helpful. And we always had parents helping and traveling to regattas. Like they would make the distance too and help out with food and go run and get stuff if we needed it, because, we've got a truck with a trailer on it and things like that. So just that community and that family is the benefit that comes from that, of all hands on deck and making it work, making it successful, and just keep growing the program like we have, and with the city's help. And
so here in the single, we talked about the difference, the double races, a difference about them. Of course, obviously you're by yourself. What kind of other things are these rowers thinking right now? What do they have to deal with that maybe you don't have to deal with in other races?
Yeah, it is. It's on you. You are steering it by yourself. You are powering it by yourself. That race plan is on you. So where you want to take that rate, you have no one to blame but you. If it goes too high the whole time, you are manning 2 oars, so you're sculling. Just taking the whole body and mind for this. It's a lot of focused energy for the single. Like I said, just up in the challenge for some rowers. They really want to get to that level of not only rowing a single without flipping, but but just being competitive and being able to race respectively. And these boats are much, much smaller. Like if you see some of them coming down the docks, they're just not even as tall, if you will. Like you wonder, what are the rowers even sitting on? It's so narrow and shallow. So a completely different shell. The smaller they are, I mean, sometimes, a rower's hips might even be going over the side. They're just so strategically made for a single rower. And that's part of the beauty of it. The sport is, what makes it move and powers it and makes it the most aerodynamic on the water, and going, blades to the air and keeping yourself set up. So it's always nice to see enough rowers entering these types of heats
Right.
and races to fill it out. It's encouraging. And here comes lane 1 swiftly in that smooth looking wooden single we saw earlier when he was launching. That's K-State making short work of this race, and Wichita State coming in second.
Pretty big distance there between the other two teams.
Yes.
Colorado State's coming up to where we are now.
And some singles are more advanced too, that there are steering cables with the feet even. Like there's just, it's a whole another ball game, if you will, with the racing singles. And, as advanced as you want to take it and be.
Is this a race that people generally, because obviously you're doing a lot of things different, that somebody wants to do, or is it something that the coach sees, hey, you would be great at this?
Yeah. Sometimes you're put in it. Yeah, this is true. Because there are numbers involved with filling certain boats, so maybe, not to say it in a negative way, but maybe there's some spares for the day or something. But you still want a good water time. You want to be practicing that, honing in those skills that you cannot get if it's not water time. You cannot replicate this. Some fancy boat houses, maybe they've got a pool or something and they put a boat in there, which is wild, but we don't have that. So sometimes at practice it's dark and you might be out for the first time being told you're going in single in this cold water, in this November morning. Have fun.
Enjoy.
Yeah, ta-ta, we'll be here. No, in the small boats for practice, we'll have a dedicated launch coach, coaching a launch boat with them. The safety is on higher alert, but so they are monitored. It's not like, it's not a test of the will or a test of the skill, but really it just helps maximize that if you weren't in a bigger boat that day.
All right, so we just finished up there the men's single. On deck now, the women's novice 4. Looks like we have 2 heats for this. This one will have 4 teams taking part. We've got Washington, St. Louis, Oklahoma State, St. Thomas, and then Colorado also in this heat of the women's novice 4. I want to thank another sponsor today of the Plains Regional Regatta. That is Captain John's Boat Bright. Boat Bright. The group offers a superior line of boat and yacht cleaning products, including Boat Bright and Yacht Shine boat cleaners, boat polish, and boat stain removers as well. Their products are eco-friendly and are guaranteed to work better than any other boat cleaners you've ever used. In fact, teams in attendance here at the regatta today all received a bottle of Boat Bright from Captain John. So we want to thank Captain John's Boat Bright for their support.
That's awesome. You can even see at the launch dock all the effort it takes to get the shells on the water, because you've got someone helping with blades. Someone's got a bucket. It's usually for the shoes that come off. Keeps the area clean down here also with all the hecticness. But usually you're going to need just another teammate to help facilitate a few things. Sometimes that bucket is filled with water bottles and the shoes, other things you want to discard right before a race. And then that bucket's labeled, hopefully, and put in a safe place for when they come off the water.
Like a well-oiled machine.
Yes, we try. And if you've met Coach Rachel, she's also one of those well-oiled machines. So I had the privilege, I was on the team with her.
Okay.
She's now assistant coach. So, and we'll talk about this afternoon, but the rigger part of the equipment is a unique shape. And when you are traveling with the shells, you have to take the riggers off. So the shells are on the trailer pretty streamlined without obstruction and things coming off the edge on the highway and poking out. So the riggers themselves in their unique shape have to be put in the trailer too, but not willy-nilly. Like they could easily become a big rat's nest.
Yeah.
However, she was the wizard. Always, every regatta, she was in the trailer amongst them all, like aligning them, organizing it. Like if we didn't have her, we would have never gotten out of there on time. They would have been a hot mess. She just every time you could count on her for like the ickiest part of trailer loading was like,
Oh,
who's gonna handle all these riggers for all these shells?
right.
She was a master of that. And so I always think of her, but yeah, now she's on to helping manage the team and very well oiled with all the pieces that go into it, organizing the regatta,
Yep.
organizing volunteers. So that's always pretty special to see that, someone, coach was still my coach, Coach Cup.
Mhm.
And then to now have one of my teammates have gone on to be assistant.
And they do a great job, great teamwork. Like you said, Rachel organizes a lot of this and hours and hours getting this event ready, get the volunteers together, get everything ready for us. I mean, they make it so we just walk in here and get to sit down and talk about
Talk all day about rowing.
it. Right. So, yeah, just kudos to Rachel and Coach Cup and the entire Shocker Rowing.
Absolutely.
All right, women's novice 4, you can see there getting lined up, ready to go. Washington, St. Louis, Oklahoma State, St. Thomas, and Colorado in this heat.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Colorado's numbers. They're in a number of races today, but also bringing, 2 boats to a few of the races for the women's events. In this race, there are 2 heats, so they'll have a crew in each heat today, just like they did for the women's varsity 4.
Yep.
So that may lend to see what kind of competitiveness they're bringing for the women's 8, if any of those women will be part of that. Sounds like they have a deep field to pick from. So it'll be exciting.
How typical is it to have rowers do different races? When you come to a race like a regatta like this,
Very.
Is it very?
Very. Yeah, even if it's someone who's doing a single and an 8, but generally it's like the 4s and the 8s. You'll have that blend. So
Okay.
the novices, they are at different times of the day.
Mhm.
So highly common that you're getting in. You're not your 4 race and then your 8. When it comes time for nationals, you are picking one boat. Like you're committed by that
Okay.
last race of the year. All the focus, all the energy, you're not getting worn out from your pre-race or anything from the other boat. So throughout the year, you're gaining those muscle memory and water strokes that prep you for the end. And their nationals for Wichita State is going to be in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Okay.
It is the American Collegiate Rowing Association Regatta, or as I've always called it, ACRAS. Everyone calls it ACRAS. It's hosted in different places, but it's been in Oak Ridge, Tennessee the last few years. And the rowers will be there at about 3rd week of May 19th through 21st. So sounds like they'll finish up finals and then still get to focus in that last week and get ready for nationals. It's huge. I mentioned the date range. It's not a one-day regatta. You've got a lot of teams showing up, a lot of race plans and schedules to get through. It's so fun. Rowers, we love it. Like there's different vendors if you want rowing themed shirts, rowing, socks, whatever you want. Some of the bigger regattas have merch, food vendors or whatever. You've got all the families showing up, a lot of support. Just that rowing community just grows, and you see all kinds of people there, different levels. If they're just a club sport or walk-on sport, and just different people getting to come and compete. So a lot of the teams here today will also be at nationals.
Okay.
So that's what's also key about some of the stuff. It's not just a medal regatta today. You can pick up on some things and know who the competition is. Not unlike watching tape, from football game or something. Like you're watching it live and you can see who did what, or
Right.
how close you were in the finish times, and how you can squeeze that out over the next month to make up for it when it's game time.
All right, there you see on your screen the teams going right now in the women's novice 4. Oklahoma State, St. Thomas, Washington, St. Louis, and Colorado in this race here. What is unique about that course in Tennessee?
It's really a wide river. It's just really beautiful and lends itself really, really well to accommodate that many like insurgents of rowers and equipment all in one place while still having a good course. There are races we have, say, in Oklahoma City, also a beautifully designed area, but we tend to have a lot of wind based on where that river is. So you don't want to have your ultimate race of the year nationals in a possibly historically windy
Right.
So it just kind of helps lend itself to that. It's usually good weather, good waters, and just pretty expansive. We have rowed in Georgia as well, which is where the when the Olympic Games were in Atlanta in '96. There's another I believe it was Gainesville, that hosted the rowing and water portions of that. So we have rowed there too, and that was also a nice site. Sometimes they have nationals there. So just places that are able to accommodate it. So like the Olympic site has a lot of this built-in structure on shore for people.
Okay.
Because it accommodated that, and the Olympic rings are there. So I remember when we raced there, getting our picture by it because it was just fun. That's where the water events were held in '96. So those little travel opportunities as a student are really fun.
Make you memories.
Just like Mayor Whipple was speaking of too, like it just takes it's all the pieces that go into it that make it really memorable, even if they're bad memories. Sounds like he had an ejector crab, which are not like a crab is one thing, an ejector crab is in another league. So he succeeded in that, and that is a story he will get to have the rest of his life. Not everyone has those.
There you can see all 4 boats on your screen right now as they come up on the 5-minute mark here in the women's novice 4. Again, in this race, you've got Washington, St. Louis, Oklahoma State, St. Thomas, and Colorado.
We mentioned earlier this morning, there are 3 bridges that the rowers will be racing through, and then a 4th bridge is right after the finish line, in which they'll more or less be paddling through. But there are 3 bridges to navigate and find your lane throughout those, and making sure that you're on a right track so you don't have to take in extra strokes to maybe jostle around them and maneuver in that way. We're watching some of the blade work on the camera here and watching for inconsistencies or not as the blades come out of the water.
Right.
And try to get in sync with those strokes. So there's a lot of different ways to clean up blade work. These when they have one blade in their hand, that's called sweep or sweeping, sweep rowing. You've just got one to think about. One of your arms, the hand that's closest to where the blade is coming out of the water will be the hand that's responsible for the wrist moving when you're moving your blade.
Okay.
But the other arm without, the blade, the farthest away from the blade is your wrist is not so much moving to maneuver. It's part of the lever that's helping it follows through on the stroke. So at that release point, when their hands are into their chest, they're in the layback position. That inside hand is then going to twist at the wrist to get the blade out and feathered and push it out, and then get locked in at the catch to push through on their stroke.
Here come the teams right in front of us right now.
Coxswain's
Hard at work.
not only
Shouting
hard at
orders.
work, you can see her lifting up and moving. She's getting into this. But it is a close race. So you can see that the bow ball is almost reaching the other boat's stern, and that's getting them quite excited, understandably. So hopefully maybe they can make up some water there, make it a closer finish.
Close here between the what's going to be third and fourth place finish too.
Some proud fans, some horns going off on the sidelines.
Looks like it's Colorado in third and St. Thomas in fourth.
The birds are getting out of the way in the water, cohabitating the space today from the ducks. Got people on the bridge watching, so spectators, if you are on Kellogg or if you want to watch on Lewis or Douglas Street, those are good viewpoints from an aerial perspective, and just to be right over the water. It's really fun. You can look in the rowers' eyes if they look up. You can see the coxswains. You can get a really fun view from that side.
All right, that wraps up the first heat here of the women's novice 4. And you can see right there the second heat is underway here of the women's novice 4. And here in a couple of minutes, Lisa, we'll have a mic on, looks like the Colorado State Coxswain. We'll get to hear what they're saying.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. That's not always a treat, if you will, at some regattas to get that little insight and to hear from a live coxswain going through the race course. So we're looking forward to hearing a little more of that. And it is a novice coxswain, so again, just if we are able to hear from other coxswains today, there's just going to be a difference in experience level more than anything. So may not even notice anything. Again, it's spring by now, so lots of experience to have gained throughout the fall,
right?
Leading up to this regatta.
Maybe let's touch on that. What is the season maybe for rowing, so to speak?
Yeah.
When does it start? When does it end? Does it end?
Yeah, does it end? It's all year, all academic year. Starts in the fall, so it starts when school starts in August. Goes through May, and then there are a lot of summer rowing that goes on. We would, just make sure to go find some more regattas, and I don't know why, but we just had to go and row some more over the summer. It was really fun, but the fall racing is different from your spring racing. One main difference, so we've seen here today that they're lining boats up to start in a line, but in the fall you kind of have a staggered go, so they'll release one boat,
okay,
and the officials are all keeping time, but it's maybe about 10 seconds and the next boat is in line already, but they kind of paddle up to the start line too, so they're kind of at a rolling start too, and then they say go, and you're on the race course then, and the next boat is paddling through, and then you're at race pace and they call you in as well. So you're not always next to another boat and feeding off of that, so you are going off of your own time, but sometimes you catch up with people, and that's very exciting if you're the one catching up to them.
Right.
You know that you've gained a lot of time if you're that boat. And then the fall races are longer. So I mentioned today, this is just under 2,000 meters. On average, it's around 4,000 meters in the fall.
Okay.
Much longer commitment, different stroke rate, different race plan to make it that long and last through the course. And you've got to find, hosts that have a long enough river to accommodate that many meters safely with different boats that are coming and going. So that's always fun too, what those destinations would be, and just getting to see different parts, different rivers in those cities, because once you all get to the end of the warm-up and you're on the start line, you come upon a bunch of boats all waiting for their turn and trying to stay active and trying to mill around and make sure they're next in line, and you got to pay attention to bow numbers and who's going in which order. So it's definitely a different vibe in the fall.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah. So, but spring is generally people's favorite.
Okay.
It's shorter and like just the more competitiveness of being next to people, but you got to put in that work. You got to hang on through fall,
right,
to get to your spring and have a lot of fun by that point.
There's a good shot right there of the 3 boats here in the women's novice 4. Colorado, Nebraska, Lincoln, and Colorado State here in this race.
Hopeful to hear from the coxswain on Colorado State, but we will find out. See how the technology is holding up.
After this, we'll have the first heat here in the men's novice 4. Coming up on the 5-minute mark here in women's novice 4 at the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita, the Arkansas River. It's like the number of spectators has grown since we started.
Just about to say that. I mean, and some are even down to tank tops, which is not the life for me. I'm too cold, but
not yet.
The sun is out. Like, it is a great, great day to be outside and support Shaka rowing if you never have. It's just such a good day for it. And it's free. No tickets required to get into this stadium. Just come on down.
Free event on the river. Can't beat it.
If you are looking for any race times, again, that's at crewtimer.com. They are posting all of the race times for today.
I believe also there you can find a link to the live stream.
Absolutely.
Once you go get times. All right, we should be seeing the boats here shortly. But there you can see all 3 of them on your screen. Pretty close race there between the first 2.
Yeah. Hopefully some excitement by the time they come into view for us. Over here, we're closer to the finish line. Between Douglas and the finish line, so it'll be a good last stretch of the race. And we are at the dock area. So, Dave, you're seeing some boats come off. Obviously, they're wet. They've been in the water, but that doesn't mean they're quote-unquote clean. Like, there's a lot of care that comes as soon as they are off the water. We dry them off. There's also different cleaning solutions. Equipment-based sport costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
You have to preserve and protect and keep these things lasting a long time.
That's a good point.
You know, there's over $4,000 in equipment with Shocker rowing, and it's almost not a surprising number. We have 37 rowing shells, which is amazing. That's been grown over the years. It's no small feat. And we have over 60 ergometers now for rowers to practice on the land. It's grown quite a bit.
2 more. Come on, ladies. Good. Keep it up.
Colorado's in the lead here coming down the stretch. Colorado State in second, it looks like.
We've got University of Nebraska in view. Coming through again, they're in a Wichita State boat, but this is University of Nebraska. But they're using their own blades, but renting the shell.
That's 8. Good. 9. Send it. And send. Relax.
Colorado finishing there close to the 7:30 mark, it looked like.
Good job, Boulder.
Colorado State finishing second.
Nicely done. Good race.
Nebraska coming in now. To wrap up the women's novice 4. I'll take us to the men's novice 4 here in a few minutes.
Couple heats for that. And then some small boats before our varsity 8 events for the morning. Culminating with that before lunch break.
Great way to finish the morning activities.
Yeah.
At the Plains Regional Regatta here downtown Wichita. Again, this is the 4th year for this event. Put on by Shocker Rowing here at the River Vista Boathouse, 150 North McLean in Wichita. 7,000 square feet of shell storage, as you were mentioning all the shells there, Lisa.
Yes. all different sizes and ages. Some made of wood.
Yeah.
Some composites. So
In addition to the boathouse, of course, you've got the boats and bikes. River Vista Lounge, Delana Park is closed. All things you can enjoy during the summer here in downtown Wichita.
not only boats and bikes if you're interested in rowing. There is Wichita Rowing Association. A lot of people get involved with that. If you have caught the bug from doing boats and bikes and you want to pursue this a little more, there is an organization available for that. You've got boat usage, and that is the Wichita Rowing Association. And they tend to practice on the other stretch of the river called the Little Arc.
All right, we've got the men's 4 novice underway. You can see the teams right there on your screen. And again, in this race, we've got Washington, St. Louis, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and Colorado State racing here.
You know, Mayor Whipple was speaking to, his experience walking on as an athlete. You can come on with no experience at all and join at Wichita State. We get a lot of different athletes who maybe did swimming, and maybe basketball and volleyball. It's another sport where your height can lend itself really, really well to be a little lanky and just have more power and leverage from the legs in that way. But what's awesome is it really, really takes all kinds. You do not need a boat full of swimmers or whatever. And coxswains have a place too. Us little people can get to be athletes and be a really, really strategic and important part of the boat. That's what just makes it so nice is maybe you don't even have any athletic experience or sporting experience before. You can still get a taste of collegiate teamwork and working through that. Everyone's, taking classes at the same time. You're all going through the same situations and still getting to compete and get better and grow in athleticism. And it's a really, really good opportunity for that.
Well, that's something I think that probably makes the sport very popular or growing is because, athletes realize it's something they can try, in college and get all those advantages.
Yeah. You don't have to, grow up being a gymnast or whatever, something that you've tried since you were little. You can be stark new, and it is quite all right.
All right, we're at the 5.5-minute mark here in the men's 4 novice here at the Plains Regional Regatta downtown Wichita. And there comes the lead boat getting close to the finish here.
Seen some variations with their blade work, some really crisp improvements here as they're coming down the stretch. Coxswain echoing and working them through this last sprint portion of the race.
Looks like Washington, St. Louis right there in the lead on your screen. Looks like Oklahoma State is in the second position. And Washington, St. Louis finishing there, as you saw. All right. And we got 2 more boats coming in here. It's like Kansas State is in the 3rd position. You see there Oklahoma State finishing on your screen.
Looks like they are getting back in sync. Maybe there were some delays with some of the rowers, or maybe there was a crab and they were just getting back together.
Coxswain said, "Make us proud." Really cheering them on.
Just pushing out that last bit of energy to try and finish strong here from Colorado State.
Well, and they're really digging deep.
Absolutely.
How far back they're going there.
Here they go. There's some good. I think they're back in sync here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Colorado State coming up on the finish line here in the men's novice 4. And there you have it. Washington St. Louis taking that heat, followed by Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Colorado State unofficially there. Getting ready for the second heat of the men's novice 4. There we are at the finish line. The flag is up. And we'll be taking off.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Getting alignment here.
Yep.
During this time, you may see a hand shoot up from a coxswain. That's the signal that we do not have alignment.
Oh, okay.
Not all coxswains are well versed in using that, but it's helpful when they are. You could be speaking to your crew just quietly and getting a point, but your hand is up. So the officials and your other race members are knowing, well, they're still working on something. And as soon as your hand goes down, that means that, you are good and you don't have a reason to kind of delay starting the race.
Okay.
The official does not have to honor your hand. Or if your hand is down and maybe you have a horrible point, like the official does not have to really honor that either. So it is on the coxswain to be really with it, getting you in place, getting a point, being ready in a moment when they could call the race to start.
All right, there you've got a shot of the dock.
Bustling we are. What an event.
A lot of people down here today for the Plains Regional Regatta.
Plenty of spots on the bridge if you want to have a look from on the bridge. Bring your bikes, take a stroll either side of the river. Tend to see sometimes coaches will bring their bikes to follow their boat from the start all the way to the finish.
Yeah. See a team there after 2 teams after racing, taking their shells out of the water and getting ready to do it all again.
Definitely a much better docking experience than we've had in the past. We used to have a floating dock made of floating squares that we had to assemble and put into place. And if we were on the other river, for part of the year, we have to take the whole dock up and carry in pieces and install again. It's night and day difference having this boathouse here, and it's here for other people to enjoy too, not just shocker rowing.
Yeah, it's a very nice facility. There we have the men's novice 4, second heat underway. You can see the boats on your screen. And again, here you've got St. Thomas, Wichita State, and Colorado Boulder. The Buffaloes. We just got 4 more races in the morning after this, Lisa. Looks like.
This is a pretty well-timed
take a break and then come
regatta.
Back
it's going pretty smoothly, which is
yes.
I mean, hats off to everything that goes into a regatta, flowing through, and it's a testament to the crews as well. Like that means they're down at the start line on time. They're, coming to the dock on time and getting off the dock. Everything is really streamlined. Seen, maybe the crews are just a little more experienced than last year. I haven't seen any too bad of misstrokes, any detrimental misstrokes, things like that, or bad steering. I know sometimes that can happen. So we're just seeing everything really smoothly today. The weather came out to play. Like, couldn't ask for much better.
No, and the last few days, really the last week, we've dealt with pretty high winds.
Yeah.
But boy, today it just calmed down for the regatta, huh?
Yes.
Good shot there of the oar work. One of the teams.
Is that the Kellogg Bridge that we're approaching? Looks like.
Looks like that's the Wichita State team.
You can hear from where we're sitting that coxswain's work is never done. Even just coordinating getting a boat out of the water and back into slings or back, onto the trailer. That's the coxswain who's also making that possible with everyone being on the same page with the directions. Some people call it being bossy. I don't prefer that. It's an important part. Yeah, and you see how long these rowing shells are. I mean, the coxswain is trying to also watch. Is that, part that's far away from me about to hit someone? Is the part over here? Are we swinging? And also, are my rowers walking when I said don't walk yet? And so there's all those pieces involved, even on land.
Well, it's a very important job there. Got to keep everybody safe.
Pretty
everybody
important.
In line. Especially after racing, maybe you're really tired. You're not thinking about all that stuff, right?
It's true. And I mentioned we practice early in the morning. The rowers, I love them, but they are not. They're thinking about getting in the boat and pushing. But the coxswain is awake and knowing the practice plan and steering in the dark and being watchful of a lot of things and watching the other boats, who's close to them. So everyone has a role to play.
You see the three right there, clearing your screen. There they are. Again, the men's novice 4 going on right now with Wichita State, St. Thomas, and Colorado. Coming up on the 4-minute mark.
Already.
The second heat of the men's novice 4. And what's the official boat? What are they looking for during this race, Lisa?
The main thing, again, their job is safety as well. That can include if someone is not staying in their lane. We're not seeing that today. Today's a wonderful day, but sometimes maybe in an experienced coxswain, maybe a broken rudder is going to lend to 2 boats getting dangerously close, and maybe their oars are crossing, maybe they're clapping, maybe a rower's about to get hit by a blade. And so the official is there. You might see a flag come up. You might see them start yelling. Depends on how urgent it is, but they might use the flag to then signal like, hey, this lane, go over to this other side, stay in your lane.
Okay.
The coxswain is not facing that official launch, the safety launch, but the rowers are. And so the rower closest to the coxswain is that communicator. Because like I said, the official may only be using a flag to communicate. So they need to be saying, hey, the official told our boat, to move. Or, hey, they're coming up on that, that boat that's coming into our lane. Like, don't worry, like the official's coming onto them. And that helps the coxswain to decide, okay, do I have to stop yet? Or do I need to slow down? Or like, oh, the official's onto them. Let's go. Like, they'll deal with them and get them out of our way and push forward. Maybe if there's breakage of the equipment down the course, that's the official that can determine, do we start over or do I maybe, not usually, but sometimes they might have something to remedy the breakage. But that's who will know the storyline by the time you finish, if one boat didn't finish or things like that.
So they're looking at a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yep. But like you said today, on a calm race day, not near as many as
not near as many. So yeah, you've got, generally there may be a boat that stays at the start line, maybe a boat that stays at the finish, and throughout. Every regatta is different, and the size of the race course will impact that. So we've got all 3 in sight to finish out right now with the men's novice 4.
It's like Colorado's in the lead.
Wichita State in second, and St. Thomas coming in third as they come down this final stretch.
This is where the teams really start to kick it in gear and really see them working in sync.
This is where it's easy to get tired, important to be on top of all those muscle pieces that go into getting a perfect stroke in. It's important to not get tired at the end. Easier said than done.
There's the horn. Looks like Colorado took this heat. Wichita State going to finish second. St. Thomas third. The men's novice for the second heat of that race. Women's pair is coming up next, getting ready to start.
Maybe they have.
Yeah, maybe
If
they have. It
had
looks like,
alignment,
yep,
just
there
got
it
them.
is. Clock
So-
just started.
We mentioned the officials watching for things, so there's generally about a 20-second span of time from the start that if breakage happens during that time, it's pretty understood to go ahead and restart the race. After 20 seconds, there's each regatta will have their own rules, but basically you don't have to. Like you could be out of luck if something happened and the other boats make it to finish.
Okay.
Other regattas as well, like so you can see that buoy coming into the screen, that white or sorry, the yellow ball. So at some regattas, that official following them, if they see a boat going outside, they can add a penalty to your time. I don't believe they're doing that at this regatta. I'm not quite sure. That'll be on crew timer if anybody can tell, but that's just another thing that they're checking for. You want to stay in your lane, and some regattas will penalize you for being out, even if no one's even over there, right? But if you cross over, that could be a detriment to your time. That's why you need a good coxswain.
How much of a penalty time-wise would you get on something like that?
It can depend. Sometimes they'll just add 10 seconds. Some could add 30. It's up to them. And like impeding another person's race course, like that could be a time penalty too.
Okay.
Each regatta is different. And it's like when they go to nationals, that will be in place. You will know what you could be penalized for.
Right.
Also, some of the bigger regattas, the coxswains, some, not all regattas, but they will want the coxswains to meet a certain minimum weight. So if I'm just going to make up a number. Let's say you weigh in at 96 pounds, they might give you a 4-pound sandbag that you have to have during the race. And as soon as you cross the finish line, you have to hold it up again while you're still in the water. So some of them are pretty regimented like that.
Yeah.
It just depends where you're at.
There's a shot of the three boats right there. In the women's pair, just past the 2-minute mark. And again, this time will be a little bit longer.
Yeah, and they are sweeping, so it's even more involved and could be a longer race for them than if they each had 2 blades and were sculling. So with the sweeping, I mean, just any stroke will put your boat off. Like you really have to be team working for these types of races.
Right.
You have 2 blades total for the whole length instead of 4, instead of, having a bigger boat as well. So it's a challenge.
I imagine constant communication, very important in a race like this.
Yes.
And
so the rower, there's 2. And so the one who's closest to the bow, the one who's like all of their back is to the water and there's no one behind them. That's who's going to be more of the coxswain in the sense of steering. And they're the ones, trying to sneak a peek in their stroke and double check where they're at. They could tell their teammate, hey, lighten up, or more pressure, or they could just, hey, we're good. I see this. So steering is really a crux right here. This other boat that's warming up is gliding really pretty because they are stopping as a courtesy to the rowers who are on the race course. Not that the wake might be too bad, but it might. They're an 8 versus the pair that's rowing. It's definitely a courtesy if you're afforded it, if you're not in the middle of your warm up, that you do stop for an ongoing race.
Makes sense. That's why you're here, Lisa, for that insight.
There you go. Little nuggets.
2 of the boats there here in the women's pair.
And what you could see from that 8 a little bit, one of my favorite things to do when you have an experienced 8, whether it's women, men, I don't care. You have experienced rowers, and maybe you just did a power 10, like you were just flying through with precision. And then the coxswain makes the call to in 2-way enough, which means they're going to stop. So 1, 2, and they pound their blade into the gunnels, which is the edges of the boat. And everyone's sitting tall and pretty, and the boat is gliding. Like no one's tipping the water. Like the blades are up, and everyone's clinching and holding tight, and just we're gliding, and you see how long you can glide, and it's like this moment, and everyone's in the moment. And then the coxswain can make the call, like and down, so they'll let their paddles, they're like the blades hit the water, so they'll lift up on their hands, like really like not shoving in people's faces, but like really emphatically, like yeah, like ha. And so like going to the gunnel is loud, and then like popping it up to hit the water is loud, and it's like ha. Like it was like I loved doing that to intimidate before a race. Like you're around the people, and like I mean, we just set up our boat really, really good.
Right.
And then like also just victory lap. Like if we were done, I'm like, we're doing it again, because it was like the ultimate for me. So fun. It's just a testament to what the rowers are doing too. Like I had fun, but it was like, you guys are doing this. Like you are setting the boat, and that's no small feat. Because that boat is going side to side. You may not always see it on the camera from this angle, but that's why it's good to build up the teamwork, build up practice on the water. The blades, the oars are your levers. So let's say one person of all the people in your boat, maybe they don't have it pushed out all the way into the oar lock. That will affect your set. Like everyone will know that something is wrong.
Right.
Coxswain can see it, call it out, fix little things like that. So they are looking pretty smooth as a unit coming through.
It's Oklahoma State right there, it looks like. Kansas State now passing our position here, getting close to the finish line. Washington St. Louis right there.
They look a little close to the shore, and they are. You could hear the oar hit the side.
So they are
at the embankment. So they need to push out. They aren't going to be really deterred on time. They'll have to pick up from a stop and try to get the boat set again. They're kind of dipping to starboard, and now they'll be back in it. Try to get those strokes together to finish out the race.
It's like Washington St. Louis took that heat there. All right, looks like they got the K-State boat there free, and they're about to cross the finish line as well. Unfortunate situation there.
Yeah. But it does happen sometimes. And we're glad, like, no one was hurt. That's the ultimate. And so we could thankfully watch it from here. But I don't believe they were a risk at tipping, but I'm sure it's a jolt, to feel that. And the person behind her, she knew it was coming too. Like, so there's some imminence, but thankfully everyone's okay.
We're going to show you the course here on the screen, letting you see what the rowers are, what they're traveling there today.
Yeah, over by the Lincoln Street Bridge. Just before it, they are getting alignment there at the start line. That's where there's going to be a lot of volunteers and officials down there. Someone on shore, that official aligner is making sure that it's as equal as a race start as you can give. Then they're proceeding through Kellogg Bridge and Lewis Street. Douglas Street Bridge is going to be right here in our view, and then the finish line is just in sight for the rowers at that point.
There's some nice drone footage of the course that the rowers are using today.
See how wide it is. There's room for 4 racing lanes, and then 1 warm-up lane, or basically the lane that gets you up to the start line. You have to row to the start line, but it's not at race pace, don't worry. It's usually at a paddle with a few different exercises to build up the body heat and get your muscles ready for racing. And the coxswain is in charge of timing all of that as well. See how calm and wonderful today is. Just a little bit of movement, glistening of the river today. Only got a few more races for this morning. The varsity men's 8 and the women's 8 are right before that. So we will see them race for their lane lineup for this afternoon in the finals. So we'll know who's going to end up in which lane.
Got the women's varsity 8 coming up next. And Colorado and Wichita State will be in that race. There you see the weather conditions, 50 degrees, not much wind, lots of sunshine, though. Just a beautiful day down here for the Plains Regional Regatta.
Like just oodles of sunshine. It's so amazing. I love it.
Almost couldn't order up anything better, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm so glad we get to savor it with rowing today.
If you want to come down this afternoon and watch the finals, that's going to be a lot of fun. Great day to do that.
And there will be a little break here physically at the regatta for lunch. And they are picking back up at 1:10 p.m. We're in Central Time. So 1:10 p.m. is when we will pick back up this afternoon for all of the finals races.
All right, let's thank another sponsor making this possible today, the Plains Regional Regatta. I want to, of course, thank Boats and Bikes and Equipment and Venue Rental Company. Their aim is to bring outdoor health and fitness activities to downtown Wichita's River Corridor for locals and visitors to enjoy. They've got hourly rentals, season passes, group discounts, special events, too, to help make every day an active one. Boats and Bikes, something that you can have fun doing this summer.
You can have fun doing it. They're a great partner. Some of the revenue from Boats and Bikes does benefit Shocker Rowing. I mentioned we're not one of the NCAA teams for the university. Like we do make it what we can. And so some of the revenue will benefit Shocker Rowing, and some of the scholarships that the students are able to get, they're in a different bucket, if you will. And so there are partial scholarships available for students, and that is one of the ways to make that possible.
All right, Miss Former Coxswain, let's talk about coxswain terms. Shall we?
We shall.
All right. How about when the coxswain yells, "Weigh enough"?
Weigh enough.
What does that mean?
It means ultimately we need to stop.
Okay.
A coxswain will not just say weigh enough, because you don't need some people stopping and some people waiting. It's important that everyone is doing the same thing at the same time. And so what will precede that is they will say in 2, which really means in 2 strokes. So we catch, that's 1, and we catch again, that's 2, and now we weigh enough. So they'll say in 2, weigh enough, 1, 2, and weigh enough. And then we will stop. Usually, your blade is just hanging out on top of the water. So technically the boat is still drifting forward, but maybe that's not acceptable. Maybe we have to stop where we are. They'll tell you to hold water. And so you'll flip your blade so it's squared and drop it in to help hold where you're at.
Okay.
Women's varsity 8 have started. It's just these 2. So I'm just excited. It's going to be University of Colorado and Wichita State. And I'm just feeling it's going to be neck and neck. We'll see what it's like when we're over here at the finish line, when they reach us. It's going to be very exciting.
We'll hear the fans get going here in a few minutes as they get closer to the finish.
And, we had the small boats. Now we're back with the larger boats, just seeing the blade work that goes along with that. Now you have 8 people trying to be on the same page. It's no small feat, and just takes a lot of effort in building that time together.
There you go. Great shot there of the oar work that you were talking about earlier, Lisa.
Yeah. That time that the blades are squared up and going in the water will be the catch, and then there's that release. And as soon as they come out of the water, it's that release. When they're at their full layback position as well, they'll release the blade out of the water. really good, just oomph, for lack of a better word. Like as soon as that blade is in the water, you can just really see that aggression.
Looks like they're pretty close so far at
And
the 2-minute mark.
both are looking, for my opinion, pretty speedy as well. Sometimes you're watching a boat, maybe it just looks heavy to a spectator too. That just looks like they're really trying to pull that boat along. So these women, it is the varsity level, but they are making it look really well, pushing their boats along.
Looks like Colorado on the left of your screen, Wichita State on the right. As they approach one of the bridges, there's a good shot.
Such a photogenic sport.
Yes.
I love it. And it's fun seeing the drone action today too.
Yeah, definitely. Still neck and neck here at the 3-minute mark.
Look at that. It's got to be so exciting for them in the moment.
Yeah.
Knowing that, because all day we've seen various degrees of separation from boats. And so this morning we've got that varsity 8 neck and neck, and this will keep us kind of in limbo for what the finals hold later on today. It'll be the same 2 boats.
Okay. So far, your prediction holding true there. It is a close race, Lisa.
To see from this angle too, just different blade works. And seeing how close the crews are from each other. Got less than halfway to go for this race.
How about another coxswain term? Power 10. What does that mean, Lisa?
Hopefully, it's self-explanatory in a way that 10 strokes is where the 10 comes from. So maybe within a race, there's an opportunity that's prime for us to power up.
Okay.
Really give an extra exerted 10 strokes right here. That's a power 10. The coxswain is making that call. She's announcing it, executing it with various calls throughout to make sure we are, maybe that's the rate's coming up for that power 10. Maybe that power 10 is for a certain reason. And then calling the rate back down once the power is over with, but not losing the rate you just gained of speed, I should say, not the stroke rate, but the speed that you're going. And the Colorado boat will be at an advantage in a way that these rowers can see Wichita State. They can, almost all of, I think all of Colorado's boats can now see Wichita State. And so when you're in that position, it is a motivator. Like with every push against your shoes, it's like you're pushing against that person that you're keeping an eye on. So Colorado's definitely in a good position for this heat. And we will see how it finishes.
Coming across our vantage point now, getting closer to the finish.
Wichita State's coming in steady. No, they're holding their own. Still having some clean strokes here. They aren't looking too exhausted, which is good for what this afternoon will hold.
Really
Colorado did gain some open water, but it is still close. But they did get out ahead.
There's the finish line. Colorado wins that heat of the women's varsity 8. Wichita State second place there. As Lisa said, they will be competing later on this afternoon again. Now the final race of the morning is the men's varsity 8. Got 4 boats here. Washington, St. Louis, Colorado, Wichita State, and St. Thomas. Again, Tommy the Tomcat.
I think this will be a fun race as well. They've got all lanes filled up, and it should be really exciting. And if we're lucky, we may even get to hear some of coxswain talk from the Wichita State boat for
Okay.
this race. So keep your ears peeled in case we are able to get some snippets and hear what it's like live race from the coxswain. See what kind of race plan they're pulling out, or maybe they might be in the middle of their heightened strokes, their power 10, power 20.
Mhm.
We shall see.
That'll be fun to hear. How would you feel if you were mic'd up as a coxswain? Like it? Don't like it?
I don't think I would like it. I don't think I would feel too like externally watched and self-conscious, but
Right.
because you do get very in the zone though, so I'm sure I would forget about it. But
Mhm.
and with this being all 4 lanes filled out, like it could be just as close as that women's race. Like if that's the case, then yeah, as a coxswain, you're definitely very, very focused. You've got a lot going around you and forward, so you may be forgetting that you're mic'd up.
Right. We'll get that race shortly. Then we'll be done with the morning, and we'll come back in the afternoon with the finals, which will be a lot of fun. Again, been a beautiful morning so far for racing.
Absolutely.
A lot of people down here enjoying the weather on the Arkansas River.
And I told you it was a photographic sport. We've got some photographers coming out. I see a couple of them taking advantage of just different shots you can take outside today. Don't forget about the bridge angles. You can get up on any 3 of the bridges. Probably don't want to pick Kellogg, but we've got Lewis and Douglas as options. The Lincoln Street Bridge is where they are starting and headed up to the First Street Bridge. If they keep going, some rowers, if they have time, might want to keep going because then you can take a peek at the keeper. When we practiced in the morning, that is part of the practice length, so we would always get to see her in the morning. She's like my favorite thing about Wichita is the keeper of the Plains statue.
Mhm.
So it's
Beautiful.
an extra moment when you've got the rowers in front of it. It's just pretty.
Shot there at the Kellogg Bridge. You see in the background with the cars. You can just tell how calm the water is today for the regatta.
Really key for rowing. The calm winds today is just perfect.
It's almost like Coach Cup ordered it up today. Lining up, getting ready for the men's varsity 8. Again in this race, Wichita State, St. Thomas, Colorado, and Washington, St. Louis competing here. There's an in the water spectator.
Yep. Look at him. In the water
It's a
spectator.
brave soul right there.
This is true.
Good shot there of our race location today. Our vantage point. So if you, at least if you've already done for the morning and you don't have to race again until the afternoon, right now you're just what are you doing? Just take as much downtime as you can get ready for it.
Some downtime to relax the muscles. Lunch is coming up, so you probably gauging how much you want to, how full you want to be, to be, exerting all that effort later in the day. Yeah, really, we see some joggers. Some people will want to stay warm, but perfectly okay to take it easy because a lot, like we said, these rowers have raced in the morning and some have raced more than once this morning. It's just a full day, and if you're not rowing, you're probably helping your team. Like we mentioned, these other volunteers that come and help you launch and help you retrieve from the dock. So downtime is perfectly okay, and regrouping with your team at lunch and getting together with the coaches, making sure nothing maybe has changed with the game plan, and petting some of the dogs that are out here probably kind of happen.
All well behaved so far.
The best. Like, it's so funny. They're good rowing fans too.
There you see the boats getting lined up for the men's varsity 8. Getting set to take off anytime here.
May take a little more time for alignment. Again, all 4 lanes are being filled, so we'll keep an eye on when they're able to get that race started.
Shot of the Drury Plaza Inn right there. Been around Wichita for a long time.
This is one of the most well-timed regattas I've ever, I think, like, hats off to the rowing gods and everyone who's involved. It's amazing.
We're right on time.
It's amazing. So we've got the last race for the morning. The men's varsity 8s are lining up, waiting for that alignment, waiting for that start flag any second now.
There you see one of the women's 8 coming back to the dock. Looks like the Wichita State team. And they'll be racing again this afternoon in the finals.
And some more doggos coming in. It's a parade of dogs today for us.
Good shot there of the, you see them disassembling the boat and all that's involved with
Absolutely.
the post-race activities.
Yep. You just gave it all out on the water, and now you're not done.
Yeah.
You're not done.
Right.
Plenty to do. It's such a unique sport. That's why I also always encourage people to join, to do it, to try it. Like, who's to say if you'll ever get that chance again? But you're part of such a unique pocket of people that have done rowing, and like Mayor Whipple. Like, who would have thought? Like, maybe a lot of people don't know that about him.
Mm-hmm.
Just what rowers grow on to be and become, but we all have that commonality and the lessons learned, and just knowing what it's like in that boat, in the seat. Things are moving and things are not moving. And
all right, there we have the men's varsity 8 underway. Final race of the morning here at the Plains Regional Regatta downtown Wichita. And again in this race, Washington, St. Louis, Colorado, Wichita State, and St. Thomas.
it looks like there maybe what really happened? They didn't see it actually happen, and then I didn't want.
There's one boat. There's another. One's in front. Someone got first place. There's water.
All right, boys, building a sprint now. 20, 35, 36. Yeah, boys. Hold. Extend. Out of 30. 139. Legs there, boys. Legs there. Hold it now. Out of 38. 135. Hold it, boys. Finish it now. Legs. Legs. Extend. Here we go, boys. We've got about 10 more strokes on this one. 10. 9, 8, 7, 6. Hold it, boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 more. 1, 2. Paddle on this one. 30, 28. Nice and loose there. 26, 24. Focus here. 22. Weight up in 2. 1, 2.
With really good dominance over the whole field. Then we had University of Washington, St. Louis, which I wasn't sure. It looked like possibly they may have had a rough start, like just those first 20 seconds maybe, but maybe that was that push that really pushed them all the way. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, we're behind.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And that pressure could have worked to their advantage. Like that happens. So they were bringing in second.
They made a very close race.
Yeah.
And Wichita State, St. Thomas there.
Finishing
up
out
that
the
race.
4.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are done with this morning's heats. We will be breaking for lunch, coming back for finals, and having lane assignments based on that. All the races this morning, and all the rowers are going to get fed and rested up. So we'll be ready to go. It's at 1:10 p.m. is when we'll be joining back, starting with the women's single.
All right, looking forward to that. And again, we're at the Plains Regional Regatta here in downtown Wichita on a beautiful afternoon. If you want to come out and join the activities, we invite you to do so. Enjoy the nice weather. And like Lisa said, we'll have our next race coming up at 1:10 this afternoon. All righty.
watching, but the scouts, our mom was and the guys on lunch break, so I have to watch it extremely expensive cameras that no one sees. What's that photo?
Your love is what I need.
You hang up. No, you hang up.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Hey, this is Sancho, and this one goes out to all the hip hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Yeah, we got the overstand off. Yeah.
Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
We have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm. And we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shocker Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shocker Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower. And this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, a different entity like us through the university. Try to get those blades off.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it. And even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly. But then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the Shocker Rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better? Ready, and build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that. Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away. Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience? Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board. How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter. Nice job staying together. The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them? And let's challenge ourselves to row well. Here we go! One more! Get on it! So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that. Come on, boys! That's it, boys! Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful. All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
love is what I need. Your love is what I need.
Day continues for racing. Now we're into the final heats in the afternoon here, Lisa. It's going to be exciting.
Yes, we're starting momentarily with the women's single to start off the final races for this afternoon. But before we do, we have a guest with us right now this afternoon. This is Aaron Holt, a former Wichita Shocker rower. So we just wanted to check in and see what's going on. You might telling us how long ago you rode, what were the years that you were on the team for?
Thanks for having me, Guthrie.
Yeah.
So I was on the team from 2010 to 2014. Got the pleasure of rowing for all 4 years while I was at Wichita State. Got to do a ton of really cool stuff. Like everybody else, the team gets to travel to a lot of cool places. Got to row in Georgia all 4 years, and then I was one of the lucky ones that actually got to travel with the team and row on the West Coast as well, and go to San Diego and row at the Crew Classic. So,
and I don't think they've done that again since, right?
I don't think so. Not that I've heard.
Very monumental year. I remember that. We talked about how rowing is typically a walk-on sport for students. Just wanting to try something new. What was it about the sport that kind of led you to it to join?
Yeah, I got a postcard from Coach Cup like a month or two before I came in as a freshman that was just saying like, hey, the crew team exists and we have open tryouts. And so I decided to come out and do kind of the 2-week teaser period where you could row for a couple of weeks and not have to commit to the whole year. And it's just such a unique sport and something that I had never done before. And the early mornings didn't bother me, but it was actually kind of a nice way to start your day and get to do some things. And then immediately the camaraderie and the teamwork aspect of rowing was something that stood out a lot to me. And even just in those first few days, nobody knows what's going on and nobody knows what they're doing, but you're all learning together. And honestly, at that rate, learning very quickly together was a lot of fun to get to go through that process, and really just hooked me from the beginning. So.
And I agree that like just the lifelong friends you kind of walk away with. I think from my college years, it's mostly rowing friends, not even like, classmates. It's just all that family building and bonding that we had.
Yeah.
Early mornings, long weekends, you're putting in work, you can get tired and teddy, but like I don't even remember those moments so much. It's just all the fun times and the traveling and the work and rewards that we all had together. So
yeah, and I think you remember a few frustrations, but no specifics. And there's those moments where everything just works perfectly, and there's just this just kind of blissful silence of the boat floating across the water. And even though you're working as hard as you possibly can, it just feels calm and relaxing. And you get those few moments where everything just clicks just perfectly, and I think those are things that I'll hold on to forever. So,
tell me a little bit about. I know you rowed in small boats too. The dynamics of that, and like the partner dynamics, and who you're with versus maybe a bigger boat like the 8 varsity level.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is the the 8, you've got obviously all 8 of the rowers and the coxswain, and you're all trying to work together to figure everything out. And there's so much power when you've got all 8 people pushing. You get those oars catching just right, and everything. You just feel the boat lurch every time somebody put their oars in the water. So that's a really cool feeling. But then you get into the smaller boats. Even a 4 feels a little different, but particularly you get down to the pairs or the doubles, and it's just you and your partner. And you can feel every little thing they're doing, and they can tell every little thing you're doing. But when you really narrow that into just kind of refine everything and get the perfect rhythm with each other, again, you can just feel those boats take off every time you move. And even though it's just the 2 of you, and it's such a different power dynamic than having 8 people in the boat, a lot of fun. And you get this time with another person where you're really just just you two working really closely together. And some of the closest friends I had in college were the people I rode in those small boats with.
Yeah, and we were saying it's a bit of a relationship tester, but
yeah,
not just romantically, but maybe
Right.
friendship wise too. And I think like the people I remember you being in small boats with, that you're still close friends with, and just those bonds were like none other.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever flipped in a small boat?
I have never gone for a swim, purpose or not on accident. We had one event, and there's really great pictures of it somewhere on the internet. But one event where we were launching from a dock and we almost flipped. I think we stuck the gunnels in the water, and we were a little heavier that race than we wanted to be. But we didn't actually flip that day. I've only ever gone for a swim intentionally, so did never have to try and
really
right the
good
boat
picture.
on the rubber.
It's a really good mid. Oh my gosh, are we
Right.
gonna flip picture?
What about you, Lisa?
One of my
Have you ever
favorites.
gone for a swim intentionally?
No.
Unintentionally?
No, I've
Okay.
never flipped in a boat, but as a coxswain, if you win, and as a coxswain, if you let your team throw you in the water for their victory,
Oh, yeah.
you get tossed in at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a traveling sport, so it wasn't always wise to be loading up on a bus in someone else's river water or whatever. Like
Right.
you had to be like, not today, or sometimes you're like, you guys really earned that. Okay, like go
Yeah.
ahead, you can throw me in.
Take one for the team.
It wasn't my favorite part because I'm not a water person. Ironically, like I can be above the water, but like
Mhm.
in it, I'm like, I'm still going down. Like I'm still sinking in this being thrown in. So that wasn't like my favorite, but it was to the reward of the rowers and their achievement, and just they love doing that. So you got to give it to them sometimes. But yeah.
After you put in all the hard work, and especially when it's a close race or a race that you've been looking forward to for a long time, there's a lot of satisfaction in that tradition of
Right.
getting to see your coxswain take a swim. So
Yeah.
they're usually good sports about it.
Yeah. Because you try to pack a towel if you know, or a change of clothes, but it's still like you're just wet. So it takes a lot of volunteers to put on a regatta and host today. So what kind of tasks are you working on today, if I can ask?
I am getting to help out some with making sure we get the microphones on our coxswains that are coming up the river. So hopefully people are getting a chance to hear what it's like to be in the boat and hear the motivation and the encouragement that the coxswains are given to the rowers. They're not just along for the ride, they're working pretty hard too.
Mhm.
So getting to help make sure that, and then just little odds and ends, making sure we've got fuel in the launches and people are up to speed on what they're supposed to be doing. And so
And
kind of
monitoring the dock
catch
a little.
all,
Yeah.
catch all anywhere that they need a little bit of help. I'm getting a chance to help out. So
Yeah, it's definitely appreciated. Seen a lot of hands come back today and volunteer.
yeah,
For the program. And
You were mentioning the close friends, and of course life gets busy and people slip away from you. But I think a lot of the people that you see them at the rowing events, and it's like it's been a day, not a day or two. So
yeah. It's like, of course you'd be here. Like, okay, like it's perfect. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's such a good, perfect weather day too. We can't get enough of it.
Yes.
For them to get to row like this today. So
Very nice. Thanks for being with us and
Thanks for your
telling
time.
your stories, even though about getting into the water intentionally, right? Not unintentionally.
Yes, never gotten in unintentionally. So, but
Are there what races do you look forward now as a spectator to get to see?
it's always fun to watch the 8s, and it's just because you get you see them come by and you can hear them from hundreds of yards away. as they're, you can hear
Just
the oars
thundering.
coming out and they're just
Yeah.
thundering down the course. So it's always fun to watch them come by. But, the small boats are a lot of fun to watch too, because you really can see, see a lot more of what they're working on in their technique. And, being a former rower, I can tend to be a little critical of how people are rowing, even if they're doing a lot better job than I would do anymore. So,
Yeah.
But you can notice
it's
all
kinda-
those things
Yeah,
now.
kind of fun to
Mhm.
watch and see what they're doing and pick out, they could do this a little better, or
Right.
they're catching a little late, or those sorts of things. But definitely the eights are always some of the most fun to watch. So
Yeah, those are fun. We were talking about how much quicker those boats are moving, so it's fun to see the speeds when they come right in front of us here and making their way to the finish line.
Yeah, and some of them are. I think the women's eights are going to be neck and neck again this afternoon for the finals, and we'll see if the men's race tightens up even more than it was in the heat. So should be very good.
Yes, we got the women's single coming up next here in just a few minutes. You can see teams warming up there in the water for this afternoon. Quiet afternoon on the water. Like we said, good conditions.
Absolutely.
And they'll be getting lined up here in just a few minutes. And who do we have in the women's singles here,
We're
Lisa?
gonna have 3 lanes. We've got Wichita State, University of Lincoln, I believe, is going to have 2 different shelves in this race.
Okay.
It is. Yep. University of Nebraska at Lincoln.
All right, here at the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. And like we've done throughout the day so far, we want to thank another sponsor, of course, River Vista, Wichita's premier luxury apartment homes along the Arkansas River. That's where we are today at the Shocker Boathouse. River Vista, the greatest value for upscale lifestyle. Call them at 262-2350 to reserve your new home today. All right. Looks like they are underway there, Lisa.
It just looks so peaceful.
It
Right
does.
now, we don't.
You can see all 3 boats right there on your screen.
And these were some races you may have missed this morning. We were starting pretty early in the day, so maybe a first chance to get a look at these particular singles racing for today. Just trying to keep things upright. I know the water is really calm. It makes it for a less stressful day as the smaller the boat is. One less thing to think about so much. Keeping the boat stabilized and upright. You can see some of these rowers, have to turn their heads and lean back a little bit to try to get a good peek at the direction they're going. If they opt to not look at all or as often, they're going off of the streaks that their boat's making in front of them. So they are checking that is a straight line as well.
Okay.
So you may not want to, quote, rock your boat by looking back and stuff. But, ideally it shouldn't have too much of an impact, especially the more practiced you are. But you can see different directions from this angle. Maybe their boats are, shifting and there's different powers happening from different arm strengths. Maybe they've got different leverages going on. So it's going to impact the direction of the boat really easily in these small boats. You get a little more pressure on, the right side, and then you're going to start veering a little bit. So it's very strategic in what you're trying to accomplish with just you. You're the only one.
Yep. Can't blame anybody else, right?
Yep.
Looks like Wichita State has a nice lead here in the women's singles.
Again, just looking really calm and peaceful. Like, this is some of the stuff, if you come out to boats and bikes, like, you can be able to dabble into rowing. Wichita Rowing Association is another outlet. If this is something that looks really relaxing, it is, and it does take work and just repeat practice, learning the techniques, but can be really enjoyable.
If you were to do that, Lisa, and say you were a novice, what would you recommend? Would by yourself, somebody else?
Yeah, I would probably recommend a bigger boat if you were afforded that,
Mhm.
or at least you could have a double with an experienced person and just you.
Right.
That was kind of one of the ways that I learned. I learned a lot of different ways because I would row supplementary to coxing at a collegiate level, but I would just row on the side, and so I had those different opportunities. And we've got Wichita State single coming through right now, making it look very fluid, very
Oh,
easy.
she is, yeah.
But still with good speed and just really good flow right there.
Getting close to the finish line there. In the women's single, the final. And there's the finish horn, Wichita State. Lane 1 wins this race here. Kicking off the afternoon full of races. The other two boats now getting close to the finish line.
These are both University of Nebraska, Lincoln. So a couple of teammates.
Cornhuskers.
Racing against each other. They also look very practiced at this. So
yeah. Almost to the finish line here. You can see on your screen. Finishing pretty close together.
everyone is welcome to come out to River Vista this afternoon. There's a lot of leashed dogs, people bringing their own chairs or just sitting on the grass. Some
Beautiful
scooter
day.
action.
Yes.
Rent a scooter, bring a bike, go to the library. So much to do.
All right, so we got the men's double underway now. Wichita State taking the women's single there. Who do we have in this race, Lisa?
In lane 1, we're going to have University of St. Thomas. They've got a couple boats in this race, so this will be one of their lanes. Lane 2 is St. Louis University, and then lane 3 is that second St. Thomas University boat. Should be interesting. So these are the lane assignments that were determined from this morning. All these boats got a chance to race and determine their lane lineup. On a day like today, with the waters being so calm, there's not going to be, I would say, maybe not the biggest edge, but there's a little bit of play about which lane you might want. On a windier day, you might, want to steer clear of the shore where all the waves are coming at you by the end of the that gust of wind. But it's pretty calm today. It is spring racing, so they are all going to be starting at the same time. All these boats are right next to each other, and so it's your competitive advantage maybe if you want to be surrounded by boats instead of being on the edge. But either way, you're going to be adjacent to a boat, so there's still some competitive angle no matter how you look at it.
Do you like, as a rower, did you like being next to a boat, or did you like being spread out more?
I mean, it's pretty darn exciting if you can see your competitor. Because you can see rowing. Every race is going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
You may not ever see your other competitors in the race. So it's always really awesome if you can feed off of that, especially as a coxswain. Like, you can use that to really power your rowers forward and just feed off of it. And sometimes you can hear the other coxswain, and I would just use that as motivation sometimes. Like, I don't want to hear that other coxswain. Let's go. Let's keep going. Get out of her ear space. You can use a lot of different things to motivate. So being right next to him always adds for it. Same as a spectator, I think. We see them coming right next to each other towards the finish. It's just, you don't know what's going to happen. You hope maybe the lead boat, they could possibly catch a crab. Like, anything could happen, and then the other boat could catch up. Or some boats really can shore up a lot in their final sprint that you don't know about, and so that could really be where they bring it and make up for lost water. So It's always good to see where the other boats are. I think is
Right.
preferred. Otherwise, you're just racing it's your own time or your own kind of personal journey, and maybe your rower's getting distracted. They're just like stroking and rowing along. But
It's a good point. You can feed off of your competitors.
yeah,
There's a good shot of the boats right there. Here in the men's double final. Second race of the afternoon as we come up on the 4-minute mark.
they do look a little zigzaggy, but it really could also just be the angle that we are at. You can see the official behind them with the flag, so they may be wanting to call certain rowers into a certain lane, and they're the best keep an eye on that versus from this angle. Someone from the shore wouldn't want to be making that call.
Pretty tight race here for first and second.
So from here, it looks like it's going to be one of the St. Thomas boats and a St. Louis University, but we will know better once they get a little closer.
Yep. Oh, it's like something there. The boat on the left of your screen, they paused for a second there. I don't know if they.
Maybe
happened
they
there?
got off a little and wanted
Yeah.
to get the setback.
It really looks like that sent it back a little bit, doesn't it? The lead is growing now.
Right, and that could have definitely been that. Maybe something got out of line with their oarlock or something that caused that delay.
We will have, after this race, the women's novice 8. Right here, of course, the men's double again, coming up on the 6-minute mark. As now they're coming to our vantage point. Looks like one of the St. Thomas teams.
Yeah, their A boat coming in, making short work of this lead right here. You can see them really putting this effort in this final race. They know this is their last double for the day.
And we got, looks like St. Louis right there. That's the finish horn for St. Thomas A. Here in the men's double. St. Louis looks like it's going to take second here. They're coming up on the finish line. And the St. Thomas B team is coming up right here. Getting set for the women's novice 8, our next race. There you can see the second St. Thomas team getting ready to finish. All right, looks like we have another special guest.
We do. I want to introduce everyone to Coach Rachel for Wichita State. Why don't you tell us, how long have you been coaching for the team?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. So that is a great question that I have to think backwards for. So I rode for Wichita State from the fall of 10 to the spring of 14. Then I started volunteer coaching the fall of 14, and then started part-time coaching the spring of 15. And then I was an emergency hire full-time coach the fall of 15. So I've been with the team really since 2010, but in the coaching role since that fall of 14. So we're in 2023. So You were the coxswain, Lisa. I only know how to count to 10. And even then,
it's a little beyond.
That's hard for me. So about 9 years, I think, is what we're at right now.
Does it feel like a blink?
Yes.
Your coaching years?
Yes. I remember coming in and I was like, I like water, guys. I don't know anything about rowing, but I like water, so why not as well, right?
Right.
But yeah, it feels like yesterday that I was first learning everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. And we know how much work goes into hosting a regatta. So how many weeks out, I guess, what goes into something like this and how many volunteers?
So the Plains Regional Regatta is a massive undertaking. I have about 60 volunteers working today. That is not including all of the individuals who are putting together this live stream. And so this week alone, I'm well over the amount of hours you ever want to hear about for how many hours I put in. But I started planning 2024 about a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
So it is a massive undertaking. The nice thing is we have a lot of strong support from our alumni, our community, our university. And so it makes it much easier to plan a race like this one.
Yeah, and it's grown back up after the pandemic and stuff. Is this something that, can accommodate even more teams, or is this kind of what you guys were hoping for all along?
Oh, it's going to get bigger, Lisa.
Okay.
It's going to get bigger. We're hoping that we'll get the Texas teams coming up next year. There was another race that conflicted with the schedule this year. Happened to have the same weekend. It's hard to be in two places at once. I tried. I did. But we're hoping we'll get them next year from it, as well as the Minnesota men and some other teams that are able to come up and join it, bolstering the races in our region.
Yeah.
Because in the Midwest, you're used to sitting in a car or a trailer, driving either your boat somewhere or your athlete somewhere to get that quality racing. So it's nice to have something a little more local from it. So yeah, it will definitely grow. There's room for growth. If we had to, we can go to a 2-day regatta from it, have some racing Saturday, have some racing Sunday, but we still have rooms for several more teams.
That's
Absolutely.
awesome. Yeah. And hopefully with as good a weather as this, you can
sell
it pretty easily. It's just working out so nicely today.
Every year is a little something, and I know all of the behind the scenes, what's gone wrong and what's gone right. And hopefully most everyone here only knows the what's gone right.
Absolutely.
But every year is something. Last year there was a tornado before the regatta. This year we've had little things here and there before it, but overall,
we are none the wiser.
Very happy.
It's a perfect day for us.
With everything. The athletes that have been here have been amazing, from the visiting teams.
Yeah.
The home team. It's been great working with all of them.
And so as far as spring racing, do you guys just only have nationals left, or what's the season looking like for this spring?
Yeah, for our team at Wichita State, this spring we'll have nationals as our next and last race.
Okay.
Several teams here that I've talked to, that's a similar schedule for them from it. There's a lot less racing since COVID in the Midwest.
Just in general, regatta numbers are down. Man.
And so we have the ACRA board and the regional teams are coming together to say, okay, how can we recreate those races that we lost in the last several years?
Right.
And so that started happening. KU hosted a race. Nebraska hosted a race. Down in Oklahoma, there was another race hosted.
Okay.
So it's building back up, and there's definitely a good amount of effort built into that.
Yeah.
But right here between with finals and nationals and athletes going home.
Yep.
And do I go to Dadville's? Do I not? The Dadville race course is actually in New Jersey this year. I know. So for those
trying to
of
sneak
you
away
who don't know rowing, that was always in Pennsylvania, but they're dredging their river. And so they moved it for the first time, and I don't even know how long,
forever,
to New Jersey because of that. And it'll go back, but that is a very well-known race.
And this is the New Jersey year. I didn't know that.
This is the New Jersey year, and even though I'm from New Jersey, I don't know if I'm making that trip. I have nicer weather here usually.
Because you moved here directly in college from New Jersey. Yeah. Fun fact.
Absolutely did. Now I sound like a Southerner a little bit, but yeah. It's been good.
It's been good and a good fall season. Did you guys get to have much of your travel plans, for the fall shape up or?
If you had asked me that question 3 weeks ago, I might have remembered.
Yeah.
Unless it's about Plains Regional, I will
Yeah.
not lie. I don't know if I remember much.
I get it.
I have been living and breathing and dreaming about this regatta. I'll wake up and I'll take notes on what my dream was about for it. But the fall overall was really good for our team. We saw where we started and that progression. I believe we did every race that we had intended to from it. We took a crew out to Tennessee for a race. Got them experience having that multi-day race off-site again. We went to the head of the Oklahoma in early October. We had the Frostbite Regatta here that the Wichita Rowing Association hosts. And so that's in early November. And then we hosted a scrimmage. And then we had our class races, which are a fun get together with the intra squad where our athletes will race each other, freshmen against juniors, against sophomores, against seniors. And that, I believe, was our full fall racing schedule.
Yeah. Pretty substantive still. It's pretty good. So, just right now we've got women's novice 8 coming down with 2 different heats. So, just race wise, it'll be ultimately not who crosses first, but all the times put together with these 2 heats. So what are you seeing in terms of the women numbers, coming out versus the, male students? And, every program is different. So we're seeing like maybe Colorado's got the numbers this year on the women's side, but what have you kind of been seeing for Wichita State?
Well, across the board, typically at the ACRA school level, you have more men than women. Usually it's a 2-to-1 ratio, men to women. And so with our team, we're about even, honestly.
Good.
We have 4 coxswains, 3 women, 1 guy. And then for our women's team and our men's team, it's pretty close. The men have a little bit more we have an 8 and a 4 that we're looking at going to nationals with. And we have a women's 8 and a single or
small
that for our numbers that will still be with the team at that point a year from it. So just a few more guys, but for us, we're pretty even. Now there are a lot of teams that based off their university, they have an NCAA women's team program. So that pulls from it versus Wichita State.
Right.
We don't have that competition from it. So I know KU and K-State both have those women's teams. So getting that nice, strong female rower can be a little more challenging
because they've got the NCAA program.
Because you have that, but they'll have them and they're building back. But typically almost always more men's athletes in most of those ACRA programs. But yeah.
There you see on your screen again, this is the women's novice 8. Nebraska and Colorado State here in this heat. So Rachel, obviously being with this program for so long, you've seen a lot of changes, between when you started and where it is now. Maybe talk a little bit about that and what the impact is on your boathouse now.
Yeah, so when I first started, I got a letter in the mail saying, "Hey, do you want to row?" And I'm like, I don't even know that's a sport. So I'm like, but I like water, so I'll come out here. And we were at that time rowing out of a parking lot, and we would walk our boats down to the river on the Little River. And so we would meet there. There were some shipping containers. There was a portage on. Coach would trailer the boats to the parking lot every day. Yep. There was one light that was on
in the parking lot.
And that was the only light that there was. Practice was 5:45 to 8 a.m. And so every day we had to move our coaching launches up a hill and down the hill into the water. And you had to remember to make sure you put the drain plug in the coaching launch. Otherwise,
you learned real quick.
You might need to have to pull a very heavy coaching launch out of the water for it. So that usually didn't happen, but every once in a while, you may have forgotten. But yeah, so it was different. I know we're coming into the last little bit of the women's novice 8. So if I stop talking, Dave, it's just because I'm curious about that rowing. I will not even pretend.
We can watch right here. Colorado State has a little bit of a lead over Nebraska as they get close to the finish line here. The 7-minute mark.
the 8-person boats are definitely my favorite boat. The experience that I had rowing, it all ties into it, because when we were off our trailer, we typically rowed bigger boats. So the 4-person, the 8-person. And so that was my pride and joy. So every time I get to watch an 8 go by, I'm like, yeah, yeah. And
you
it's
back
not that I don't
to
like
those
the
feelings.
smaller boats, but I have a lot more nostalgia rowing
Right.
in the 8-person and having Lisa yell at me, or sometimes give us funny
Sometimes,
voices.
yeah.
We were like, Lisa, do another accent, please. And if we did well, we would get the accent. If we didn't do well, we wouldn't get the accent. And it was a lot of fun.
Nice.
But so yeah, so we had to move our coaching launches onto the water, off of the water. We would take the boats on and off the trailer, make sure that they were positioned well enough to where coach could drive them and park them and get through gates. Make sure when they're on the streets, they were road safe from it. And so there are a lot of final details like that. So we had less water time each practice than we are here. And your equipment's stored outside, so there's a lot of cleaning entailed.
Yeah.
So for all the alumni prior to the boathouse, we remember disassembling every single boat, every single rigger nut, everything, washing, waxing, greasing up, completely cleaning them to make sure that our boats were in really good condition.
Right.
And that was because they were outside all the time.
Yep.
Over the winter, we'd have to pull our dock.
Yeah.
And then when we're about to get on the water, we'd float the dock back. That way,
That was a
the
lot of
ice
effort.
or the current wouldn't mess
Damage
it up
it.
and damage it. And so there were a lot of those a lot more equipment issues managing it. And Coach Cup, and he was my coach the entire time I was with the program, he dealt with most of it, but it's hard to move an 8-person boat by yourself.
Right.
So finding time to make sure we were going to where our boats were stored or
off of
XYZ.
practice. Yeah, if you've got you have a different class schedule, so he's like, who can help at this time and who can do this? So it, for the love of the sport, like we're just junkies, and you help out and you jump in and make it happen. So like this boathouse is a dream for making a lot of that just streamlined and having a home for our boats like they deserve, and it's really nice.
Absolutely. And it's been a long time running this boathouse. It didn't happen overnight. There were a lot of people that helped make it happen. And I'm not going to start naming them because I don't want to miss anyone. But there were a lot of people that helped make this boathouse happen, and it took years. But it is an amazing spot for us.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I have alumni come in, they're like, oh, you're spoiled. And I'm like, yeah, we deserve to be spoiled.
Right.
Right? That's that point. And the challenges that we have are different. There's still challenges that we're navigating and we're learning. And we're still growing. And then in 5 years, the athletes that are currently on the team will hopefully come into the boathouse and be like, oh my gosh, they're so spoiled.
Right.
And keep figuring out what that value is. I know when we first moved in here, I'm like, oh my gosh, we have bathrooms. We have a flush. We have a toilet. And people are like, why are you so excited about that? I'm
It's
like,
a big deal.
I had a portage on.
In the cold.
When it blew over, there was nothing.
Oh, no.
So
Right. It's all relative.
it is, but it's an amazing venue. We have 37 boats in the boathouse right now. And we have several teams out here borrowing our equipment. And that's one of those few things that we can help with to help other programs continue to grow and develop, just like people have helped us grow and develop along the way.
Absolutely.
All right, we've got the women's novice 8 just underway here. The second heat for that and the final.
With any luck, we will hear from the coxswain from the Wichita State boat in this race.
We've also got Colorado and Oklahoma State in this race right here. Rachel, great stuff, great stories.
Oh, there's so many stories.
I can imagine.
So many
We'll save them for next year because this is an annual regatta.
Yep.
And it's been going so smoothly, and that's a lot of credit to you. Like, massive hats off for all the hours and time spent to make this go so smoothly. Like, you know, from alumni to alumni, like, it's no small thing. So keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for coming out year after year. I don't know how I got so lucky.
It's a blast.
Every year I call them up and I'm like, Dave, Lisa, are you available this time? Please don't say no. Please be available. Oh, if that doesn't fit your schedule, I can move the date of those. Right? I have that power.
It's still time.
Nice.
All good. Well, thank you so much, and to a continued good afternoon of rowing.
Absolutely, y'all enjoy doing more
Thanks.
commentary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kudos
Thank
to the
you.
success and all the hard work.
Thank you. It's been a multiple person effort. I'm bad with words, guys, but my athletes are the
been through enough.
coaches and all the different teams and them have been. It's not just me doing this thing.
Right.
Yeah,
It is every volunteer, every Heskett Center, campus recreation staff member, the students at the Heskett Center that overnighted with these teams that were staying over there.
Oh yeah,
multiple layers of people that have helped.
Yeah,
So,
teamwork.
absolutely. Well, I will
right.
get on off, and y'all
All right.
have a great day.
You too, Rachel. Thank you very much. Here we are again at the Women's Novice 8. You can see the boats right there on your screen. Colorado, Wichita State, and Oklahoma State in this one. Colorado lane 1, Wichita State lane 2, OSU in lane 3. And I want to hear some of those accents later on, Lisa, that Rachel was talking about.
Hoping you had already forgotten about that.
Oh, of course not. I took a mental note.
You know, you give a girl a mic and you put her in the open water, she just gets a little creative. And so there was accents and singing and rapping and all sorts of things, because there's times when you're on, but there's also times when you're maybe just paddling in on a long course just to get back. And so everyone's chatting, or you're rotating through rowers so they can have a break. But then you just get on a tangent with your stroke seat maybe, and you just get to going on things.
Start throwing out accents.
And it just helps entertain them on the way back after their long race.
Yeah. Good shot there of the boats. Coming up on the 3.5 minute mark. Again, the second heat of the Women's Novice 8.
Plenty of spectators this afternoon, too. We've seen almost just a rotation of people just coming and going and supporting these student athletes today.
Beautiful day to do it, of course.
Absolutely.
On the Arkansas River.
And even across the way, that, little pavilion, there's plenty more people taking advantage of that area. All across, down the river. And we, of course, are near the finish line. There's plenty of places to sit and enjoy.
Absolutely.
As a reminder, this is the grand final for the Women's Novice 8. This is the second heat, but they are all racing for ultimately first place, with the two boats that had just finished. It was Colorado State in first place for the race that just went by, but this is the grand final, so this is the last time today that these Women's Novice 8 will be rowing, vying for first place. This is a medal finishers regatta, so they will be taking home some hardware, whoever is placing today in all the races.
Coming up on the 5 minute mark here. Looks like Wichita State in the lead from that angle on your screen.
Followed by, I would assume, Colorado University and then Oklahoma State. Could be a tight finish on the second place, and I just mean second place in terms of this heat, not the overall race. We'll have to make sure you guys go to crewtimer.com. You can see the official times come through between last race and this one to see the final standings.
We can hear the team starting to cheer on their teammates. There's the lead boat, Wichita State.
Definitely getting loud over here, as with good reason. Women's Novice 8 are powering through the finish line, working on their sprint. Can hear that boat sound. Such a rhythmic cadence, and they're doing it so loud right now.
Yeah, that is a great sound. You can just hear how hard they're working.
Yeah.
There is Colorado coming in front of us now in second place. Wichita State winning that race. You heard the final horn right there. There's the Colorado boat getting ready to finish.
And Oklahoma State is coming in as well on their last strokes of the day.
Oklahoma State wrapping up here the grand final in the women's novice 8 at the Plains Regional Regatta. Pretty close race right there.
Yeah, it's what's so fun to see, and like Coach Rachel was talking about, the eights just bring something else to the
Right.
table.
Yep.
Whether it's that speed or that synchronicity, and there's just something about watching it. So we've got our next race underway, the
We
men's
do.
novice 8. This is their grand final as well. Filling out all 4 lanes of the river for this race. We've got Wichita State, Colorado University, Oklahoma State, and then St. Thomas is over on the far shore. So this should be quite exciting. It's the 8s and just filling out all lanes to see where this will finish, who will be a medal winner today.
Yeah, 8's, like we've said, a lot of fun to watch. The speed of the race, and of course, when you got all 4 boats taking up all 4 lanes,
Yeah.
it adds to something completely different.
I'm kind of rooting for some excitement by the time they get up onto our area
Right.
by the finish line. But even just on camera, we getting to see that competitiveness. You can hear where other people are.
Right.
If you're not one of those that can see as well.
Good shot there of the Wichita State team. Those oars really working in sync.
They're covering just under 2,000 meters of water today. And in rowing, we do use the term meters. Don't ask me why.
Why is that, Lisa?
Well, that's just always the terminology we have called them. And again, in the fall, it's quite longer. They average 4,000 meters in the fall. You're just in for a longer journey.
Yeah, that's quite a
of
difference.
athleticism. Yeah.
Quite a difference in length from fall to spring.
So sometimes they'll call spring just sprint racing, even though,
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about the sprint being this last segment, but really, by comparison to the fall, the whole thing's a dang sprint because they're racing so many more meters in the fall. But all that mileage really helps by the time you are ready for spring racing, that you've gained that many more meters and time
Right.
on the water to hone yourself in on what you can rock out, because this is championship season too. I mean, it ends in Acras. It ends in that ultimate race for the crews across the country to really see the best of the best by that point in time. Look at this beautiful day for rowing.
It is. Look at
Love
that.
it.
Just a great scene. There's a good shot of the boats right now. Getting in the final for the men's novice 8.
We got to meet Coach Rachel, the assistant coach, Wichita State. Of course, the head coach is Coach Calvin Cup. He's been with the program for many, many years now. As an alumni, he was my coach, but a lot of people here who have come back to volunteer, he was their coach as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's really special to see the program grow under his watch and see the changes, see the community involvement, see the people who just have the love of the sport and the program coming back, and still being a part of it to make it possible for new students and people who are just new to rowing. It's such a unique sport that you somehow get to just jump in and do in the middle of Kansas. And so it's a special group of people. But anyone is welcome through boats and bikes and things like that to still get involved.
And the passion that Coach Cup brings to rowing at Wichita State and the student athletes that you and Rachel were talking about. all the work that you guys have put into it over the years, to get to this place. It's just it all comes from love of rowing.
Yeah, like definitely like full on hard work, and then sometimes you like don't even realize that it was work all along because you were just doing it to further the program, or you're doing it because it needed to be done, and all along you were like, man, we did some wild, invested things that just needed to be done, but wow.
Right.
We did what?
Investment's a good word.
Yeah.
There's a shot of the Colorado boats coming up on the 5-minute mark here in the men's novice 8 final. Yeah, I'm sure at the time, some days it probably felt like work. Other days it was just what you did, right?
Right. So setting that alarm early in the morning, you just you just do it and you roll out another day.
There's Oklahoma State on your screen here. Got Colorado here coming close to the finish line in front of us. Wichita State right behind them.
Hopefully you can hear
the
fans.
Hear the crowd.
They are gaining a bit, but we shall see. They're running out of water. The cheers are quite fun over here.
So Colorado took first. Wichita State in second there. There's a shot of St. Thomas on your screen right now. So they're making their way to the finish line. And there's Oklahoma State getting closer. Here's we wrap up the men's novice 8 final at the Plains Regional Regatta. So up next, it's going to be the final for the para. Lisa?
Yeah, this is the para/rec single.
Yeah.
So this is, these are athletes still, but just a recreational run for the singles right here. A final event for them. We've got Wichita State is in the rec single, and KU is in the para single. The para one, as we mentioned this morning, going to look a little different when it comes on screen. There's some float devices on the sides near the riggers, and that's just going to help it to stay upright without questioning its stability. And especially if it's a new rower, it's a novice, you don't have that extra cloud of worry of tippage and things like that. But something to keep in mind is they're just doing arms and body only rowing. They're likely not using their legs in this type of boat, so there's a little more restriction and challenge there of getting some power and getting any more speed built up. But still, it's single on single, so it should be an interesting race overall. There's plenty of things for them to be paying attention to and honing in on for their race.
Yeah, that upper body strength really important here in this race.
And I mentioned that this para single is going to have some floats next to the riggers. So I want to explain a little more about the rigger for anyone who's maybe not seen one up close or understanding it. But the rigger is the metal contraption that is attached to the side of each boat.
Okay.
So each rower will have one of these at their station, if you will. This longest part is called the backstay. This is all, you can see the holes, so it's attached to the boat with screws. But like we said, when we travel, we do take these off, so you can see the floats on that boat right there.
In that boat.
Absolutely. And then let me flip this rigger around for you, Dave, and show you the part where the oar goes. So if the boat is over here, the rower will then have to reach out and unscrew this part, pop it up, and put their oar in. The oar shaft goes in here all the way to the lock stay of the oar. Then they are going to put the gate down again and screw it on all the tight, because if you're not doing that tight, this can pop up during a race because you're
Okay.
working it so much. It can
Yeah.
pop up, and then you have a fiasco on your hands. So they're tightening this little bit up right here. It does move. That's intentional. That's part of that movement that you're seeing.
Mhm.
It does allow for that to go. And so this is the piece that is called the rigger, and some will have another bar that comes out here if it
Okay.
needs it per boat. But the singles are finishing now. The Paris single is just arms and body. We can see the KU rower coming through now, and Wichita State is narrowing that gap
Yeah.
in that single there.
Just past the 4-minute mark. Getting close to the finish line here. We should hear that horn momentarily.
There's
And
one.
there that.
There and the other.
All right. KU taking the para
Yep.
recreational single. All right.
And then just one more minor thing with the rigger. They've got these little orange thingies. You can see these can pop off as needed.
Okay.
Some people might prefer, these are called spacers. Maybe you want 3 on the bottom and 1 on the top, or just any kind of configuration of these. So that's also determined per boat. So maybe when you're in the 8, you know that you need a certain setting
Mm-hmm.
for your oar and the boat to be set. So there's different equipment pieces, even these, and so sometimes a rower needs to, for some reason, change this configuration on water and pops this off. Well, you've got an equipment issue if they lose track of it.
Right.
It goes in the water. So there's just all sorts of things to be keeping in mind with rowing. This tape is to help match it to what boat it's configured for.
Okay.
Again, we travel a lot, we unpack a lot, we load up, so this is helpful for keeping everything going and running smoothly to put it on the right boat.
All right. Well, thanks for breaking down the rigger. That's it comes down to those little pieces sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Outstanding. We're getting ready for our next race here. This will be the women's varsity 4. And we got Oklahoma State in this, Nebraska, and Colorado State. You can see them. They're getting lined up, getting ready to go in this race. As we are moving on here in the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown on the Arkansas River. A lot of people coming out and taking advantage of the weather and enjoying the racing on both sides of the river. Still seeing a lot of 4-legged furry friends here too.
Definitely a family-friendly, free event.
Right. And they are off here.
This is the women's varsity 4 petite final. So we have Oklahoma State, University of Lincoln, University of Nebraska at Lincoln,
Yeah.
and Colorado State. Looks like everybody had a pretty good start coming through their start sequence. Usually, again, it's just about maybe 5 carefully crafted strokes right in the beginning, followed by, let's say, a power 20. Just really high power strokes, a higher rate right in the initial, giving you a burst from going from a standstill to help your boat pick up some speed. And then you kind of got to settle into a good rate with good speed and trying to maintain that as you push away from your competitors. So we are seeing some good breakaway right here. Looks
Yeah.
like Oklahoma State.
Yep. Cowboys off to a good start, it looks like, here in this race. You can see them on your screen right there.
That boat in the corner is just a warm-up lane. They're coming to start their race, so not to be confused with the race at hand. This is the varsity 4, so we were already saying the novice. This would be the varsity women who have, usually varsity means you've finished your novice year, like you're past your 1 year, and beyond that is considered varsity level.
More experience, more time on the water.
More experience, but also it can be a little vague because you don't know if maybe they're 2 years experience or 3 years, but it's all considered varsity. So it still is anyone's game, any race you're in.
Looks like Oklahoma State off to a nice lead there.
University of Nebraska is coming into view here.
Mm-hmm. Again, this is the women's petite final, varsity 4, Oklahoma State, Nebraska, and Colorado State. Pan out there, we'll see Colorado State as you see coming into the right side of the screen now. Hard to tell from that angle exactly what the leads look like.
I definitely agree with you there. Just getting a little more skewed.
Yes.
Time will tell, but yeah, that's the thing about why those aligners on the shore always, so crucial, because even from the official on the boat, on the water with them, to say that they're in line, like you definitely need that view from the side. We mentioned, coaches, maybe they're on their bikes keeping up. Just that side view is really going to help determine who is in the lead.
All right, we got a wide view there of the race.
Looks like Oklahoma State is maintaining that powerful lead that they got right from the beginning. Looks like pretty effortlessly.
Coming up on the 4-minute mark here. We got Oklahoma State there on the right side of your screen. University of Nebraska in the middle, and then Colorado State there on the left side.
Just seeing some of the rowing here and trying to see if they are staying stabilized, not having a rocky finish. From this angle, you're able to see a little more of that, just watching different blade work techniques for stability. They're maintaining the boat to stay level.
Mm-hmm.
From this angle, if they're squaring the blade, you could see maybe, like Wichita State, we've got a W on the back, just to see those square up at the same time. And going in at the same time is very, very crucial. That catch that we mentioned this morning, that catch part of the stroke, being in sync, it's going to make a distinct sound too, with everyone being able to catch together.
And when it's done right from this view, it almost looks like 2 blades instead of the 4, right? When they come up and they square them.
Yeah. Should be really, really in sync.
Yeah.
That just like a mirror,
Right.
That's the photogenic part, is when it's done with precision and can just look so peaceful, but they're powering that shell. Like, it's humans moving that forward, but yet there's so many pieces of it that can help or hinder what that speed is doing. You can see the trail behind them from the oars, but also just the shell of the boat itself is one long streak. And then we've got some puddles in their wake.
And the speed on the screen is deceiving as to what it really is when you see it live. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah. Does it feel a little slower on the screen?
Yes, it does.
I think that's where that audio really helps, is because it's kind of a full surround system for your senses. When you hear the cadence, you're like, man, I could feel that work that's being put in just by the sound of it.
Right. They should be getting pretty close to our vantage point. You can see the Oklahoma State boat right there on your screen coming into our view as well. They're in first here in this race, the Women's Petite Final Varsity 4. You can hear the coxswain calling out the orders. No accent, I don't think, by the way, Lisa.
No accent, but you might be able to hear their count down to that final finish line mark. All coxswains are different, but it can, tend to be a countdown. Trying to time that last stroke with your count as a coxswain to max and eke out every bit of energy and pressure that you can from your rowers right at the end.
There's Nebraska getting ready to finish. Oklahoma State wins this race. There's Nebraska on your screen right now.
And this is a stern loader 4 in lane 3 for Colorado. That will be coming into view shortly.
There's Nebraska finishing.
Hearing their coxswain from shore, hearing that motivation to try to push them all the way to the finish.
All right. Moving on to our next race, which, as you can see right there, is underway. This will be the grand final for the Women's Varsity 4. Who do we have in this one?
Yeah,
Lisa?
so if anyone remembers from this morning, Colorado University's got kind of a deep field for their women's program. So in this, we've got 2 Colorado University's boats in lane 1 and lane 2. So they actually got to be aligned right next to each other. That could be quite interesting. Lane 3 is Washington University, and lane 4 is St. Thomas. This is the grand final. So these are the last 4 boats that will race for the Women's Varsity 4. And again, lane 1 and 2 is going to be Colorado University. Same team. They just got a deep field of women athletes that they can fill that many boats.
Yeah, that's great for the program.
Yeah, it really is. It's just exciting overall because, it's just a non-traditional sport.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know, most people don't come from prior experience. So it's great to see a crew come with that many people to fill additional boats and in their own race. You know, this one race have that many boats in it. So.
You got 2 boats right there on their screen. You can see the work they're putting in there and the rhythm they get into, which is very important, Lisa, right?
Yeah, and you can see their knees bend up. They're getting ready for that catch part of their stroke. Their knees are fully compressed into their body. As soon as you catch that water and the blade goes in, it's just a full, basically a jump with your feet. Jump and, get all that elongation out of the legs and that layback. And using the oar as a lever to propel the water. So, just seeing some of the finishes out of the water. There's a boat at rest from the warm-up lane as a courtesy. Looks like KU.
And there's our wide shot here of this race. Grand final Women's Varsity 4. 2 Colorado teams. Also St. Thomas and Washington University St. Louis.
Colorado State has brought 17 athletes today. They're in a number of races today, and they're one of our programs that can benefit from that option of just getting to rent or borrow equipment from others, and which is just so beneficial for these athletes getting to still travel and get in this regatta this year, making that possible. So coming all the way from Colorado, 17 athletes.
Nice. Colorado State, home of the Rams. And they row, at least on the Horsetooth Reservoir.
Yeah,
That's
that's
their home.
interesting. I know some of us have rivers, and some of them have protected lakes, and that makes that are just big enough and able to row on. Colorado State has 4 graduating seniors this year, so I just want to make sure and give them a shout out. Jamie Torbett is a human resources major. Libby Nachtigal is a business major. Bryce Barton is a finance major. And they have also brought Charlie Walter, who is majoring in international business, real estate, and finance. So they have 4 graduating seniors on their crew this year.
All right. See there on your screen, the 4 teams. Got the Colorado A team in the lead, followed by the Colorado B team. You've got St. Louis at Washington and St. Thomas there at the on the left side of your screen there, towards the top. Coming up on the 5.5-minute mark here in the women's grand final of the women's varsity 4. These boats too will move pretty quickly as well, Lisa.
Yes, they do. Those, the 4 really help. You've seen the small boats. Just being powered by 1 or 2 people can take a little bit of more effort, but the 4s are pretty powerful on their own as well. Looks almost slow-mo here, but we know they're driving hard on those foot stretchers.
Yes, they are moving. You can hear the crowd. Here they are coming to our vantage point right here. Looks like the Colorado A team is still in the lead.
Yeah, you're right. But it is down to both Colorado crews.
Yeah.
1-2 position.
Bragging rights on the line here. B-boat not too far behind. Don't know if there's enough water left to overtake him, though. You see them right there on your screen, getting close to the finish line. Coming up at the 7:15 mark. And there you have it. Colorado A team wins the grand final of the women's varsity 4, followed by the Colorado B team. Well, it looks like
loud and clear from here sometimes.
You can hear what they're saying. Washington University St. Louis looks like they're going to take the 3rd place in this, followed by St. Thomas. You can see them getting ready to finish right there on your screen. So you hear that horn here momentarily. Oh, we moved on. All right. There you go. That was the grand final in the women's varsity 4. Now we're moving on to the C final of the men's varsity 4.
Only 2 boats in this race: Colorado University and Colorado State.
All right.
Colorado University has also brought in a good program of students. They have brought 44 students are racing. Colorado University, my apologies. So quite a big squad, and that kind of, lends to what we've been seeing with the women's team. They've been able to bring in a lot of numbers. So quite a big program. Seeing them represented today is pretty exciting. This will be the C final for the men's varsity 4. Of course, then we will move on to the petite finals and the grand finals.
All right, beautiful day of racing here on the Arkansas River at the Plains Regional Regatta, hosted by Wichita State University. Lots of sunshine, calm water, lots of spectators.
As a reminder, if anyone is looking for final race times for final events, you can go to crewtimer.com and see how all these finals races this afternoon are shaping up.
Got the Colorado Buffaloes and the Colorado State Rams in this race. Yeah, looks like it would be an issue with one of the boats there, Lisa.
Not always a fun place to do it either, is under a bridge, but it looks like they were able to actually kind of use that to their advantage and stop themselves from what might have been going on. Not sure yet if someone had caught a crab or if it was equipment based, but that's what that launch on that water, the white boat, is there to help facilitate and watch out for and troubleshoot for these rowers on the water. As you can tell, I mean, none of the other volunteers are anywhere close. They're on the water. So they're getting checked out right now to see what might be the issue. And if we are able to find out more, we will let you know. But they are having some issues getting back in it. So it looks to be pretty substantial, whatever might have happened. They would have been on the race course again by now. Other boats are going okay. I would bet that the officials are having them row it in. Something is prohibiting them from finishing the race. But they will have to share that warm-up lane and be careful sharing that space if the other boats weren't aware that there was oncoming traffic. The warm-up lane is generally just one lane, one direction.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. I hope everyone's okay. And again, that bridge kind of helped, help them regroup. We've got another issue maybe with this boat. Direction-wise, it's hard to tell. Could be a steering issue. The older boats may have some difficulty with that. So
looks like it happened to the Colorado State team because that's Colorado right there on our screen. Whatever the issue was, once we find out, we'll let you know. Colorado still making their way down here in the C Final Men's Varsity 4. Just past the 6.5 minute mark. There they are right there. Coming right to our vantage point. Sounds like the coxswain was calling out the power 10. Is that what that was, Lisa?
I think so. Part of their sprint.
Yeah. There they are right there. We will see them cross the finish line here shortly. There's the final horn. Colorado taking the C Final Men's Varsity 4. Again, something happened with Colorado State on that course. All right, we're getting ready now for the Petite Final Men's Varsity 4, which is underway.
Got 3 crews in the Petite Final for the Men's Varsity 4. Washington University has a secondary boat in this race. And then we also have St. Louis University and KU in lane 3. So here we can see Washington University.
Actually, I think what we got going on there is that that's Colorado State finishing.
This is
the C final men's varsity after they had some boat issues. They're back on the course there finishing.
Which is good to see because, as you know, we could not fully tell from
No.
where we were if it was fully equipment based. And even still at the finish, maybe some issues to work through, but ultimately they are finishing their C final race.
Good for them.
Not always easy, but good for them wrapping up their race with a good finish. Can see
Yeah,
that
there we go.
effort all the way to the end.
Yeah, because at one point it looked like they may have been leaving the course.
That's what we thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was definitely hard to tell. Looked like possibly some bigger issues, but
Yeah. But they got to finish, and there you go. The start here now of the Petite Men's Varsity 4. Again, Kansas, Washington University at St. Louis in this race. And who am I missing here, Lisa?
oh, it should be just Washington University, St. Louis, and KU.
There you go.
For the petite final. And they're well on their way. Past out those first crucial seconds of the race. Everything looks to be starting good. It's going to be a good field. It's so deep. I mean, we've got C finals, petite finals, grand finals. So I think the competition is going to be really high for these races of the 4, and a lot of hungry athletes. And these types of boats, the launches we just passed are supposed to be more wakeless than your other launches that, well, we've even had historically on the team in the past. These ones are upgrade for the purpose of reducing the amount of wake.
Okay.
That could, impede a race. Could, if you're in a small boat and a launch wake comes and gets you, it's never the most fun thing. They see that coming for you. So those bigger launches, that's the purpose of them.
Got it. Makes sense.
I'm seeing this crew trying to get the blades in order and catching together and seeing them work through some of those kinks as they progress, and with every stroke, getting different feel for the boat vibe, trying to get it set a little more with each stroke and helping each other out within that boat.
There you have another warm-up boat in your screen right there.
Play a lot of men's 4s in this varsity field today.
Looks like right there we're seeing Washington and St. Louis.
And Washington University is in St. Louis, but not to be confused with St. Louis University.
Okay.
They have brought 26 athletes with them today.
Their mascot is the Bears.
St. Louis has brought 4 athletes, and so this may be their big race of the day, their ultimate, if you will, for not having a varsity 8. This is their varsity 4 that they, I'm sure, have put a lot of hard work and pride for this particular boat that they're racing right now.
Yes.
They are in lane 2, St. Louis University.
We got a close one right here at the coming up on the 3.5 minute mark.
Maybe some set issues and just trying to work those out, like I said, but the different angles that were afforded here paint a different picture than when you're in the actual boat, and trying to work those out mid-race can be difficult.
Washington there on the right of your screen, St. Louis on the left.
Getting a little close to each other.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
We'll see what shapes up out of that. hopefully some motivation one way or the other. But the crew that has to course correct is going to have to put in a little extra effort for that work that was, done on the rudder and impeding them from underwater. Got another little spectator in the water coming in.
Yeah, they need to move. All right. Whew.
Crisis averted.
Yes, got out of the way just in time.
And the crews I think they're feeding off each other at this point. I'm sure they can hear each other's coxswains. They know each other. Shells are right next to each other. It's kind of what you'd want in a finals race. We'll see who uses it to their advantage and is able to muster out that little extra bit.
Coming up on the 5.5 minute mark here in the Petite Final Men's Varsity 4. There's a shot of we've got KU there on the left of your screen. St. Louis next to them, and then Washington University St. Louis right there in lane 1.
You can see the lane assignments on that bridge above them as well.
Yep.
If that helps.
Here they come. Boy,
Yeah.
it's really close.
Talk about a close race.
Battling down the finish here.
Fans.
Really tight between KU and
escalating.
Washington University of St. Louis.
Really
St.
need
Louis
to
is really
pay attention to the lanes at this point. It's really crucial that you stay in the lane and not impede anybody's race, but they're getting some space apart. Will KU make up the lead? Everyone is rushing to find out.
People running to the finish line.
Oh,
hard to tell from here.
That the finish line horn was neck and neck for 1 and 2. But if I had to guess, I'm gonna put it on KU.
Okay.
But this
There
is
you have
not the best angle, so I just want to disclaim that.
Washington St. Louis, 2 unofficially. St. Louis is third, but really tight. That's probably the closest race we've had all day, Lisa.
It was, and it's a finals race. It was quite exciting. Not only did all 3 in that race were close, and then the 1 and 2 were that close. That talk about adrenaline.
Yes.
And the little duck that survived.
Right.
Talk about excitement out here on the water today.
You were really concerned.
I was.
And it flew out just in the nick of time.
I didn't know. I just saw it in advance.
Right.
It was unfolding in slow-mo before our eyes.
Some extra drama.
But he made it.
Yes, thank goodness.
He's the real winner here.
Got the grand finale now, the men's varsity 4 with Colorado, Washington University of St. Louis, St. Thomas, and Oklahoma State. Got a full race course for this one, Lisa.
Absolutely. Oklahoma State has brought 33 athletes today, which is quite substantial. Just for comparison, Wichita State has 28 athletes racing today. So Oklahoma State has brought 33. And Washington University 26, and then Colorado University, the biggest one, with 44. Between all the crews here, just spread out, making use of this area to be the home for the regatta. It's a rowing takeover today.
The Arkansas River overtaken by rowing today. Good way to put it. Let's take a minute to thank another sponsor, and this is Campus Recreation at Wichita State. Campus Recreation is more than just a health club. It's a comprehensive fitness and wellness department that's focused on providing to Wichita State students, employees, alumni, partners, and dependents a variety of leisure experiences. Some may include F45 e-gaming, very popular, varsity e-sports, boats and bikes, massage therapy, aquatic programs, intramurals, sports clubs, outdoor adventures, and a lot more. Campus Recreation, Wichita State. sponsor today of the Plains Regional Regatta. As we get ready for our next race here, making our way through the finals here this afternoon. The grand finale now, the men's varsity 4, getting ready to start. You can see the boats right there underway as we speak.
Could be just as exciting as the race we just saw.
Yes.
Now we're moving on to the grand finals, so definitely looking forward to this. The race has started.
All right, so let's see right there. Looks like Washington and St. Louis off to a good start there.
Definitely taking the lead, yeah.
Closely by St. Thomas, it looks like they start off well. That's Colorado in lane 1 right there.
And this is Colorado University's A boat. They did have a second varsity 4 in the C finals. Same with Washington University. This would be maybe the A boat in lane 2. In the last race, we saw their second varsity 4. And St. Thomas has 4 graduating seniors that they brought today. We have Tyler Burkham, who's a data analytics and econ major. Nathan Hohenschel is chemistry major. Kyle Larson is a mechanical engineering major. And Hamad Al-Hamad is a political science and justice and peace studies, which is fun to hear sometimes what other universities have majors in. So it's cool.
A lot of variety there. Is there a major or two that are more popular with rowers that you see that's a kind of a common major?
Well, in my experience, I was going to say yes, but I'm looking at, some of the graduating seniors lists that were afforded. I'm not seeing it pop up too much, but in my tenure on the team, a lot of engineers came out. I think it just lends to how the brain works and the mechanics of this boat moving and how it's powered and the little tweaks with the lever in your hand that can make it be more optimal and move faster, and the aerodynamics at play. We had all different range of engineer majors when I was there. I would say that would be the most common. I would be in the business school. Coach Rachel was doing more like forensic type science thing. Like it just takes all kinds, really.
Yeah.
We had teachers, education majors, and one of my rowing colleagues, I guess if you was has gone on to be a physical therapist. So all different ranges of things, but I think with the engineering mind, it lends itself pretty well.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. When you explain it like that, definitely. There are all sorts of little things you've got to look at when it comes to equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the numbers at play too. I mean, the coxswain has access to those, and I mentioned, some people want to hear those, i.e., kind of a lot of engineers might want to know, well, what is our rate? What is our speed right now? Maybe other people are like, nah, I just need motivation. It just tell me if I'm doing a good job. Remind me to breathe. Some people just want something a little more standard.
Looks like here we got all 4 teams on your screen, and Washington University of St. Louis looks like they have a pretty sizable lead here in this race. The other 3 are fairly close here. Again, this is the grand final of the men's varsity 4. Just past the 4-minute mark here in this race. Good shot there of all the boats.
Not as tight as we were seeing, but it is not over yet.
Wow.
And there is still plenty of time to tighten up the race course and gain some ground. You can see some of the streaks in the water that they're leaving behind. It's always interesting to see your work before you. Again, the rowers are all facing backwards, if you will. So they're going off of little clues like that. The puddles that the blades are leaving. and their trail of the stern deck. The stern is the part of the boat that is at this point closest to the start line, and the bow of the boat would be the part closest to the finish line. The part that will cross the finish line first is the bow.
And there it looks like the coxswain was in the bow of the Washington St. Louis boat.
It's getting loud now. They can sometimes hear them echo under the bridge. Coxswains are bringing them in for first place. Right now, we have Washington University taking the lead. And the other three is just getting louder and louder over here. Colorado University is in second at this point in time. St. Thomas and Oklahoma State.
They're neck and neck, aren't they?
Really just feeding off of each other for third. It'll be interesting to see who can muster out a little bit extra. So coming into first, Washington University is crossing the finish line.
There you go.
There's the horn. Colorado University in second. St. Thomas, if they can hold on to this gap, should bring it in for third. And there we go.
Don't forget, you can see the race results at crewtimer.com. All the times. As we continue on here with the final races, the Plains Regional Regatta this afternoon, downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. Beautiful day for some rowing here in Wichita.
They are getting aligned right now. It's going to be the grand final for the women's double. I've got all 4 lanes are going to be filled out for this race as well. So some more excitement with the full lineup. The crews that should be in this women's double grand final will be Washington University, KU, St. Thomas, and K-State.
All right.
So we will see after they get alignment what their start looks like over here. Lots of scooters coming down around this area, downtown.
Seeing a lot of scooters this afternoon, aren't we now?
It's just an uptick of scooters.
And we got the bike riders out now too, taking in the afternoon. Just a beautiful day to be out and about.
You know, for the folks that live in the River Vista apartments, it's not uncommon to see them out on their balconies as well.
Yep.
So it's just really good outdoor community day. And
it is.
Seeing everybody.
Everybody's
soak
anxious
up the sun.
Get out and enjoy the weather.
Yeah.
All right. While we wait for the start here of the next race, we're going to have an interview video for you here. And so we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it. And even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly. But then once you're in it, it's like it's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the chopper rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life.
All right, great video right there, getting to know some of the rowers at Wichita State University.
Some of the athletes featured in there definitely rowing today. You saw Kylie Meyer. She is participating in both the women's novice 8 and the women's varsity 8. That must mean she's in her novice year. She's able to race up into the varsity level. But once you are full on varsity, you're not allowed to race down again at the novice level. We saw Luis Miguel Pinango and Danielle Goodwin. They are both in the men's novice 8. So if you notice, I said Danielle, she is actually the coxswain for the men's novice 8. And then Andrew Goodwin, he raced in the men's single, and he's also in the men's varsity 8, which will be the last race of the day. Everyone is looking forward to those final 2 races today. And those were our spotlight on some of the athletes in the video we just got to watch.
Very nice. Great to hear what they love about Wichita State rowing, and getting out here and making that a part of their academic life.
Yeah, it's a unique thing to be a student athlete.
Yeah.
You know, at any level. It's quite unique. That Andrew Goodwin is actually a biomedical engineering major.
Wow.
So he just put it all together.
Yes, he
He
did.
is a graduating senior this year. So I can't imagine also being a student athlete with that major, but I know he's
Impressive.
succeeding. The more you do, you
Yeah.
just somehow get in that lane, in that zone, just really excel. So the wind is staying calm today.
Yep.
Staying around 3 to 4 miles per hour. It's really exciting.
56 right now in sunshine. Probably couldn't ask for a better day if you were a rower.
I think it's just helping that competitiveness today, just to not have to worry about that wind.
No.
We're seeing a little bit on the water, but ultimately in the land of rowing, it's really pretty minor.
We should run down the list of universities here again today at the Plains Regional Regatta. We've got Oklahoma State, St. Louis University, University of Kansas, Colorado State University, Washington University at St. Louis. Also here, the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Kansas State is here. Colorado University, University of St. Thomas, and of course the event hosted by Wichita State University. Getting set here again for the grand final of the women's double.
And if you are interested in all this rowing, as we interviewed Coach Rachel earlier, there's plenty of other rowing racing events that happen in Wichita that some people aren't aware of. There's a lot going on in the fall. Some is by the Wichita Rowing Association. They host a very big regatta called the Frostbite Regatta. It's held at the Little River, and that is always a big turnout. A lot of crews come out, a lot of just rower supporters and things like that. And then Wichita State itself, they've got a few in the fall sometimes that they host, but also there's the intimate one of just intramural, if you will, just within Wichita State, they have the class races. So instead of racing by novice or varsity level, you're racing with your class of freshmen and sophomore.
Okay.
It's a fun day is, the theme. Each boat will dress up on point. Maybe it's, all the same or just the same theme, like maybe from a video game, like one time, Mario Kart or things like that. Ninja Turtles, they dress up and then they row in their outfits. One year it was an 8 and they all had different, like a color of the rainbow. And then the coxswain was like a big poofy cloud. It was so funny. So they just sometimes just really go all out and get creative. And that's in the fall, usually before it gets cold. It's held right here in the same place that spectators are welcome to come out and cheer on the Shockers and support the athletes as they have their little fun row for class races in the fall.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Right there, you're seeing the team from Washington University, St. Louis. As we pass the 1 minute mark here in the grand final of the women's double. And again, working with just 2 people. Got to be in sync.
You really, really do. And have a lot of trust with each other. Some nonverbal communication, I'm sure, is taking place.
They really seem to be in sync right there, though.
Yeah, they look like they have been practicing for sure, making it look easy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we again here are in the grand final of the women's double. Washington University, St. Louis right there. Also KU, St. Thomas, Kansas State as well.
Got another boat coming to view. Looks like KU.
I think you're right there. Yeah, the lane 2. You can see them looking over their shoulder, checking the oars, maybe saying something to each other.
And with the side by side, just getting a view of the different blade works between the Washington University lane and the KU lane. Good side by side comparison. But the rowers are not privy to this, obviously,
Yeah.
you know, from their seat, and different things that they may want to notice. It's sometimes can be hard to pinpoint those.
Coming up on the 3.5-minute mark here. And we got a wide shot of the race course.
Again, just under 2,000 meters. So they are putting in work for that whole stretch, all that effort going into that whole stretch, because these are the final events this afternoon. And we are all vying, working for that medal. And Washington University is making it look very easy. Like we said, they're very in sync, coming in really smooth with their race plan. Looking in slow-mo for you,
Yeah, I
Dave.
know. Look at that.
Looking very leisure from this view.
Just like they're out for a stroll, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's a great shot of all 4 boats. But like you said, Washington is got a pretty good lead there.
They do. And then the other crews trying to stay together and focus on that blade work as well. Trying to take your peaks over your shoulder, but stay in sync. It's not always easy.
Looks like KU right now in second, St. Thomas in third.
K-State may be that final boat.
Yep. So in this kind of race, Lisa, what's the hardest part of the course for the racer? Is it, I mean, I kind of think it might be in the middle, but maybe it's in the end because you got to kick it up.
Yeah, it's interesting you ask that, because typically they'll say mentally the hardest part is that middle chunk.
Yeah.
Physically, the end.
Yeah.
So it depends on which answer you want.
Right.
That middle patch, that's, sorry to toot the coxswain's horn again, but it's really helpful that the coxswain can help spice up the middle, make the right calls to keep it, I wouldn't say entertaining, but to keep the attentions in the boat. Some rowers maybe get distracted, or like, oh, I heard my mom, or something might be going on. And so the coxswain plays a key role of the focus staying up, the speed and energy staying up, and making sure they're just regulated with breathing as well, so they're not run ragged by the time we really need them to just jet to the end, especially if you've got another boat next to you. You just got to milk it and get all the way out. You see their trails in the water. Again, it's harder to keep a straight line.
Right.
In these smaller boats, you're just more susceptible to moving around, but that it does equate to more strokes, because you've got to get back on track somehow. And so it's not uncommon to see that in small boats, with that taking place. These small boats, just like the coxswain led boats, you are going through bridges as well. So there are obstacles, if you will. They're going through the Kellogg Bridge, the Lewis Street Bridge, and then the Douglas Street Bridge, all before the finish line, which is up closer to First Street. And then we've got these buoys in the water too for guidance. Hopefully no one is needing to manage through those for this afternoon too closely.
Haven't seen that yet, have we?
I've seen a semi-close one this morning.
There's Washington University St. Louis on your screen there. They are
still looking very shipshape.
Strong.
I am
in the lead.
Appreciating their style here.
They will be crossing that finish line here pretty quickly.
Making easy work of this.
Yeah.
The girls have been practicing. And if you notice in these strokes, it's not that necessarily you have to be fast and come in really quick. It's really just making the boat flow. So what good quality strokes are you getting in to send your boat forward in the middle of between the blades going in the water? It's K-State in second.
Well, I think that was K-State, St. Thomas right here. K-State taking second. Yeah, there you go. And there's KU. Looks like going to be in the fourth position of this race. St. Thomas getting ready to cross that finish line. They're going to be in your screen.
And the bow numbers are a little deceiving. There's at least 2 boats with a number 2 on it.
There
so
they are. Yeah.
But that would be the K-State boat is the first number 2 that's crossing. They were in a previous race, and that's why sometimes the bow numbers may not get changed, and that's normal. And then KU would be the other bow number 2 that'll be crossing now. St. Thomas was who was in second.
All right. There you go. That concludes the grand final of the women's double here at the Plains Regional Regatta. Next up, the grand final of the men's single. Again, full race course here, Lisa, of Kansas State, Washington at St. Louis, Colorado State, and Nebraska competing here in this one, which is set to get underway momentarily. And we're going to get to know another student here at Wichita State University and show you their story here today.
Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
All right, more of the rowers there of Wichita State University and the athletes that work so hard to come out and compete here on the water. One of them was talking about kind of what you mentioned earlier with the oar work, about you got to get that oar up out of the water, keep it clear,
yeah.
clear it, put it back in.
Sounds simple.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they still have this, but we used to have it annually was family friend row day, and you could, your family could sign up, your parents, and
yeah.
So you'd be in an 8 with 4 current team members and experienced coxswain, and then 4, family members. So we'd have different boats out on there. And that's where you get a feel for like, oh, this is not easy.
Yeah.
So much at play. And that's where that muscle memory really comes to your aid, because in the beginning, you really are like, you want to bring the oar in instead of push it all the way out. That's a common habit. And then there's some people who are just like so nervous and freaked out, and your seat is moving. Like,
yeah,
it's a whole new world. So yeah, when you explain it like that, it's just so simple, but really in
Right.
practice, it takes a lot of work. And that's why these small boats, honing it in and bringing it to even a smaller stage where your balance is really off, takes a lot of trust and practice at keeping that boat level so you can actually get good strokes. So if you ever get a chance to try to participate in that or do boats and bikes, anything like that, it's to get a good taste of what goes into being a rower and all the elements at play versus simply like maybe basketball or something that's a little more straightforward.
It's definitely a challenge. So if anybody's up for a challenge, I think that that's definitely a good idea, Lisa.
Try rowing.
Try rowing. Yeah. We want to thank another one of our sponsors here of the Plains Regional Regatta today. That's BG Products, the recognized global leader in transportation maintenance services and related industries. They're a proud sponsor of Wichita State University and the Shocker Rowing Team, BG Products. Thank you for your support today of the regatta down here on the Arkansas River. We're getting set here for our next race. It's the grand final in the men's single. Kansas State, Wichita State, Colorado State, and Nebraska all going to be taking part here today in this race.
They just started. Seconds away.
Yep.
Looks like they all had a decent start. Always different from this angle, but
yeah, it does look like they're off to a good start here in this race. See the boats right there.
full lineup here. Yeah. So a good spread, even 40 seconds in. And while we watch the men's single come through, we actually have a little guest spotlight today. So we have the men's double winners from
Correct.
today. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
I'm Nick from St. Thomas. I'm a junior. I'm Tyler from St. Thomas. I'm a senior.
So is this your first time being at this particular regatta, or have you guys been here before with you being seniors?
This is our first time here. This is our first time here in the spring. We usually come in the fall, and this is actually our second time on water for the year. So
okay,
great to be out here. Mississippi's getting a little high in the north.
Yeah,
yeah. Our boathouse is like about a foot from being in water.
Oh wow!
So it's kind of nice to be down here where it's not white water.
I'm so glad that we get to host you for this. Like
Yeah.
we've just been acclaiming the day and the water, so that's wild.
It's been
the
a
second one.
very nice day.
You came out winners too.
Yeah,
to
congratulations. Yeah, and rented boats and rented oars and all
Yeah,
that. So
whatever
was-
it takes,
yeah,
right?
it was very fun. It was a good race.
Common. You guys had a lot of races. What was your other race? I guess I should be the other one that you guys were able to go to. Second time on the water.
Like
race
we
wise,
had
or
we had our practice day yesterday here.
stop
race today.
Oh, wow.
So we got to come.
Guys.
The first time.
Yeah.
We got to come down the course twice yesterday.
Yeah.
Just kind of like hard steady states, practicing starts at every
Yeah.
bridge, and then took it from there.
I'm impressed, and this is an awesome story
Mhm.
because I know, it some people are rowing on lakes and river. Like you just don't know what nature is going to give you on your body of water either. So that's really impressive. Are you guys?
We've had to adapt pretty quick this spring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the story of rowers.
Yeah.
I mean,
The last time
adaptation.
we were in a boat together was Wichita in the fall. So,
Guys, this is awesome.
Great
Good
story.
success story.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to be able to, are you participating in ACRAs at all? Are you going on to nationals or?
We're gonna take the boat to Dadville's, Accra, and the other one is just after our finals week, so it's not super awesome for St. Thomas, but Dadville's is the weekend right before, so that one should work out pretty well.
And then we're bringing our
varsity 4, women's double, and then novice 4 as well.
That's what I was just about to ask. So, kind of picking up which boats can get to go to that.
Yeah.
Do you guys have other races today, or just the double? Are you in
The men's 8, and then that's it.
Yeah?
And I'm coxing the men's 8, so that'll be a good time.
I'm so glad we're
That'll be a good time.
This is so normal, but like it's a perfect example
Yeah.
for anyone who's like, it takes all kinds. It takes all hats. You just get the job done, and
Mhm.
you guys get to bring some hardware home for the
Yeah.
double.
Absolutely.
And then you have the 8
Mhm.
coxing it, so
Should be fun.
it should be fun.
Should be fun.
Lisa, do you have any tips for coxing?
I think you know what you're doing.
Stick to the line.
Yeah.
Stick to the line.
I mean, steer straight even if you're silent.
Sure.
So
Sure.
that's
I've been
base
kind of
level.
with the double and then the 8 that because I bowed the double. We kind of take it like bridge by bridge. So it's
See?
just like get
Yep,
to the next
break it
bridge,
up.
get to the next bridge.
Exactly.
Coming out of each one, give us a sprint or whatnot. So
Nice.
All right, we're here again. We've got the grand final going on here with the men's single, as you can see on your screen right here, K-State. Also Washington, St. Louis, Colorado State, and Nebraska coming up on the 4.5-minute mark. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you very
on your
much.
win
Yeah,
today.
appreciate it,
We
guys.
look forward to seeing you out here in a few minutes again.
Awesome.
Awesome. Good
Thanks,
luck.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there you go. Story about rowers, how adaptive you have to be, right?
I'm both surprised and not surprised about everything they said. It's really, really hard being dependent on water and weather. That it's definitely a true story that sometimes you miss out on water time. And it is April. It's cold in a lot of places still.
Mhm.
But to what they just said, like second time on the water, not even just another race this spring.
Right.
This is why, maybe some of the Texas crews, like there's just some more experience there because they get to start their season a little bit earlier
Mm-hmm.
than some others. And yet they just came out and killed it. So that's really exciting for them. And yeah, they're participating in the 8 later today. So no surprise there that you just get to jump in on the different boats, rent boats, make sure you're participating and getting to race is just really cool. So
Yeah, great story right there. All right there looks like we can see the K-State boat and Wichita State boat here. Again, this is the grand final of the men's single. Coming up on the 6-minute mark here in this race. There's a good shot of all the boats right there.
make sure to go to crewtimer.com to see these official scores and the times coming through. Crowd is getting
Here they go.
hyped
They are.
for this men's single final.
This is a close one right here. Neck and neck.
Worth the hype. Wichita State in second right now, trying to inch in on K-State. Look at this closeness, but it does look like K-State is finding some little more water. The final stretch. Wichita State's still looking very strong.
Yes.
A clean course right here.
K-State
But
pulling away here.
K-State is just grabbing a little more water right at the end.
Here we go.
Finishing first, and Wichita State will be in second.
K-State at 6:51, it looks like. Wichita State 6:55, unofficially there.
Pretty good time for a single.
There's a shot of Colorado State boat there. As they're getting ready to cross the finish line themselves. And then we got Colorado or Nebraska. Coming up here, finishing 4th in the grand final of the men's single. Another pretty close race there, Lisa.
It was, and the singles are not always that close. A lot of the small boat races today, just more expansive water between them because its experience levels and the strategy involved is a lot higher. So that was pretty interesting and good to watch. that battle right at the end. K-State rode a really good course there, cinching the first place there.
All right, so we got coming up next here the Petite Final Women's Novice 4. 3 teams here. We got Colorado in lane 1, University of Nebraska in Lincoln in lane 2, and St. Thomas in lane 3 here as we get ready to start this race.
I have to say again, the most well-timed regatta, I think, in my whole mind's memory.
Is that right?
Is happening, and I'm living in it. This is amazing. The race schedule.
Yeah.
It's a testament to just everyone, all the
Yes.
volunteers and the rowers themselves, and the officials. Everything is going so smoothly today.
Especially with this amount of teams. All right, there they
And
go.
hopefully to keep growing. I mean,
Yeah.
there's room for growth.
Yes.
As Coach was saying. So
Coach Rachel even talked about, if they had to, they'd go to 2 days.
yeah, so come on down. Join the regatta.
That's right. Join the fun.
Come on, Texas. And
yeah.
There are, I think, 27 Plains region schools that will be participating in ACRAs. So there is a field of just this region that I guess they are welcoming you. Okay, get some.
There we go.
See what's going on with the first and second lane here. Hopefully get on a straight course. It's hard to see, but there's some water gaining there.
It's Colorado closest
Pushing
to us
through.
there. And University of Lincoln right next to them. And then St. Thomas. People still coming and spectating here. It looks like on our side and the other side of the river, there are at least a lot of people out enjoying the races. And why not on a day
And
like
why
today,
not? Look
right?
at these bikers coming. I mean,
yeah.
it's awesome. From our view, we can see the singles returning at the receiving dock, and people are always there to help them. It's always better to be helped and grabbed onto the dock than if you happen to miss it and you gotta do the whole journey back and try again.
Don't need that.
No.
There's a shot of Colorado there on your screen, lane 1. And they're off to a good start. There's University of Nebraska at Lincoln right there. Just passing 2.5 minutes here. Again, this is the grand final of the petite final of the women's novice 4. Nothing unusual so far here, at least in this race.
Yeah, looks like everybody is rowing pretty streamlined. It is, I think they're staying to their lane, but everything could be tricky from here. But looks like everyone had a good start sequence. Take them on their way. We mentioned shocker rowing was started in 1974. Well, the Wichita Rowing Association. And then in 1975 is when shocker rowing had its birth. And so that means we're really close to our 50th anniversary.
How about that?
2 years away, 2025.
Yes.
Shocker rowing will be celebrating their 50th anniversary. It's wild to think about it that way.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting,
But
isn't
it will be like so exciting. And we talked about the history of the program and the different facilities or non-facilities we've had to make it to this point. And there's certainly a lot worth celebrating, and a lot of people who've been impacted throughout the years just by being on the team, even if it's for 1 year. And
Right.
not everybody stays, but it still has that impact, and it's really exciting to know that they're so close to that monumental anniversary
Yeah, 2025.
coming right up.
Not too far away.
I know.
All right, there's a good shot of the 3 boats right here. And the petite women's novice 4, Colorado, lane 1, Nebraska, lane 2, and St. Thomas in lane 3 right there.
Yep, looks like Colorado is taking the lead, but they may be close enough, everyone, to still just be getting to feed off each other. Hopefully keeping a straight course and clean blade work, watching those puddles as they separate from the boat. Ideally wanting to have just some minimal splash, but you do have an object going into the water, so there's going to be some, but
Minimal, the key word, right?
yeah, sometimes, you're trying to square up the blade to put it in, but it may come in at a little angle instead.
Mhm.
Like it's going to chop into the water and not really help. May cause actually more of a deterrent.
Looks like Colorado is in the lead, with Nebraska close behind, and St. Thomas.
We should be seeing them fairly soon at the final stretch, but we've still got a few more strokes to go. University of Nebraska looks like they've got a good rate going, and just working on tidying up some of the blade work and being in sync a little bit more. Again, this is the novice women's 4 petite finals.
They'll be coming down the stretch here momentarily. Coming to our vantage point. The fans get louder and louder. The teammates get louder and louder. Cheering them on to the finish.
Yep, definitely hear them.
And there is Colorado. Still maintaining the lead, followed by Nebraska there in the middle of the screen. Coming up on 7.5 minutes.
Can imagine the crews are getting a little tired right now. Gets
Gotta-
a little harder to maintain a good stroke.
Got to dig deep here, right?
Absolutely. Coxon is sitting straight up. That could just be maybe the size doesn't work out, or maybe she can't see so well. So that bow loader Coxon, she's sitting up.
Okay,
And it's going to just be a lot more effort for her with each stroke. Her body is going to be getting shaken and pushed forward and lunged. So she's having to do a little more work there. Just really try and stroke after stroke. You've got a lot to keep up with in that rower's seat. So
it's like Colorado takes first. Nebraska second. St. Thomas getting ready to finish here. Taking third there in the petite women's novice 4. As St. Thomas comes in across. All right, Lisa, we're moving on now to the grand final of the women's novice 4.
that's right. We are making short work of today's races. These finals are just blazing through this afternoon. They're going so fast.
They are.
These rowers are just going so fast.
Looks like they're
Setting up.
setting up for the next one. And we've got another full race course here. All 4 lanes. We've got Washington University at St. Louis, Colorado, Colorado State, and Oklahoma State, the Cowboys. Seen a lot of great races here today. A lot of rowers working hard.
Yeah, and it, hearing from the St. Thomas rowers, it makes you wonder, Washington University, are the others also just getting some good water time? Have they also been lacking, and how beneficial this regatta is going to be in prepping for this championship semester that they're in? So just beneficial for them to get some water time. It's really exciting, and that we are able to share rowing equipment, make it possible for them to.
Yes. Well, to hear them talk about, the river that they use being so high and they can't use it. And so
Said the Mississippi.
a
I'm
lot
like,
of
whoa.
Yeah, a lot of factors that you can't control.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
So you
we
gotta
have
make
the
the-
Mississippi, but we don't. But
Right.
but so many factors, and I think that would be really hard. A big struggle.
Yeah, you've got to be able to take advantage of what you have, right? And they are off here, Lisa.
Yes, they
Grand final of the
are.
women's novice 4.
This is their final novice 4 race of the day. I'm very excited for them, and I hope this should be a good, challenging race for all of them. As we are making our way through today's race schedule, I just want to issue a reminder. I know a lot of people put in pre-orders for the Plains Regional Regatta t-shirts ahead of time. Those are still available for pickup at the merch table, but please know that is wrapping up and closing at 4:30. So just about an hour left. Make sure you stop by. They should still have some for purchase, but definitely if you made a pre-order to meet your deadline to go and pick up your pre-ordered shirt at the merch table before 4:30.
Nice looking t-shirts too.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Good shot of 2 of the boats here at the 1.5 minute mark of the grand final of women's novice 4.
Now, Oklahoma State is in lane 4. And they have brought 3 graduating seniors this year. So
Okay.
one of them may be in this. Well, we've got the varsity races coming up. So they are likely going to finish up the day. But we have Tessa Du Bois, who's a sociology major. Josh Wood is a civil engineering major. And then we have Joshua Cherim, who's a history major. They are from Oklahoma State. On occasion, after your 4 years, sometimes you can eke out a 5th year with the different rules with the Rowing Association governing body. Sometimes that involves a redshirt year and things like that. So when I was on the team, there were some people in their master's program, but you just have to keep an eye on those different stipulations and rules. I could never keep track of them because it's kind of tangled, but you have to be strict adhering to what they are. So even though these students are graduating, it may be that they have 1 more year of eligibility left. That's the unique thing about rowing is you may not be done. You may get to keep going as long as you're a student.
Right.
They're lifting those heavy 4s out of the water after their race. These girls on the dock, and then we've got these grand finals coming down.
Yeah. All right, got a wide shot there of the race course. Looks like Colorado
Yeah, they may be
have a little bit of a
out.
lead. Watching St. Louis right behind them. Colorado State maybe right over here in 3rd.
I would agree with that. Again, just sometimes always hard to tell, but still pretty from this angle.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
It's just wonderful.
Was passing the 4-minute mark here of the grand final of the women's novice 4 here at the Plains Regional Regatta. Looks like we got some more visitors out there on the water, Lisa. Don't look.
I'm watching. I'm hoping and praying. And okay, just a nudge. Just
That's all they needed was a nudge. Out of the way. Nobody, no harm.
no harm.
Boy, they
Sometimes
were standing their ground, weren't they?
sometimes it doesn't end with a nudge. So this
Oh.
was very polite, friendly fire on the water today.
Right.
Everyone played nice, but the rowers don't know. I mean, you really just you're going backwards.
right. You
You
can't
have
see.
no idea. So, it can be a tricky place to be in when that's going on. But they are rowing through really good. I think they're making good time, and for them to be staying this close in the pack for 3 of the shells right now, like it shows a lot that they're in the right heat and having that right competition next to you for the grand finals.
Looks like OSU there, far left of the screen, might have a little bit of a lead. Hard to tell from this angle, but
I would agree.
okay.
Some curves.
Yeah.
With the race.
You can
plans,
see the in the water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that would be lane 3 looking a little bit crooked. Colorado State, a little bit crooked there.
To be fair, we don't know which bridge arch they may be heading for, but it was still seeming a little exaggerated. Some of the course that they may have been steering for may not have been warranted. It's really every little aspect gets you a little more closer to the finish line than, not making little errors or mistakes along the way. The women's novice 4 coming into view of the finish line right now. Hear the hype. I think that's Washington University in first right now, but some good competition over there with Colorado and OSU.
Yeah, they're neck and neck.
Should make for a very the coxswains are staring each other down. They are glancing. They are yelling. Important to note that the rowers are not supposed to be looking across. But it does add some fuel for these last few meters to finish strong. So we shall see.
It's like Washington University.
From this angle, yeah. Oh, it's trippy. In real life versus the camera angle. Who is going to come in second?
Hard to tell.
So hard to tell. I want to say OSU, but I'll let you all go to crewtimer.com and decide that.
There you go.
For sure.
Right there on your screen, crewtimer.com, the place to go for the results of the races today. You can see all the times right there. We got another boat coming in here. The Colorado State. Oh, we're gonna go to our next race right here. All right.
Right on time.
Which you love. Petite final here of the men's novice 4. We've got in this race 3 teams: Kansas State in lane 1, St. Thomas lane 2, and Colorado State in lane 3. Petite final of the men's novice 4. As we roll on here at the Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita.
It's such a nice view, and seeing them get some power strokes in from that side angle. Some various lean back angles Some are pretty, defined and exaggerated, and they're just making sure to eke out all that extra pressure right at the end. They know this is their last race as the novice 4 today, wanting to make it the best it can be.
Yeah, you can really see. I think it's the St. Thomas team really just leaning into it there.
Yep. And, watching that blade work being in sync does not hurt. As many strokes as you can to be as in sync as you can.
Now, you mentioned here on the final of the last race here, the women's novice 4, a couple of the boats were looking at each other. And that's something to avoid, right?
Well, as a coxswain, I want them to trust me and tell them what's going on. When they're that close, I could definitely understand why there's that temptation to look over. But when you think about maybe a longer distance rate, if there's a further distance between them, like that's the last thing you want is someone in your boat just looking around in between their strokes and just gonna throw off the set. And they don't have that much focus on energy and pushing if they're taking the scenic route, so to speak. So like as a overall rule, we kind of advise against it, but seeing that neck and neck, you could see some girls were preferring not to look out and they were very zoned in, focus forward, versus some may not be able to fight that temptation to just say, oh, they're right there. How close are they really? But I sense them there. But where is that other boat?
Got to stay in the zone at all times, right?
Until that last stroke. Yeah, so some different blade work here with the novice men's 4, but overall pretty good speed as they move forward to this first bridge.
Looks like St. Thomas there in the middle of your screen, Colorado State on the right. As we go to the wide shot, 3.5-minute mark. Petite final for the men's novice 4.
K-State way.
Yeah, looks like K-State's got a big lead.
Making their lead. They must have had a wonderful start to help them edge out. Some pretty big puddles from this angle too. You can see some white caps going on just with their pushing it out away from their blades.
Really working the blades there. I mean, getting a lot of good lift on them.
Yeah, and you want to be careful because another common error people will make when they put the blade in the water is kind of like to scoop and shovel. Well, really, that's just taking a lot more time to get your blade back out of the water. So you're really not, making an arch with your hand. You really just want to keep it level, barely under the water, and then so you can be the most efficient as you can. So whether you're novice or varsity, sometimes you can see the shaft really going in way deeper than it should. It just takes a lot of practice honing that in and shaping that up. And you can only get that on the water. That's what's so crazy. St. Thomas this year, they had some fall racing, but sometimes it's cut short in the spring. You can't have that valuable water practice time.
Makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Coming up on the 5-minute mark here of the petite final in the men's novice 4. K-State on the right side of your screen, St. Thomas in the middle, and then we've got Colorado State there on the left. Beautiful shot there of the river.
And the official is flagging one of the crews over, not necessarily because they're impeding someone else's course, but maybe they're not making the straightest course themselves. And so the official's flagging that middle crew to adjust. And they have. But it's creating a lot more distance that they are recovering.
Yeah, it really has.
K-State's maintained a mostly straight course. It helps to have the edge as well. It's kind of a natural border for the steering. The middle boats, you don't really have a natural guideline. You're in the middle of the water, so your coxswain can just hopefully find their guidelines. What is it called? Like your mile, not your mile markers, but you know what I'm your points on land
Yeah.
that help you kind of hone in on your to get a bearing of your surroundings.
Right.
And steer straight. So something interesting here.
Yeah,
I'm
what
not
is
sure.
it's a Wichita State boat, isn't it? Not sure what's going on there.
Got in the warm up lane, maybe.
That's what I thought. Looked like it. There's
like
K-State
it's
still in the lead. And they're getting pretty
Maybe a
closer.
little tired, but they are definitely coming in first. So that is something to be proud of, and
Yes.
they are finishing strong.
They are. They're going to be here crossing the finish line shortly.
This is the petite finals for the men's novice 4. K-State coming through first, and St. Thomas.
About 7:20 there for K-State. There we have St. Thomas. There's K-State finishing there. You see them on your screen. St. Thomas coming into view right here. They're getting ready to cross the finish line as well. And then Colorado State still working hard. You can hear their coxswain telling them what to do. And there they are. Really leaning back.
All different parts of the stroke, helping make it the most optimal stroke you can. So any hand placement, wrist placement, movement, lean back, fine tuning, all of those takes practice.
All right, there we go. That's the petite final men's novice 4. K-State finishing first. St. Louis second. Colorado State third. Getting ready for the grand final men's novice 4 now. You see them lined up there at the starting line. Before we get to that race, we're going to show you another video about Wichita State rowing here today.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better? Ready, and build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience?
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them?
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go! One more! Get on it!
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys! That's it, boys!
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
Great video there of Coach Cup telling the rowers what to do on the water.
Yeah.
Just made me want to get out and do some rowing.
Between the coaching and he's all known for his pearls of wisdom.
Yes. All right, here we go. There you see the boats going on in the grand final of the men's novice 4. Got Colorado in lane 1, Washington St. Louis lane 2, Oklahoma State lane 3, and WSU in lane 4.
Be exciting for this grand final that they do have all lanes filled. It's like a really strong start from all 4 crews. And sometimes, just the cleanest blade work doesn't always cross the finish line first. I mean, if you've got a lot of brunt force too, sometimes that can just help you just as much. And with the novice boats, sometimes it's just a matter of them figuring that out of how can I best optimize what I'm doing versus I just want to get, to the finish line, and countering that with better blade work and better muscle memory for what your legs should be doing and things like that. Looks like someone caught a crab in lane 2 that they're trying to correct. It looks like it may have gone overhead.
That would be the Washington St. Louis team right there.
Trying to get, that was and some buoys. And they are not in a straight course, and the coxswain has started them rowing, so they'll have to be correcting shortly through these initial strokes back on the water and not getting another lanes.
There they go.
Back on it. Sometimes, the crabs definitely can change your whole course, and some of them are very, very stuck. That's when your blade goes in the water the wrong angle, and everyone else is rowing, so you're moving forward, but your blade is funky.
Yeah.
And it will pound the handle into you. It usually goes over your head and you're leaned back, which means now the handle is in someone else's lap looking at it and trying to row. And you're trying to get up, but the blade is behind you and the boat is moving. So you have to manage through all that. So when it stops like that, it must have been a pretty big crab. So you stop and get the oar popped out of the water. Sometimes it's just the force has really tucked it in there really well. And so it can just take some time to get it back out and then adjust it and back to rowing.
That's a pretty big deal.
It is. I had one happen under a narrow bridge before. It was not an awesome time.
I bet.
And when you're thinking safety first, it was not a good time for what was happening. But we did work it out and got back in it. It's never a fun feeling for that rower either, but it is something that happens.
Yep. All right, good shot there of all 4 teams.
Good shot of different puddles coming out from the blades. It's Oklahoma State. Looks like they're taking the lead, but Washington University seems to be making up for that crab earlier.
They did, didn't they? That's pretty good.
Could be an interesting finish.
Yeah, they are
important to keep a straight line.
Right in it. Like you said, looks like they're trying to keep that straight line going on. But quite a recovery. They are pulling away, it looks like, believe it or not here, Lisa.
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to this one when they get closer. I want to hear more of the blade and boat work when they're right, in front of us. I want to see what kind of cadence they're bringing with their boat.
Have you seen this very often where, a team catches a crab and they pull away like this?
I'm going to say no. It just doesn't seem very often that they've recovered.
Well, there they are.
In this way, and they're getting open water even on the other boats at this point, and they had a show-stopping crab, but they're going. They look to all be taller.
Yeah.
So bringing the full leg strength.
Washington St. Louis getting ready to cross the finish line here in the grand final of the men's novice 4.
And they were hungry for that first. They were not about to let a crab stop them.
What a comeback.
It's impressive. And they are pooped at the finish line. They
I
are
bet.
worn out. Got
Looks
the
like
other crews coming in.
Oklahoma State second. Let's see, there's
Yep.
a shot of Colorado, I believe, right there on our screen.
Yep.
They're getting ready to cross the finish line. All right,
Now
they take
Wichita
third.
State's novice 4 rounding out this race. Coming into view now.
There's the Wichita State boat.
The launch is kind of blocking them, but
There you go. Shockers finished there. There you go. That was the grand final of the men's novice 4. Washington University St. Louis catching that bad crab. And
I would love
Going
to
on to win.
know. Go to crewtimers.com. Let me know
Yeah.
what their race time was. That was an interesting one to get to see, and good for them.
so what do you think the coach is going to focus on more, the crab or coming away with the win? Probably both.
I don't know
Teachable
about
moment
the
for
crab.
both, right?
I think there may be some other technique parts to pick on instead of the crab
Huh.
that are in a circle way about it.
Okay.
But they did win.
Yeah.
They won clean.
Impressive.
They just kind of mopped the river right there.
Mop the river.
They
Never heard that term, Lisa.
did good. They made up for it.
They
And
did.
Like you said, it's not too common.
Wow.
So and that's just a novice level. So hopefully we get to see more of them as they grow into the varsity level.
Mm-hmm.
We
All
are
right. Up
only
next,
having 3 races left of the finals
know.
this afternoon.
got the grand final of the women's pair coming up. 3 teams taking part. We've got Washington University St. Louis in lane 1, Kansas State lane 2, and Oklahoma State will be in lane 3. You see there on your screen getting lined up, ready to go.
Creepily on time. Race time of 3:52 is coming up for the women's pair.
And we want to take another second here and thank another sponsor today, River Vista, Wichita's premier luxury apartment homes along the Arkansas River. That's where we are today. Greatest value for the upscale lifestyle. Give them a call at 262-2350 to reserve your new home today at River Vista. Sponsor today of the Plains Regional Regatta.
They say those apartments have the best view of the river. I believe it.
It's hard to
Got it
argue that, isn't it?
really built up here. It's nice.
Really nice. All sorts of amenities and, like you said, great view of the river.
Home of Shocker rowing right underneath. It just
We've seen people outside their balcony today watching the races. There we go. We
That's
are
the life.
underway here. Grand final women's pair.
seeing some great starts already. Again, it's not always easy the smaller the boat, but I think we're going to have a good race out of these 3. Looks like Oklahoma State maybe making that full clearance of the other boats here.
Mm-hmm. Certainly looks like
and
it.
early as well, pretty early on. Seeing that blade work, some of the splashing as they're going into the water, that they'll work to minimize that and optimize what the blade is doing. Again, this is the pair, so they are sweep rowing. They only have 1 blade each.
Everybody's looking pretty good so far.
I'll say it's definitely looking very clean, very focused. I love it when the wind, so small boats, typically they will try to schedule the prelims and the finals all towards the morning hours, because at a rowing event it tends to just get windier throughout the day. So you don't want to impact the small boats if you can help it. Today, the rowing gods have spoken, and we are having a women's pair final in the afternoon, and the girls are looking wonderful. They're able to put in a good race without the wind being too much of a factor right now.
The rowing gods have spoken.
Yeah.
I like how you put that.
They're blessing Shocker Rowing.
All right, good shot there of the Washington St. Louis team. And they did well this morning, too, when they raced.
Yeah, I've seen, just a lot of great work from Washington University today, and
Yeah.
would love to know more what their spring season had in store for them. They brought 26 athletes, but we are seeing really good race times and finishes, especially out of their women's crews, but also men's varsity 4 earlier today in the grand final. It's always nice when you can be afforded a clean stroke, that it's only, it's up to you if you take advantage of it, but there's no other hindrances out there for them. Great aerial shot of what is in store for the pairs as they're working their way up the river. Pretty serene.
Yeah, very serene. Nice runs here. Just watching them.
It's got to be enjoyable for them. You are racing, but it doesn't always have to seem like race pace. It's just getting your targeted and optimal stroke in with that partner that you've built up that trust and experience with. And we interviewed Aaron Holt today, and he and his partner had built up a really good small boat camaraderie. Some of them just really gel, and it's exciting when you see that, because you know how hard it can be, and then to see people perfect it.
Right. Good shot right there of the 3 boats.
Yeah, and again, steering can be a little harder the smaller the boat, so not uncommon to see maybe not as straight lines, as I know the rowers would hope, but you really only have 2 oars total in this whole boat, and it gets harder to make a straight course.
Right.
And have the speed with it to advance, so I feel for them. It can be really hard.
This is the grand final of the women's pair. Washington University, St. Louis, Kansas State, and Oklahoma State racing here in this final.
And one last reminder, if you pre-ordered your t-shirt for today's regatta, make sure you go to the merchandise table. They're wrapping up in about 30 more minutes, so you don't want to miss your chance to pick up your shirt from the merch table.
Looks like Oklahoma State with the lead. In lane 3.
Looks like K-State.
K-State, they're number
coming
2.
in
Yeah,
behind them.
I think you're right. Coming up on the 6-minute mark here. Grand final women's pair at the Plains Regional Regatta. Close up there with the Oklahoma State Cowboys team. We should be seeing them shortly. There they are, vantage point. Oklahoma State with the lead right here. There is K-State. Far behind them, we got the Washington St. Louis team there in lane 1. That right there is Oklahoma State in your screen, getting ready to cross the finish line.
The last
There's the
small
horn.
boats coming into our view here.
K-State now getting ready to cross.
Washington U getting close to that buoy, but they have gone over it. A buoy can be pretty detrimental in a small boat. So that one went over the shaft of their blade. They didn't smack it with their blade. So that was in their favor, but they were close.
You know,
it's hard. It's hard to steer those.
They got off to a great start. Maybe something like that happened earlier in the course. We just couldn't see it, you know?
Right. Yeah.
All right, now we're getting set for the Varsity 8s. First up, we'll have the grand final of the women's Varsity 8, Colorado and Wichita State. As you see right there, getting lined up ready for this one.
It's one of the events people have been kind of waiting all day for.
Yeah.
The 8s are always the ultimate, and this is the varsity level. So we'll have the women's first, and then the men's varsity 8, just the fastest crews that we could have today are going to be racing in the next few minutes. Going to see who comes in first.
Got 2 teams here for the women, then we'll have 4 teams for the men, rounding out the activities today.
You're already getting lined up, it looks like. Yeah, they're just making sure to get a point, and that can involve a lot of just different small blade works that the coxswain is calling in for their rowers to make. Little pivots, little adjustments. You don't want to be like taking a full stroke forward, or it could really then now turned into a bigger ordeal.
Right.
So as much growth as there is for a rower and tweaking their blade work and their speed and the muscles, like that coxswain is gaining a lot of experience of what does what. Oh, it's how windy is it today, and what does that mean, and where's the wind coming from today, and what does that mean? And these start areas this could be the most stressful part for a coxswain, depending on how windy it is, depending on if you're still waiting for more crews to show up, and you've got to keep your station and point. And so right now we're seeing different pivots from both boats throughout the course of these last few seconds, and just seeing where they are in terms of the river.
A lot of things to think about.
Yes.
You're getting ready to get started
Oh,
there.
yeah.
And we've been, of course, talking today about this event, how many people and it takes to put it on, obviously, here at the Plains Regional Regatta. And that includes our sponsors, like Captain John's Boat Bright. Bright Group offers a superior line of boat and yacht cleaning products, including Boat Bright and Yacht Shine boat cleaners, boat polish, and boat stain removers. Their products are eco-friendly and are guaranteed to work better than any other boat cleaners you've ever used. Teams in attendance, in fact, today all received a bottle of Boat Bright from Captain John. So again, thanks again to the folks there at Captain John's Boat Bright for being a sponsor of the Plains Regional Regatta. And we're waiting to get this race underway. Grand final in the women's varsity 8s. Colorado and Wichita State in this race. We'll have Colorado in lane 1 and Wichita State in lane 2.
And from our point of view, I mean, both crews are down there. I would think they could start once they have a point. So it could be that they are having more struggle than we can tell with getting in position, but it also could mean, I know the official start time is going to be closer to 4:10. We're ahead of schedule just for these last 2 races. And so for any random reason, it could be potentially that they're waiting closer to start time, but I really think it's going to be more aligned to making sure they're closer to the start line. Maybe some of the crews were inching or floating a little too more, far from it. So
right,
we will stay tuned to see if they are able to start the women's varsity 8 in the next few moments.
All right, we want to go ahead and thank another sponsor today of the Plains Regional Regatta. That is student government at Wichita State. I want to thank Wichita State student government for their continued contribution to the Shocker rowing team and their support for this regatta. Again, thanks again to the Wichita State student government. And maybe while we're waiting here, Lisa, we can talk about the Nationals event that you touched on earlier.
Yeah.
For the Shockers and where they're going and all the
Gosh.
details there.
I'm sure between that and finals, it's what the rowers have on their minds lately. So it will be in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And it's coming up May 19th through 21st. So we will be loading up the bus and loading up the trailer to truck the equipment there. And very, very large regatta. I want to say that there might be 140 plus teams showing up. So it's really expansive and always really exciting. And that is the ACRAs, so Nationals, ACRAs have been going on since 2008. It's what I was participating in its early stages. And out of that, they can award academic All-Americans, All-Americans, and all regionals. So I am one of the academic All-Americans from Shocker Rowing. We have 71 in our history and 27 All-Americans and 63 all-regional student athletes from Shocker Rowing in our history.
Nice. Quite a tradition here at Wichita State.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's
Bunch of
May.
smarties.
I was going to say
engineers.
Yeah. May 19th through 21st there at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. In fact, several of the teams we're seeing compete today are going to be there as well, right?
Yeah, so some of them will be there, and then we're talking to St. Thomas. They might choose a different ultimate race for their championship. So we mentioned the Dadvilles. That is not uncommon either, but some will do both too. So
Okay.
it depends on the programs, how big the budget is, schedule wise. Finals are different at each school too. So if they're not able to accommodate different regattas based on final schedules, that can really impact where they land too. So yeah, we'll see. But it will be awesome. If you're following Shocker Rowing, just stay tuned. And I'm sure you can keep up on crewtimer.com and ACRA website to follow Shocker Rowing. That's May 19th through 21st, and see how they fare in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
As a former rower, and I'm sure a fan still,
Totally.
how do you stay in touch with the sport? What are some great ways if somebody's watching and they want to either get involved with it or follow it more than they do?
Yeah.
What are some good ways to do that?
There is a Facebook crew.
Okay.
Very important. But there's Instagram. So the social medias do a really good job of that. And if you go to the Shocker Rowing website, the regatta schedule is there. So that's one of the easiest ways to just keep in touch. Where are they each weekend? Those home regattas, there's more than you think. They're really fun to just pop in. They're free. Just come to the river, whether it's the big river today or the little river in the fall sometimes. So just checking out the schedule online would be one of the other ways. And we take volunteers of all kinds. So just getting in touch once you're here and finding someone on the team, making those connections to
Right.
make sure you can help out. If we just need all sorts of random things sometimes, maybe your profession or your skill set lends to different things that we need for helping progress the program a little better. So yeah, we always need fans too. So we love the support. Like I mentioned, some of the parents who would come to our faraway regattas, like it was no small thing. It felt so good that we were far away and we bussed there, but people came to shout and yell for us and wear Shocker gear all day. Like it was just always so fun and really appreciated.
Looks like we're underway here. Grand Final Women's Varsity 8. Again, Colorado on lane 1, Wichita State there in lane 2 for this race. You know, if you're talking about volunteers, I've seen some parents today, like grabbing the oars and carrying those around. Just like
Yeah.
you said, can be a complete family sport.
Yeah. It's just it just takes so many hands though, really. So it's helpful, and we take good care of our equipment, and we have that trust. You know, the parents that are helping and jumping in, they tend to know how to treat the oars and where to put them, and the pieces that go into all that. So the women's 8 are starting, and it's going to be neck and neck for at least a little bit of this race right at the start, almost a minute in. And you know these women are feeding off of each other, and they can hear each other's blade work. I know they can hear each other's coxswains. You can see the coxswains' heads looking to the side,
Boy, they are neck and neck right now.
using that as motivation. And watching the blade work here, this is the varsity level and 8, and just seeing different comparisons to maybe the 4s that we saw earlier of how well people are getting their blade work together. And sometimes it's a little off, but sometimes it's more in sync in an 8. So different things to look out for. Seeing if both sides go in the water at the same time versus if one side goes in first can play a role. Sometimes they clean it up by the next stroke, so that's kind of the beauty of rowing too. If you feel like you failed, you have another stroke to go, and another, and another.
You gotta have a short memory, right?
Yeah, that's yeah. The memory of a goldfish, as
There
Ted
you go.
Lasso would say.
Well, these two teams still neck and neck, it looks like.
I cannot wait for them to get closer, but I know they still have a good race plan to get through before they make it to this finishing area.
That's Colorado on the left of your screen, Wichita State on the right.
And the geese are cheering a little preemptively, but I hear
Right.
them trumpeting.
Oh, boy, they are. We've seen a couple of them barely make it out of the water before they became
out.
part of the race.
Yeah.
All right, they're going under a bridge there. Almost at the 3-minute mark here of the grand final of the women's varsity 8.
There we go. Good shot. Also,
Yeah.
just to see how aligned that they are still at this part. This is going to be a wild finish. I have a feeling. It's going to get a little loud.
That's how we like them.
That's how we like them over here. We put in a special request. Just
Last
getting
two
to see
races.
their puddles right here is really
Yeah.
fun from this angle. I always like that. The forceful boats that get some good pounds through the water.
Now we get the rear view of the boats to see that blade work.
Mm-hmm. So something else, seeing the shaft, that black stretch of the blade and how deep it may be going. They're trying to keep it as even as possible with all 8 members. Each side is doing its part. I can describe it on camera. As we're looking at the screen, the blades that are coming out to the right, that would be the port side of the boat. And if their blades are coming out to the left, that'll be the starboard side of the boat. So you kind of stay in your lane as a rower, like, oh, I'm a port rower, I'm a starboard rower. I mean, but some are either or, pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good.
So common rowing terminology, and this spectator is going to get really close to the action.
It's gone.
Okay. Okay. These I have not seen so much action before.
Yeah, this first, we've done this 3 years now. This is the most action from spectators.
The most so far. They knew this was going to be the race to watch. So
Right.
they're getting in on it. It's impressive how close they are.
Yeah, they're really close. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Grand final women's varsity 8.
And again, just seeing the curl up, it's really pretty sharp on some of these strokes.
Yeah.
It's really crisp.
You can see it easier
in
here
unison.
on the Colorado boat from that view anyway.
Yeah.
Now we'll be able to see it more.
And it's also different. I mean, starboard to port is a little different too, because each rower is doing something different. With the starboard side, we've seen a lot of crispness on a lot of these strokes. Wichita State as well. I love seeing that flash of W.
Yep.
It's a power move. But I think Colorado might be gaining. We
All
hear
right.
the crowds already.
We're
but
hearing the fans. They're going to be in our view here shortly.
a clean blade work may come in their favor.
Colorado has a small lead, it looks like, as they come down the stretch.
Fans are getting loud as they
Yeah,
should.
they are.
We are seeing Colorado fulfill their race plan. They are making moves. They have walked through Wichita State, and they are stern to bow right now, but they are gaining a little bit of water. Let's see if they can hold on to this or get a little more water before they finish. But they are stern to bow. Coming to that, there's that finish line.
There's the finish line. Colorado taking first. There's Wichita
And
State.
Wichita State.
All right.
It was an exciting
That was fun.
race.
Very close throughout.
Yeah. Way to go, women. Good
Yeah.
job.
All right. We've got one more race here this afternoon. Coming up on the grand final of the men's varsity eights. Full race course with Colorado on lane 1. Washington University St. Louis lane 2. St. Thomas lane 3. And then Wichita State in lane 4.
Yeah. And we are just maybe 2 or 3 minutes shy of official start time. So again, we'll stay tuned to, I'm sure they're getting aligned as well. But they will wait to make that start time, just like they did for the women's crew. And there's still a few spectators left to see this last race of the day.
It's going to be a good one.
I think so.
Yeah.
I
think so too.
This day will end with a bang. It's going to be perfect and exciting.
There's your prediction.
Yes.
Lisa, it's going to end with a bang.
A good bang.
A good bang.
A good bang.
Yeah, it's clarified. Well, it's been a great day of racing here on the Arkansas River. Just beautiful weather-wise, and of course the quality of racing has been great. And having all these colleges and universities come here and compete in the Plains Regional Regatta, just been wonderful.
And we have had, I think, 10 teams over with 5 states.
Yeah.
Included today. So definitely growing every year. Exciting to see the next couple years as we get closer to that 50th anniversary of Shocker Rowing that's coming up in 2025. Men's 8 have officially started with those power strokes right at the beginning. A good, strong, probably a start 5, power 20, and then they'll ease into it for the last 10 following that. To really ease into what they want their stroke rate to be over the course of this race. Seeing some separation already, not uncommon, but I think we'll have at least 2 crews unless Washington University came to play like they have on a lot of these other races. We've met 2 of them earlier today when we were interviewing 2 of the rowers, and they're probably just excited to get this water time that we have gifted this calm day.
Yes.
And they're just getting to soak up rowing time.
Got Wichita State there on the left side of the screen. Actually, that is Colorado. And then we've got Washington University St. Louis there, and they're on the right side of your screen. Last race of the day, the grand final men's varsity 8, coming up on the 1.5 minute mark.
Should be the fastest race of the whole day, the fastest times that come through.
You can see the rhythm they're in that you've talked about, Lisa, right there.
Yeah. I know they're feeling some good flow. That's what's exciting for them too. They know what they're bringing in real time, what the set feels like, what that power feels like with each stroke. And that only is going to make Washington U like really own the next stroke and the next stroke, and they're going to really keep fighting for it.
After they go into the bridge here, we'll have another view of the boats. There we go.
This is your photogenic scene view.
Definitely.
I think they both are looking really good. And they're both just wanting to push out some speed. It's really nice that they do have some competition in the front. Instead of maybe one boat taking the full lead. I think it'll make it really exciting.
Washington St. Louis there has a small lead, it looks like, over Colorado. In lanes 1 and 2, 3 and 4. St. Thomas coming up on lane 3. Wichita State there in lane 4. Currently in third place, it looks like.
It's a good spread and some good speed from all 4 crews. Again, this is their grand final, the varsity men's 8, showing what they can bring for that last race of the day. Leaving it all in the water. And the men's boats are definitely going to be at a higher stroke rate overall than the women's boats. And so that's not uncommon, but I'm not seeing anybody be too rushy about it either. So I don't think they'll be too expended by the end.
It looks like a pretty nice, easy pace.
Some of these are so clean, blade work.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so mesmerizing and like photogenic. Is you're like, whoa. And there's their lines like behind them. It's good.
We can hear them getting close to our vantage point here near the finish line.
And Washington wants that water lead. They are pushing for seat after seat for that lead over Colorado. You could see them fighting for a seat. And I bet by the time they come into view that they've got a good lead. There they come.
Here they come.
Washington State has not cleared Colorado University just yet, but they are hungry for it. And these coxswains, Colorado's not making it easy, and they're gaining on them. The fans are yelling so loud here.
Wow,
Colorado
this is going to be close.
Is wanting it and sprinting for it and gaining. They are gaining on Washington.
Yes, they are.
They are going to take.
I think they're going to
them if they keep this up. We will not know from this angle.
Yeah, it's hard to tell here.
They are gunning for Washington.
Wow.
So fast. I don't know.
I'm not sure who won that.
Heard a separation.
There is Wichita State coming in here for third. You'll see them on the screen here in just a second. There they are right there.
If you were on crewtimer.com and
there you go.
Hook me up with who won that one. That was such an exciting finish. Both crews are resting after the finish line, but
there's
wow.
There's the Shockers as they finish the race right there. Here are the grand final of the men's varsity 8, and there comes St. Thomas across the line as well. Boy, you're right. You said that was going to be exciting.
With a bang.
And it was.
Like one bang. I think they had one buzzer at the end. I don't even know. It was so close.
Very close.
Even to lean in from where we were. So impressive from all the crews.
Yes.
That last finish between Washington and Colorado, I mean, that's where the excitement comes in to push all the way. And it's not over till it's over.
It's not.
And they gunned for it and they gained seats. And even from bridge to finish line.
Yep.
This is all you had to work with, and they brought it back.
Yeah.
So
A lot of fun.
I will be anxious to find out who really won. It was really good.
Well, it ended with a good bang, like you'd
A
said,
good
Lisa.
bang.
So
It was awesome.
all right.
Yes.
Well, we've had a lot of fun being here at the Plains Regional Regatta, the 4th one, and we're excited already for next year.
Absolutely.
And see what how much more, how many
it
more
can
teams
grow.
come, how far bigger it can grow. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. So it should be in April of next year for the Plains Regional Regatta.
And thank you so much for watching today. And I hope we get to talk to you next year here at the Plains Regional Regatta in downtown Wichita, brought to you by Wichita State University.